Can everybody settle down? We're getting ready to begin WNYC. Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council preliminary budget hearing on housing and buildings. At this time, can everybody please silence your cell phone? If you wish to testify, please go to the back of the room to fill out a testimony slip. At this time and going forward, no one is to approach the dais. I repeat, no one is to approach the dais. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good afternoon. Put this a little closer. Good afternoon and welcome to this morning's preliminary budget hearing on the Committee of Housing and Buildings. I'm Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, the chair of this committee, and I would just like to start with a disclaimer. This is my first hearing back after maternity leave. That was never really leave. But I'm playing nursing bingo. So I have nursed while door knocking, I have nursed at a fundraiser, and let's see if today I can nurse on the floor during a hearing. Thank you all so much for being here today. The City Council will conduct oversight on two agencies, HPD and DOB, in relation to the Mayor's fiscal 2026 preliminary budget and fiscal 2025 preliminary Mayor's management report. I want to acknowledge that I'm joined today by Council members Dinowitz and Aviles and several colleagues who will be joining us shortly. Council colleagues, members of the administration, and congratulations to Acting Commissioner Ahmed Tagani. I'm excited to share this hearing with you. Council colleagues, members of the administration, and New Yorkers listening in. We are at an inflection point. Our city faces not one, but a series of housing crises. A stark imbalance of power between landlords and tenants, fueled by rampant inequities. A federal administration that is dismantling housing support for those most in need. A land use regime that distributes housing unfairly, asking the same communities again and again to bear a disproportionate burden. A lack of supply overall, and of truly affordable housing in particular. And a deteriorating building stock that subjects our neighbors to living conditions that no one should have to endure. But at the same time, there is growing momentum to leave the status quo behind. Communities are organized and have secured major housing wins in the fight for social housing. A special shout out to the tenants and organizers in my community at 2201-05 Davidson and 705-709 West 170 in Councilmember De La Rosa's district in their continuing fights. And in city government, we are taking bigger swings at systemic change, though we must, of course, go much further. In the past year, the city has taken important steps to start to turn the tide, many of which I was proud to champion. City of Yes, an overhaul of our city zoning code paired with the Council City for All, a comprehensive set of housing and infrastructure investments totaling in $5 billion. Local laws 126 and 27, which cleared the way for safer basement apartments and accessory dwelling units across the city. Local law 119 from Councilmember Chi Osei, which will ban forced brokers' fees. Local Law 79, a proactive inspection program for New York City's most at-risk buildings, and Local Law 122, a relaunched and reformed J51 tax abatement, which will finance rehab work for thousands of homes with added protections. Finally, Local Laws 101 and 102, which would have expanded the eligibility for the city's eviction prevention vouchers, or CityFEPs, had the mayor not decided to veto the legislation and refused to implement it after the council override, and we continue to fight this duly enacted law in court. This, as we will discuss today, is more important than ever as the Trump administration reneges on nearly 8,000 emergency housing vouchers that were issued only last year. These steps, however, are simply not enough to deliver what New Yorkers deserve. A city where all can afford to live, where they can afford to stay, where they can put down roots and raise a family without fear of displacement. At today's hearing, we ask, what investments are needed to achieve that city? Does the mayor's preliminary budget deliver on these investments? And if not, how can we work together between now and June to ensure that our city's housing and buildings agencies have the resources they need to fulfill their mission? I won't bury the lead. the preliminary budget, in our view, falls far short of the level and types of investments that we need. First, the city continues to underinvest in HPD's preservation and enforcement work. While this administration takes victory laps on the record-breaking new housing that they have created, our legacy of affordable housing continues to deteriorate. This is due to woefully inadequate investments in the programs that can preserve this housing and hold negligent landlords accountable. For instance, through the end of fiscal 2024, there was a 24% jump in housing violations citywide, a 15% vacancy rate in the HPD Preservation Office, and preservation projects made up just 20% of all starts, just 24% of completions in the first 4 months of fiscal 2025. And the Department of Buildings continues to have 200 vacancies, with actual staffing levels remaining flat since fiscal 22, despite the rising need. Second, the city has not fulfilled its capital commitments from City of Yes. At adoption last year, HPD had $10.1 billion committed for fiscal 26 through 30. In the preliminary capital commitment plan over the same 5-year period, that number increased to just $10.7 billion. This is a far cry from the administration's commitment to add $1 billion in the next 5 years in housing capital. And that is not the only commitment that appears unfulfilled in the preliminary budget. Third, chronic delay has become the norm across the administration. But at HPD, discretionary contracts are massively delayed, with some organizations, such as the CBOs, the community-based organizations that make up Stabilizing NYC, still waiting to be paid out from fiscal year 22 for work that has long since been completed. And OMB continues to delay final approval for key staff positions, with delays lasting 8 months or longer after an individual receives an offer. I don't know about you, but I would try to move on with my life if that was the delay. That's not acceptable. We can make the FY26 budget the most pro-housing, pro-tenant budget in New York City history, first by supercharging HPD and DOB's preservation and enforcement work, second by pouring more capital funds into the out years, especially for preservation, and third by continuing to add staff capacity and removing bureaucratic roadblocks that have made endless delay the norm. Today, I look forward to hearing from first the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, and then the Department of Buildings, and finally the public at about 2:30 p.m. A reminder for members of the public who would like to testify, please fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms so we can include you in the speaking list. Lastly, I want to thank all of the committee staff who helped make today possible: Jack Story, Emra Edev, Michael Sherman, and Shima Obuchere in the Finance Division, Austin Maloney, Andrew Bourne, Dirk Spencer, Jose Conde, Brooke Fry, Reese Hirota in the Legislative Division, and finally, my district team, Maria Villalobos, Ben Ratner, Kim Castellanos, Gerard Fernandez, Paola Olivo, Joanna Yege, and Carla Dominguez, who ensure all of our work is connected to our community's experiences. Congratulations, Acting Commissioner Tagani. I will now pass it to our committee counsel to swear in HPD and administer the oath. Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Ressler and Public Advocate Jamani Williams. Public Advocate, would you like to make your remarks now? And then we'll turn to the administration.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just want to congratulate the Acting Commissioner. Congratulations. Couldn't happen to a nice and more attentive guy, so I appreciate that. And I want to shout out my 16-year-old, Malik Claremont, who's here today out of school. Thanks for joining me. Junior in high school. My name is Jamani Williams. I'm a public advocate for the City of New York. Thank you very much to Chair Sanchez and members of the Committee on Housing and Buildings for holding this hearing and always allowing me the opportunity to provide a statement. Our housing agencies have faced high attrition rates, with HPD experiencing 45.6% change from pre-pandemic to current trends. As of February 2025, HPD's vacancy rate is 13.8%, with a total of 382 vacancies. HPD has bounced back from the pandemic lows, with production in fiscal year 2025 increasing from the low point of the previous 2 fiscal years. However, the vacancy rate from last month is still very high. It's my hope HPD continues to prioritize hiring to fill the gaps to ensure it does not negatively impact the agency's capacity. According to the Preliminary Mayor's Management Report, MMR, in the first 4 years of fiscal year 25, HPD issued 13% more violations compared to the same period fiscal year 24 for hazardous conditions, including 15% increase for Class A non-hazardous violations, 13% increase for Class B hazardous violations, and 11% increase for Class C immediately hazardous violations. In addition, HPD Section 8 voucher utilization rate has 89% in the first 4 months of fiscal year 25, which was an 8% decrease compared to fiscal year 24. The rate is much lower because of the transfer from nature that saw 3,000 vouchers added to the agency's baseline, which is in turn increased the number of vouchers issued by 26%. DOB faces similar staffing changes with a higher attrition rate of 68.3%, change from pre-pandemic to current trends. As of February 2025, I know our DOB will be later, just putting on the record now. The DOB's vacancy rate is 12.41%, with a total of 216 vacancies. Compared to HPD, DOB has been falling behind from the pandemic lows, with production in fiscal year 25 being minimally compared to the previous fiscal years. It's critical that we ensure that also DOB is able to fill all its vacancies for this year. There's been a concerning trend in building safety in the past couple of years. 2023 was the deadliest year for the construction workers. There are 30 construction deaths on the job, which was the most in a decade. According to the preliminary MMR, construction-related incidents with injury decreased from 237 to 143, and construction-related injuries decreased from 266 to 146. DOB has put several steps in place to prioritize and ensure the safety of workers. In addition, the average inspection response has been negatively impacted due to being understaffed. The average wait time for construction inspection increased 4.2 days. Plumbing inspection increased 3.9 days. And electrical inspection increased 9.4 days, more than double from before. I'm hoping to hear from the administration some concerns and asks for this budget cycle. Also notice that $214,000 that was set aside for the asylum seekers was removed. We're interested to find out where that money is going, and is it possible to substitute that money for a different need within HPD. The current federal administration is dismantling agencies, including HUD, and it is currently facing agency cuts and massive layoffs during a housing crisis. One department in particular that is seeing the deepest cuts in the Office of Community Planning and Development. This office funds disaster recovery and programs that help local communities build affordable housing. In addition, this office provides more than $3.6 billion in federal funding for rental assistance, substance use treatment, mental health, and outreach to get those living outside into housing and shelter. HPD runs an emergency housing program for people who need to be relocated because of the fires. I'd like to find out how HPD is impacted by these cuts and the folks are on the verge of homelessness. HUD has only one staff person for the entirety of the state of New York, which has a population of approximately 20 million. What is the city planning to do to protect the federal funds and capital projects? Also, how is the city responding to a potential probable backlog in administration of Section 8 applications? I hope during today's hearing, the administration will provide information on the issues that I just highlighted in my statement. We cannot have unsafe and weakening infrastructure that puts New Yorkers at risk. I'd like to know if the administration plans to respond to the federal government and meet the goal of being fully staffed for HPD and DOB. I'll just end by saying a few weeks ago I was here on a public safety hearing. The only thing discussed during that public safety hearing was law enforcement. Just want to re-up the fact that all of these issues, whether it's education or housing, really have to be a part of the public safety discussion. I hope soon we'll talk about it as such. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Public Advocate. And with that, I'll turn it over to our counsel to administer the oath.
Thank you, Chair. If anyone from HPD plans on testifying today, please step up to the dais.
Now it's a party.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and to answer all council member questions honestly?
I do. I do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee staff. We appreciate being invited, myself and the rest of the HPD team, to today's hearing. It's a privilege to discuss the critical work we're doing at HPD and our shared responsibility to ensure every New Yorker has access to safe, affordable housing. I'm here today as Acting Commissioner of New York City's Department of Housing Preservation and Development. It's a new title, but at its core, the job has not changed. When I walk through the doors of HPD each morning, I focus on three things. First, my job is to care, to believe deeply that housing isn't a privilege, it is a necessity, to treat everyone who needs our help like they could be your parents, our friends, or even my son. Second, my job is to take action, not just to talk about solutions, but to deliver them every single day so that more New Yorkers can find stability, security, and a real path forward. Third, my job is to build momentum, because this work doesn't happen overnight, and the progress we make today is what will put more families into homes tomorrow. My focus comes from being a New Yorker through and through. I was born and brought up in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, and while my mother might disagree, I often feel that I was raised by the entire city. I need to say I hate talking about myself, because this moment, when so much is at stake, I'm not what matters. But my story, how I ended up in this seat, in this building, at this hearing, is the story of so many New Yorkers. Our city made space for family with government support, including rental assistance, allowing us to find community and create incredible lives where now we have the chance to give back. And I get to raise my own family in New York City. To be clear, I'm not here because it's my obligation to give back to the city that gave me so much. I'm here because it is an honor. And speaking of honors, I worked alongside many of you for years, some of you for decades. We've debated, collaborated, and pushed each other. That's resulted in better product and better outcomes for New Yorkers. So it's my intense joy to say that today my job is about making a commitment to you and your constituents. After all, our budget is a commitment to taking action. My commitment, HPD's commitment, is to not just set ambitious goals, but to deliver real, lasting results that makes the city more livable, more affordable, and more just. I know firsthand the decisions we make in this room do not just live on paper. They shape real lives, just as they once shaped mine. But this job, this agency, and this hearing isn't about me. They aren't about you. They're about people who are counting on us, the families on the brink, the seniors trying to stay in their communities, the kids who just need a fair shot. And our responsibility, my responsibility, is to make sure we don't let them down. That's why HPD's commitment is unwavering. With uncertainty, fear, and confusion wane, now is the time to turn ideas into action. And finally, before I begin the overview, I just want to take a moment on behalf of the agency to thank Deputy Mayor Carrion for his steadfast leadership of HPD over the last 3 years. His commitment to community and housing equity has been crucial to HPD's recent successes, and we only expect more success to come under his direction in his new role as Deputy Mayor for Housing, Economic Development, and Workforce. So, to get real results, we need to start with a clear understanding of both our resources and our challenges. Here are some key figures that reflect our work and our commitment. $1.69 billion, HPD's total expense budget for fiscal year 2026. $1.31 billion, HPD's operational and programmatic budget, with $375 million going to NYCHA. $20 million, the number of funding sources that flow, 20 individual funding sources that flow into HPD's budget. $492 million, the amount, that's 38%, that comes from the city's own resources, underscoring our collective investment in affordable housing. $815 million, a significant portion, that's 62%, comes from the federal government. $7.6 million, under 1%, comes from the state and other sources. $2.39 billion, HPD's total capital budget for fiscal year 2026, excluding the $875 million in pass-through funding for NYCHA's PACT program. $20.73 billion, HPD's fiscal year 2026 to 2035 10-year capital budget. It's not all about what's coming into the agency, it's about what we do with it. These resources support teams working on critical areas from neighborhood planning to enforcement. Our inspectors make sure that every family in the city can lay their head down in a home that offers safety, warmth, and the chance to prosper. Here are some key staffing numbers. 2,383, the full-time staff working on behalf of New Yorkers. This includes 316 staff dedicated to building and preserving affordable homes, 382 inspectors and supervisors keeping our city safe and ensuring homes are secure for every New Yorker, 431 staff dedicated to getting New Yorkers into the homes we've created and using the vouchers allocated to us. 383 positions are still open, and our vacancy rate stands at 14%. City of Yes, I just want to take a moment to talk about City of Yes. Last year, we made history with the City of Yes for housing opportunity, modernizing our zoning laws to unlock new housing opportunities across the 5 boroughs. We took bold steps to cut outdated restrictions, streamline approval processes, and remove barriers that have long hindered housing production. These reforms are already making it easier to build where it makes sense, near transit, in high-opportunity neighborhoods, and in areas that have the capacity to grow. By enabling more mixed-use development, we are not only expanding housing options, but also strengthening our commercial corridors and small businesses, ensuring that more New Yorkers can live closer to jobs, schools, and essential services. City of Yes was a crucial step toward a more inclusive and sustainable and economically vibrant New York, but we must continue building on this momentum to meet the full scale of our housing crisis. Now that the zoning has been approved, HPD has turned to implementation of new programs and commitments we've made to the City Council. We are bringing in new staff to manage the Universal Affordability Preference Program, otherwise known as UAP, and our capital commitments. We're developing resources for homeowners who want to add ADUs, helping more tenants stay in their homes through our expanded Partners in Preservation program, and have been adjusting our projects to take advantage of the new floor area, the new development space, revised parking requirements, and other zoning rules. So we're building the foundation, and now it's time to deliver. Over the past several years, we've crafted bold policies, secured new incentives, and streamlined the process to make housing development faster and more effective. Last year, those efforts resulted in record-breaking housing production, but we know the urgency of the crisis demands even more. In 2025, we are doubling down on our commitment, using every tool available to not only build and preserve homes, but ensure they reach the New Yorkers who need them most. We are harnessing new tools to drive private development and maximize opportunity to build and preserve affordable housing. The 421A extension is now fully implemented, unlocking up to 71,000 new apartments citywide, including 21,000 affordable homes. The 467M program, which incentivizes conversion from commercial to housing, and the abatement, which incentivizes affordable housing in high-cost areas, has already led to approvals for 485 affordable units. 485X is now operational, with applications beginning to roll in, and we expect the first projects utilizing the Universal Affordability Preference to begin this year. Meanwhile, we've expanded our preservation toolbox. Too often, preservation is considered secondary to new construction, but it's a key way for us to create and protect affordable housing. We launched the Community Partnerships for Affordable Renovation program, where we work with CDFI partners to make it easier for owners to navigate assistance. And J51 is back, providing critical tax benefits to rehabilitate aging buildings and keep them livable for decades to come. Our enforcement and preservation teams are working hand in hand to get this message out to owners that HPD is ready to help them meet today's economic challenges. And we're refocusing on homeownership. For many, owning your own home is a critical way to build wealth for yourself and your family, while creating stability for your community, yourself, and the city's housing market. We've established the Office of the Homeowner Advocate, with help from the council, of course, and launched a homeowner help desk and a new home fix repair program, and recently announced the expansion of Home First, our down payment assistance program for first-time home buyers. At the same time, we're bringing new affordable housing to life on key public sites across the city, transforming underutilized spaces into vibrant mixed-use communities with affordable homes, retail, and open space. These developments will create thousands of homes, many deeply affordable and prioritized for New Yorkers who need them most, including formerly homeless and working-class families. Despite rising costs and new economic challenges, HPD is laser-focused on turning policies into places people can call home. By leveraging every available resource, from public land to private investment, from zoning reforms to tax incentives, we are making real progress toward building a more affordable, inclusive, and livable New York. And it's not enough to just build housing. We need to make sure we're connecting people to people who need support with homes, whether it's through supportive housing, vouchers, or just knowing how to use our Housing Connect portal. That's why we're not just building housing, we're making sure New Yorkers can access it. Each year, we administer rental subsidies to approximately 45,000 households, ensuring families have stable, affordable homes. Through the NYC Housing Lottery and homeless set-aside placements, we've helped secure 40,000 affordable homes in just 3 years. By streamlining procedures and eliminating unnecessary barriers like credit checks for voucher holders, which has streamlined access to housing for over 4,000 families annually, we're making the system more efficient and accessible. Beyond housing, we're also investing in stability and opportunity. This year's graduates of the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, which is a program in the Section 8 program that assists our clients there, collectively saved over $1.3 million to invest in their future, contributing to a total of $14.4 million awarded since the program began. And for families transitioning from shelter to permanent homes, we've provided $2 million for essential furniture, helping them settle in with dignity. We've also revitalized the Ready to Rent program, connecting free financial counseling with application support so more New Yorkers can successfully navigate the affordable housing process. This year, we are intensifying our focus on reducing the time and administrative burden involved in lottery and lease-up processes. We have successfully advocated at the federal level to reduce documentation that applicants and owners submit and review. Ongoing feedback sessions with industry partners are prompting us to remove a slew of cumbersome or outdated requirements like paper notarization, post office rules, and paper application processes. And across our placement and rental subsidy programs, we are deeply involved in building new tools, technology, and data systems to automate and simplify what are large programs with complex processes and deliver user-friendly and efficient experiences for all of our staff and our stakeholders. Our enforcement and neighborhood service teams continue to be on the front lines, protecting tenants and holding bad actors accountable. In 2024, we secured 2 warrants for the arrest and civil commitment of notorious landlord Daniel Oheb Shalom, ensuring he faces consequences for the hazardous conditions at 2 Washington Heights buildings. In addition, we won a housing court case to appoint a 7A administrator for 410 West 46th Street, removing him from the day-to-day management of the building and ensuring tenants receive the repairs and oversight they deserve. These actions send a clear message. Landlords who neglect their buildings and put tenants at risk will face serious consequences. At the same time, we're expanding key enforcement programs to protect more New Yorkers from dangerous conditions. Our self-closing door, proactive inspection program is helping limit any loss of life and homes by ensuring critical safety mechanisms are in place at high-risk buildings. The heat sensor program is requiring sensors in more buildings with recurring heat violations, helping to ensure tenants don't suffer in the cold. And with our certification watch list, we're cracking down on landlords who falsely claim to have corrected violations, requiring more re-inspections to hold them accountable. We've also strengthened our enforcement of lead-based paint laws, securing $150,000 in civil penalties against one landlord responsible for hazardous conditions affecting over 790 units. To better inform tenants and property owners, we updated the ABCs of Housing Guide in 2024, providing clear and accessible information about housing rights, safety regulations, and available resources. Meanwhile, our lead exemption online portal and redesigned HPD Online are making it easier than ever for owners to comply with the law and for tenants to access critical building data. These efforts are making our city's housing safer, fairer, and more transparent for all New Yorkers. When one of the thousands of dedicated public servants at HPD walk through the doors of 100 Gold in the morning, or any of our offices across the 5 boroughs, we are collectively focused on the work, the projects that need to move forward, the deals that need to close, and the community meetings we need to lead. But I know when I leave at night and head home to Queens, I'm thinking about the people we serve. I think about the family on the verge of homelessness who can't afford to wait for housing costs to come down. I also think about the family who just moved into an affordable home, one that they found through Housing Connect in a neighborhood that they love. I think about the senior trapped in an inaccessible apartment, struggling to live with dignity. But I also think about the senior who just moved into a home that's safe, affordable, and built with the community in mind, on public land, with a center where neighborhoods can gather and support one another. And then I think about the kid who feels the weight of their family's housing struggles, even if they don't understand why. But I also think about the kid who gets to grow up with stability in a home made possible not just by government, but by our partners, nonprofits, faith-based groups, developers, our elected leaders, working together to build a future for the city. That kid could be yours. That kid was me. As acting commissioner of HPD, I bring all of that with me. My experiences as a public servant, my time as a colleague, and most of all, my perspective as a New Yorker who will never forget why this work matters. And I promise you this, I grew up in a New York that made space for my family, and now I'm here to make sure we do the same for even more people. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Acting Commissioner. I really appreciate your approach to these remarks. I told Commissioner Carrion, then Commissioner Carrion last year that that was the best testimony opening a budget, but you may have just beat him. Thank you. Thank you so much for these questions. I want to, for your testimony, I'd like to acknowledge we were joined by Councilmember Hudson. I'm going to ask a few questions to begin, and then I'm going to turn to Councilmember Aviles, followed by Dinowitz and Ressler. So to start, and first of all, and you all know how much I appreciate the work that takes place every single day at HPD. But I do want to start with this troubling trend that we're seeing. We have seen an increase in signs of decay of our housing stock, with a 24% increase in housing violations citywide, 30% increase in B violations, which are hazardous, 30% increase in the C-class violations, which are immediately hazardous. And troublingly, the number of units affected by emergency repair work has increased by 130%. These are more than just numbers on a spreadsheet. As we all know, they're indicative of a decreasing standard of living every day for New Yorkers who are struggling to get by already. Notably, in the preliminary mayor's management report and the administration's housing plan, Housing Our Neighbors from 2022, there's no specific target for preservation starts or completions. The PMMR doesn't include metrics on the length or preservation of projects, nor targets for preservation timelines. So the question is, why doesn't the administration have specific preservation goals? What should that goal be, and what additional resources would you need to reach it? Can you commit to adding specific indicators to the MMR and PMMR for preservation targets, preservation timelines, broken down by program?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So just to give the full world picture, we'll start off on enforcement and then move into what is an answer that has a lot of different moving parts to it. But from the enforcement perspective, we definitely take this seriously. It's something that we've actually made additional investments going back to the November plan, November mod, where we added additional heads in November to increase our enforcement capacity. So the idea here is that we attack the issue of preservation from enforcement up and through our development finance piece, but it also includes staff resources in our housing access office, which is rent subsidy and rental assistance, in addition to the work that we do with our planning and neighborhood work. For us, preservation has always been a tremendous part of our numbers, our total success story at the end of the year. Usually it's about half, if not more in some years. However, we definitely are at a place right now where in 2025, we have been following and working hard to increase the amount of capital and expense we put there. So from the enforcement side, we have seen increases either in the November plan and through the investments in City of Yes to our head count in almost all of our categories of enforcement. And we have seen, as you point out, an uptick in both violations and an increase in the number of inspections that we do per year. Plus, if you look at the weather pattern from last year, this year, we did see a colder winter heat season. But I will say proudly that our inspectors stepped up to the challenge. We were able to commit to and do a tremendous job responding to not only the inspections, but being able to deploy resources, whether it came to emergency repair charges or pushing to get repairs when we were issuing violations. Additionally, as these buildings come to our attention, either through our enforcement work, because we will work on the, not only will we issue out the violations, but we'll also see how we can connect this to some of our other programs like emergency repair, underlying conditions, or whether or not those buildings end up being part of more intensive programs like the alternative enforcement program or the work that we do with housing litigation through comprehensive cases. We are often working with owners who want to do the work but need assistance on how they can make the repairs through total rehab. So I had mentioned J51 earlier, which was one of the few tax abatement programs we had that we can deploy in buildings that were seeing building and financial distress. Many of the buildings, the owners aren't coming in to talk to us about preservation programs, so they work through our preservation finance team to use any one of the half dozen or so preservation pipeline term sheets to repair their buildings. And then we are also talking to owners who may have vacancies or looking at their overall operating expenses, which have gone up. We've talked about this in other hearings before, whether it's the cost of fuel, labor, obligation to meet certain legal mandates, insurance, their costs have gone up. So we sometimes see this as an opportunity to match them with voucher holders and bring stable payments into the building to help with overall operating costs. So I would say that the overall picture of that is to look at, from the enforcement side, we are putting more investment into our enforcement staff and looking at what we can do to push for repairs and stay on top of that work. And for owners who need to make these repairs due to increasing costs and building and financial distress, we go from everywhere. We go from J51 as an initial tool we can use up and through our preservation term sheets, and then supporting that with additional rental assistance if we can, so that the operating costs can meet what they need to do to keep people in safe, habitable homes.
Thank you. I am actually going to turn it to some colleagues while I check in on a screaming child. But I am listening and have some follow-ups. That's my girl. So Councilmember Dinowitz, I'm going to turn it to you.
Oh, and we can answer the question about the MMR. I think Kim is ready to talk a little bit about that. Or do you want to wait? We can come back to that. We can wait till you're back. We're going to come back to that. Okay.
Remember, family first.
Every time.
Okay. Congratulations, by the way. This is very exciting to have you here. Thank you, and thank you, HPD. How many affordable studio 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom apartments has HPD financed in the past 3 calendar years?
We can pull that number up. I can tell you from memory, generally our term sheets have that at a set amount. You have to look at each term sheet. Additionally, we have different programs. So our we have multiple multifamily programs that has that as half or a little bit less of the percentage than our senior and our supportive.
Yeah, I mean, senior housing aside, that's like a very specific type of housing. I can tell you your term sheets incentivize 70% studio 1 bedroom apartments. This is something that's been brought up at this hearing time and again. And what we see is neighborhoods saturated with studio and 1 bedroom apartments. And I've been asking for this data for a while and have not received it. And so I'm asking today, as we discuss the budget, how many of those apartments disaggregated by room, a number of rooms, have been financed?
I can say today we'll prioritize getting you the full aggregate and detailed number. I will just also say that when we look at stats about the availability of units and where we're finding a significant challenge of connecting people to affordable homes, there are many individual or 2-person households, which are studio and 1 bedrooms also serve. So it is often us trying to connect the data with the development capacity we're trying to build to create affordable connections. But I will acknowledge that there's absolutely a lot of feedback we've gotten on this question. We have seen sometimes in our ability on public sites to work with the financing and then also the actual footplate of the site, right? You need a building that meets a certain number of units so we can make both the affordability goals and all the rest of the goals with our term sheets work. That said,
Right,
in
but,
this year's...
but every time, yeah, it just seems every time it's, you know, HPD, I think, and the mayor want to have a great press release which says we've done X number of units. But I think most of us who look for an apartment aren't interested in unit, we're interested in apartment size, number of bedrooms. So whereas you see numbers on a spreadsheet, we see people and families who need apartments. And it's just been a real struggle just to simply get data on what you're financing. I could speak about a particular development in my district where I've been back and forth with HPD on, where unfortunately you're not budging on the financing. That's 160 Van Cortlandt Park South. And we're really glad that it's 100% affordable. However, it's 70% studios and 1 bedrooms. And that may make sense in the aggregate in some neighborhoods, but it doesn't make sense when the site is adjacent to a school, when there are 2 family shelters in the neighborhood, when it's across the street from a park and a playground. This is the perfect site where HPD should have looked in by neighborhood, looked at the surrounding area and said, you know what, we should be financing more of these family-sized units. And instead, it went to the default, which is shoving as many units in a building as possible. And we are very glad that we're getting more units and they're 100% affordable, but I think HPD should be looking at how can we meet the different needs of each individual neighborhood.
So just 2 things. One, that's actually something that we've talked about as part of this year's State of the City. The mayor had announced that we're launching a new program to look at increasing in targeted areas additional 2 and 3 bedrooms where we can. Separately,
So can I ask just about that? Can you commit to going back, looking at the financing of this particular site that is adjacent to a school in the neighborhood of 2 family shelters across the street from a playground? Can you go back and relook at the financing to see if anything could be done to increase the number of 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, number of family-sized units?
So, Councilmember, we'll talk about any project that you need us to talk about and look at, but there are 2 parts I would say here. One is through the development pipeline, and HPD is proud of the work that we do, but we are thinking about the larger housing market as well. And a couple of years back, thinking about families first, we actually adjusted our payment standards on our vouchers, which allowed for more flexibility to allow larger families to use that voucher to access larger units. So when we are doing our work, the production side and the investment side and term sheets, they come with their challenges. We'll look for other opportunities. But for us, it's also making sure that we are using all our tools. So rental assistance is another way that we're able to make gains for families.
Thank you. I want to be clear on the time, and I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, please.
If I may ask one more question, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So I would like to, like I said, look back at that and see if we can rework the financing. Everyone can make the same amount of money, but we can just have more of the units that are for the people who really need it in the neighborhood. Just a very quick question. It's yes or no. Are you on track to implement Local Law 44 of 2024, which requires HPD to provide residents of city-run Mitchell-Lamas pre-filled out SCREE forms?
We are on track.
You're on track.
We're working to get this done this spring.
Excellent news that you were on track, and I look forward to continued conversations and more conversations. One, getting me the data about 2, 3, 4 bedroom apartments that you financed, the specific site at 160 Van Cortlandt Park South, and want to actually see what that looks like for HPD to be financing and incentivizing developers, the people who build the buildings, that they could still make money, and it's in their best interest to build more units for families, which is something the mayor says he wants, but we have yet to see how the term sheets will be changed to incentivize that construction. Thank you, HPD. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Dinowitz, and I just want to echo that is a concern that we hear all the time, not only the need for family-size units to be subsidized through HPD's programs, but also the size of the rooms within those family-size units is something that council members talk about a lot. So look forward to more on that. Please, if we can go back to the question, I know, baby girl. Oh, bingo. Yep.
Yeah.
If we can go back to the question on the MMR and PMMR targets regarding preservation.
Sure. So we set an overall production target. In general, we've been trying to, with preservation specifically, we look at the applications we're getting in, and then we budget for what we need in the upcoming year in order to address the demand that we're seeing. Preservation demand can really change a lot depending on characteristics within the market. As you said, we are seeing increased demand recently. And we also, there's a lot of variation within preservation itself. We serve everyone from single-family homeowners to rent-stabilized properties, Mitchell-Lama co-ops, HDFCs, so really wide range of properties. And so looking at the applications and what's coming in is really important so we can make sure that we're allocating the capital resources specifically where we need them. We have made, just on the capacity front, we have made a lot of progress on staffing. And I will say that, so the vacancy rate there has dropped a lot. We also supplemented those kind of staff resources with hiring temps to help us get through some of the backlog that we saw when we lost a lot of staff during the pandemic. We also are very fortunate and appreciate your support through City of Yes. We, both on the capital side, we do expect that a significant amount of those resources will go to preservation, but also we added staffing capacity in preservation finance specifically.
Do we have a sense yet of what the breakdown of how much preservation capital or how much capital will go to preservation term sheets and projects?
So we're still evaluating the pipeline for next year, but I think over the next month or two, we'll have a better understanding of what to expect.
And then the only thing I would add is at the state level, as they talk about the additional $1 billion that we're grateful for the state, we want all of this to work in concert with each other. So we're looking at that, the city piece, and of course the federal component and discussion about where those budget pieces will land will impact how we make the best mix.
Thank you. Councilmember Aviles, Yaya wants you to go.
Great, thank you, Chair, and congratulations. Sunset Park is very proud.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I have a couple of different questions. For the record, can you tell us the $375 million in your testimony that you noted specifically for NYCHA, what it's for?
So, sorry, would you?
It's the second bullet point on the second page.
Thank Council Member, that's money that goes to NYCHA that we don't control the programming for. It only passes through our budget.
So you just send it over to NYCHA and you have no idea what it's about?
I mean, so there is money in our programs to support the NYCHA PAC program, but yes, the oversight, the execution of that happens with the NYCHA, with NYCHA and their executive leadership.
So you do note the $875 million specifically for PACT, and this is a separate pot of money from that. So I guess, does NYCHA report back what they're doing with $375 million?
I think they have information that they will provide OMB, but again, we are, as partners with NYCHA on a number of different programs, this is one way that we help support their programming financial support.
Okay, so we'll follow up with NYCHA.
Yeah, and also just to clarify that the $875 million mentioned is on the capital side. So the $375 is expense and the $875 is capital.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of public land, what is HPD's position on how the city should be approaching utilizing public land?
So HPD has had a long and proud tradition of building 100% affordable on public land. I will say that we are looking now, especially given the dramatic need for housing. When you think about specific EOs and initiatives, so we have a citywide initiative looking at public assets, particularly city buildings, places where not only we need to build housing, but maybe we have an out-of-date facility where there are city workers who could benefit from a new workplace and deserve a better work work situation. So in those projects, we've been looking at mixed income opportunities, especially where the mixed income opportunity might yield a project where there are more units constructed that would have otherwise not been built in those areas. An example would be 100 Gold of that, where we are estimating somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,000 units, 500 of which would be affordable based on that number and would represent 10 times what has been built in that neighborhood before. But for the majority of our public land, especially those public land parcels, those combination of sites where there's streamlined ability to build, there's less complication. We have been putting out 100% affordable projects one after the other. 24 and 24, last year's commitment is a really good example where we estimate from the 8 or 9 sites we're involved in, 2,000 units of 100% affordable projects.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important for the record, obviously, public land we should be building 100% affordable. I have a situation where they're trying to build majority market rate housing on public land, which I find an abomination, dereliction of duty, among other things. But we're not going to deliberate that now. In terms of, can the agency supply the council with a copy of their preliminary racial equity plan?
That would be a question I would defer to. We're working with the Mayor's Office on Equity, but we can take that back and respond to the council immediately.
Okay, I'm sure you're aware that this report is 400 plus days overdue, so we're eagerly awaiting its release. In terms of extremely low costs, extremely cost burden households, 20% AMI for a 3-person family is $25,420. These are families who need rents that are $1,100 less, for which the HVS found a tiny vacancy rate of only 0.39%. How long does it take on average for an ELI income affordable project to move through the pipeline? And has that been increasing or decreasing?
So over time, due to increasing costs and many of the complications we talked about earlier, labor, the lending environment, and our own budget capacity and constraints, which have gotten better, but started from a place where we were dealing with backlogs and continue to deal with backlogs. The time in the pipeline has gotten longer. So our projects, and in particular, you're probably referring to our ELA projects, extra low and low income housing, though I will point out that in most of our term sheets, we are building housing for individuals who are the most vulnerable, who are on the lower end of the spectrum. The timeline for that has certainly gotten longer, but we have seen different adjustments on each of our term sheets. So at certain points, we may be in a better position with funding for supportive housing or senior housing, and we'll have a shorter timeline for that. But overall, we have seen it creep to a longer side. That being said, we're at a point where we have more resources than we had before, we have more staffing, and we've been looking at process efficiencies to try to reduce that timeline. We know that that's something we have to continue to work on and do better.
So what is the timeline?
So right now we are telling developers who are in our pipeline it would be 5 years or longer, depending on available resources and conditions at that time. And there's a mix of things that we also have to consider. So it's not only city resources, but it's also the availability of federal low-income tax credits, the availability of home funds, which is a funding source we use primarily for our senior projects, and both of which have been the top of topic when we're talking about HUD funding and federal appropriations. So as those funding sources become either more flexible, in the case of the low-income tax credits, where if we were to get legislative changes that made it more flexible to do more of that work, or with home funds, where we saw the federal budget appropriate at a level that meets the need we've told them we can use if we have those funds, then the pipeline can get shorter. there isn't a scenario given the costs and the increasing costs of these projects, and some of which are costs we're still considering as we think about tariffs or other federal legislation coming down the pipe. Until we can't do this with city budget alone, so we need the federal partner to assist us. Additionally, in absence of that, this is why we come back to mixed income strategies. So this is why we're trying to use non-subsidy strategies to build large amounts of affordable units, especially for those extra low and low income families. So the full answer, I think, is important, but directly to your question, we're saying 5 years or longer, but that can change based on the availability of resources.
And one last question, Chair, if I may. How many ELI projects do you have in the pipeline currently?
Again, so most of our projects include tiers of extra low
Right.
income projects. So, and the reason why we do that, because we have stress and need for housing at multiple levels of income. Again, 80% and lower is considered low-income housing, and many of those are households we work with through our constituent services every day. I would say up to 93% of the units that we build have been financed for 80% AMI units or lower.
You consider 80% AMI low income? I mean, in New York City.
Yeah, well, in New York City, if it's a family of three, it's $110,000 a year. So if you talk about two wage earners who are making $50,000 or $55,000 a year together, raising a child in New York City, yes, that family is having difficulty.
It definitely is
affording.
strapped, and I'm just surprised by 100,000 is not the average AMI in our community. In fact,
And yes, and I'll just
40 is where we're hovering, and anything above that is unaffordable housing.
Yeah.
I would say two things. One, the standards set by the federal government, right?
Right.
We're using with federal AMI standards. And then the other thing, which I'll just point out, I know people know, but I'm not sure if the full public knows, there have been changes to many of the programs, especially in the last couple of years, to go further and target that. So the changes in City of Yes to allow for option 3 of 40% of AMI. And even in 467M, which is the commercial to residential conversion program, there is a specific layer for 40% of AMI. So I think there's certainly a recognition that in our programs we have to be more targeted, but we cannot forget that we have, and I know that you don't, that there are multiple levels of low-income households that we need to help with our housing.
And if I may just add also, I think what Commissioner Tagani referenced between the full range of our programs, between particularly, the full as of right and also our subsidized programs. When you look at our subsidized housing production, which is really where HPD can prioritize where we put our money programmatically, we see 68.6% in the last calendar year of subsidized new construction affordable for up to 50% AMI. So yes, while we have larger numbers that are 80% AMI or below, when you do look at that subsidized production, we are directing our resources to those lowest income New Yorkers.
Got it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on Councilmember Avila's questions. I believe last year during either prelim or exec, when we asked this question about the size of the HPD pipeline, then Commissioner Carrion, now Deputy Mayor, mentioned the number of 750 projects in the pipeline. So can you tell us if there's an updated figure there, and if you have that breakdown for the number of projects in the pipeline, how many are ELI, using that term sheet particularly?
So the overall pipeline has remained pretty steady because we get new projects all the time. I just want to clarify a little bit. So every new construction projects we finance has units for extremely low income households, every single one of them. And that is the same in preservation as well. It is very rare to see a project in preservation that doesn't have ELI units, right? Our assistance really helps the buildings that are more deeply affordable in order to remain viable, healthy buildings longer term. So the overall timeline really depends more on other factors, right? As I was saying, we had a backlog in preservation for a long time. We've been working through. We've been really trying to prioritize projects with the most urgent needs, which tend to also be buildings where there's deeper affordability. In new construction, we are trying to advance the pipeline as quickly as we can. As the acting commissioner said, we are limited on the federal resource front, which really impacts new construction because we're highly dependent on availability of low-income housing tax credits in particular, where we haven't seen growth of that resource in a very, very, very long time. So I just want to reiterate, every project that we have an ability to make a discretionary decision about, we are targeting affordability for extremely low income and very low income households. And you can see that, I think, in the records that we have. I know this sounds like just numbers, but it's not, right? Like, over the last couple years, we have financed the most housing for households exiting shelter. We have financed the most supportive housing, right? In new construction, we've had some of the highest production for extremely low-income households ever. So it really is deliberate decision-making on our end to make sure that where we have a choice, we're investing those resources to provide households that are the most vulnerable to the forces within the market housing choice.
And one more follow-up, then I'll ask a question. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Ressler, just came back, and he was on the queue, and then Councilmember Salamanca. If you can just make it concrete for the public, right? We have about 750 projects in the pipeline. How long would it take to get through those 750 projects particularly? Or if it's easier or more concrete to answer this question in a different way, how many projects do you close per year, whether by number of projects or size of financing?
I don't have the project information here, but we finance hundreds of projects a year. We finance more projects in preservation than we do in new construction outside of the as of right program areas. So certainly 45X, 421A, there's a bigger volume than on the subsidized production front. How quickly we could get through that pipeline depends on a lot of factors. Certainly, we have a very robust capital budget. We've been very blessed with support within the administration and advocacy by City Council to make sure that those resources are sufficient, and we appreciate that. That our capital budget has grown, which has been really, really helpful, and allowing us to be able to navigate the pipeline and advance projects. It's also a function of staffing, but there are also things out of our control, right? So how quickly a developer can manage some of the due diligence and approvals that are not approvals that are just ones that we can grant, right? So maybe a project needs a waterfront certification. Maybe they need a lending approval. Maybe they're trying to deal with some complicated remediation, environmental remediation questions. Maybe it's an HDFC co-op and they need board approval, and it takes them a while to make sure that all the residents are comfortable with the plan. So even if we had significantly more resources, we couldn't necessarily significantly advance the pipeline immediately because there's a lot of other questions there at stake besides just how much capital is in the budget or how many staff we have.
And the only thing I'll add is, and the council has brought this up before, and the administration has taken this seriously, so we are talking about multiple agencies having to work together to move one project forward. So people are familiar with the Get Stuff Built report. We have multiple recommendations that we're working on with DEP, with DOB, with our partners at the state level with DEC. These permissions and regulatory pieces add considerable time to it. So in both, cutting that time, we can save tremendous money. It's the reason why the Green Fast Track was a priority. By removing environmental pieces that don't seem to work out to actual issues. 95% of the time, we saved $100,000 in 4 months. So if we can save these dollars through the regulatory piece, if we can take projects that would otherwise use subsidy but have them use programs like J51 so we can make room for something else, if we can get more resources and support that with additional staff in place, those are the things that would feed into the answer. So that's why it's difficult to give you a certain range.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. I'm going to ask that we try to, just to be respectful of their time, if you can answer this as succinctly as you can. The preliminary plan includes 13 positions and $1.5 million for FY26 for preservation finance capacity. What specific capacity challenges will these 13 new positions address? Can you walk us through well, you already did walk us through the preservation or the full pipeline, but specifically, can you talk to us about the bottlenecks and how these new positions will address those bottlenecks?
So I can start off and Deputy Commissioner can join me, but generally speaking, projects that come in, projects that come in fill out pre-application with us to give us initial data about their project. Often at that point, when we're ready to assign a project manager, which is one of the things this will help us do more readily, and there are multiple different term sheets and program areas. Maybe you are a HUD finance building, and so there's a certain term sheet for you. If you're a rent stabilized building, there's a certain term sheet for you, not rent stabilized, et cetera. In addition to that initial application, we ask people to put together a physical needs assessment, because if we're going to put money into a project, whether it's Reso A given by a council member or if it's our own funding, we need to do and see the entire extent, because we don't want that project to come back 2 or 3 years later. So when we're in the project, we're looking at the full gamut of work. And then everything that comes in later is about scoping the project, making sure the scope is responsive, identifying what funds we need versus that they're able to leverage, or looking at questions like the rental collection in the building, what their tax arrear situation is, do they have any title issues that's a problem for us, and then trying to get all of that resolved to get to a closing. But Kim, please.
Yeah, and specifically on the funding front, we are seeing a lot of HDFC co-ops, Mitchell-Lomas, that have growing needs. And so both on the staffing front as well as on the capital budget allocation front, we are trying to make sure that we have additional support and resources for those properties. In addition, we have some older supportive housing projects that we want to make sure that we have staff that can help manage, as well as make sure we have the resources to support them.
Got it, thank you. What is the overall headcount for preservation finance today? And what is the average caseload or project load for a project manager?
The workload varies by program. For projects in pre-development, probably 8+ projects. The overall head count, I don't know if my colleague has it.
So as of our February roster, we have about 54 staff for preservation finance.
And we just added additional capacity there this year.
In addition to the temp services and the support services Kim mentioned earlier.
Do you have an ideal workload for these project managers? Is 8? I told you to stay. Just a couple more, and I have a feeling that Councilmember Salamanca has a few for you too.
So we do still have a backlog, so we're very cognizant of making sure ideally, to move through the backlog, you could try to assign more projects to the staff, but we just don't feel that we would be able to successfully manage projects that way. So we think that staff are essentially at capacity right now. And that's why, as part of the City of Yes discussions, I know there was a lot of interest in making sure we're supporting some of the Mitchell-Lama co-ops, HDFC co-ops. That's also where, interestingly, we are seeing some of the highest demand and where we have some of the longer backlog. And so that's where we in particularly are trying to increase capacity so we can move more of those projects forward.
Yeah. I'm sorry, last one, but just to beat the horse dead, sorry, horse. How much more capacity would you need to be able to do what HPD can do to move projects faster through the pipeline?
To advance the projects in the backlog, we would have to get back to you.
Darn, I thought I was going to get you. Okay. Thank you. I'd now like to turn it over to Councilmember Lincoln Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Sanchez. It is great to be joined by Anaya, and you just are like the most impressive and inspiring person, so it's great to be with you. All right, I will continue to say nice things, but I'm not happy about it. I am just like genuinely thrilled that Acting Commissioner Tagani is before us today. I can't think of somebody who cares more about like working people in New York City than you, and having you in this just critically important job like gives me hope for working people across the city. All right, that's the last nice thing I'm going to say.
Thank you. Thanks. Now we're back. Okay.
You got to relish in that.
Yeah, I just don't even.
HPD's website indicates that, quote, preserving affordable housing means making sure homes that are affordable now stay affordable into the future. And in the midst of a housing crisis that is pricing too many New Yorkers out of too many neighborhoods, it's one of our best tools to keep people in their homes. However, if someone visits the page for the Participation Loan Program, or the Multifamily Housing Rehabilitation Loan Program, or the Housing Preservation Opportunities Program, they're met with the following message. Quote, thank you for your interest. We are sorry to inform you we currently have limited staff capacity and a significant backlog of projects, and as a result, the assignment of a project manager can take up to a year. I think the Deputy Commissioner Darga was just getting at this to the chair's questions as well, but geez, that's not good. So how many more project managers do we need to get that timeline down to, let's say, a 2-week response?
So if I can start. So the first thing, thank you for the question, Council Member. The first thing I would say here is that there are buildings that come into, right now because we had limited tools, we continue to have limited tools, but we have more tools now than we just had, several months ago. There are buildings that asked for help that may benefit from other tools that didn't require a full preservation refinancing. So again, I mentioned J51 because there were a lot of repairs and physical and financial distress that could be addressed through that program that I think will allow buildings that would otherwise have to go through that process to go further and faster and help those tenants in those buildings more quickly. And so that program just recently has been launched, and we're working on getting those buildings assessed, and we'll understand better how the backlog is reduced without those buildings as part of the overall count. The second thing I would say is that there are operating expenses that we are trying to also address by tying owners who have vacant units to vouchers and continuing to do assessments to see, again, is this something that you need a full building renovation, or is it about operating expenses and we can either attack it by using rental subsidy as a way to ground you. But to do a more full accounting, as the Deputy Commissioner said, we will need to come back to you on that. I will say that as we increase the number of tools that do not require a discretionary process or require a full rehab financing, because there's buildings at different stages, we'll be able to move buildings more quickly.
Just one addition, just on the capacity front. We've been trying to think about ways to manage this question, both thinking about staffing and rebuilding the team that was really dramatically hit during the pandemic, but also through other ways. And that includes looking at process. As the Acting Commissioner said a few minutes ago, we actually launched the Community Partners for Affordable Renovation program in the fall, where we are partnering with lending institutions who are doing a lot of the early kind of loan review, due diligence work, and submitting a package to us to help us manage our resources more strategically. We also are hiring consultants that are going to do some of the early loan packaging for us so that we get a more complete package. When we can assign somebody, we can move faster through the process on our end. We also have, you may recall from some of the prior budget hearings, we added some funding to kind of add strategic capacity in the Office of Development and Legal by hiring temps to help manage the backlog. So in addition to the permanent staff, I think at this point we have approximately 24 staff in the Office of Development that we're hiring, on a multi-year kind of contract basis in order to help us advance those projects as well. So we're really trying on a number of fronts, both on the process front, the using other partners front, and on the temporary staff front to increase our capacity to be able to address this question.
And I think the Deputy Commissioner mentioned it, but in the Office of Legal, we have 5 MWBE firms that are helping with the transaction conversations, so those move quickly too.
And I just have to point out, if visitors go to HPD's website looking to apply for preservation financing, they're asked to fill out a Microsoft form preliminary application. Why do applicants need to go through a Microsoft form? Is this something the department uses because of staffing challenges and backlog? Is this, there's then additional applications I presume they have to complete. Could you just explain that to us?
More often than not, in order to reduce, we lose a lot of time in the back and forth where there isn't complete information provided. So someone may come in with some guidance about what the term sheet is they need to use and what direction they need to go in. And there are some people who are more expert in this work. We see in our new construction side, there's a lot of technical expertise and experience that doesn't always exist on the preservation side in particular. So this helps us get to the questions we need to, so we get them to the people they need to talk to faster, and we can move into the process points like getting a physical needs assessment more quickly. This is, in fact, helping us get the work done faster.
Can you just remind me how many positions are being added at HPD as a result of City of Yes?
So it's 94 overall.
94.
Yeah,
So I just think it's notable that you all have been trying and grinding and fighting it out with OMB at every step of the way to help address the vacancies in your agency and make sure that you have a bare minimum of staff in place. But it's the City Council that when City of Yes came to our doorstep, thanks to the leadership of Chair Sanchez and Speaker Adams, they said, we need HPD to be able to do their jobs. You can't do it by starving them, which is what Mayor Adams and Director Jiha have done at every step of the way over the last 3.5 years. And it was this City Council that said we need to add 94 headcount to HPD so that we can actually get this backlog under control, that we can ensure that it doesn't take a year to respond to applicants who want to pursue housing opportunities in our communities. That we can actually move forward on affordable housing at scale. I am so frustrated that this mayor has not made the affordability crisis a priority and has failed HPD, in my opinion, for the past 3+ years. You're not going to say any of that. I'm saying it. But it was this City Council that fought for nearly 100 new jobs. It's an unusual thing that we wouldn't say we need new parks investments or infrastructure investments or fancy affordable housing projects in our district. We said we need staff at HPD because we understand that for good things to happen across our neighborhoods, you all need headcount. And you don't have enough today. And we're trying our best, but we need a mayor who's an actual partner. I have other questions, but I imagine I'll shut up now and try and come back for a second.
Councilmember, I will say I really do, and we really do appreciate the council's advocacy on behalf of the agency, the support and the lines. I will say, if you look through the budget, though, both the administration, HPD, our conversation with OMB, additional lines, additional investments, and budget has gone forward, and our record overall has been to rebuild the agency to meet record levels of both creation and preservation, to hit completions, which is a indicator that we don't talk enough about, but the actual construction of building the unit and putting the money into increasing the processes so people get into housing faster. That being said, I will say again, truly appreciate the advocacy of you, the chair, and others here at the council.
I appreciate that. It's just normally council members are looking to fund fancy projects where we get to cut ribbons and look good. And in this instance, we put a bunch of our political capital into getting 100 head count at your agency because we understood that you did not have the person power to do your jobs, and that undermines our ability to get affordable housing projects built across each of our districts and across the city. And so that's usually the job of a mayor. That is typically the responsibility of City Hall and OMB to look and analyze and assess what resources agency need to be able to execute effectively. But we've had to step up and fill those basic functions because of the failures of this administration. Again, that's for me to say, not for you. I couldn't be more disappointed.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Ressler, and I'll also join in giving kudos to this body. We have your back. We want to make sure that you have the adequate staffing, right? I now want to turn it over to Councilmember Salamanca. Thank you for your patience. I know you have to run to chair your own hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I just wanted to start off by saying how proud I am of you. I know that they have you as the acting commissioner. We got to figure out how to get that word act out. I think you've done a fabulous job, both working at the mayor's office and going to buildings and now your growth here in HPD. But Commissioner, I have concerns about the sizes of the units that we are approving or that we're building here in the city of New York. I've approved over 10,000 units of 100% affordable housing in my 9 years here in the council. As I'm visiting these buildings, the unit sizes or the bedroom sizes are matchboxes. They're small. You could barely fit in a bed and a stand and a TV stand there. And as I'm visiting also, there's been an increase of 1421A development happening. I don't know if, they started the foundation before it expired, and I'm visiting some of these units, and those units are even smaller than the ones that we negotiated here in HPD. What oversight does HPD have on the unit sizes of these 421A projects?
So just thank you for the question, and thank you for your advocacy of getting so many units through. Just to talk quickly about it, building size, apartment size and unit size is governed by the multiple dwelling law. So it starts with state regulation over the minimum. So that's the minimum of what's required. And then generally speaking, anything that has to do with the New York City building code and what's the minimum versus the maximum would live within the building code. For HPD subsidized projects, we do try to think of a thoughtful, efficient design that not only, again, tries to get us as many units, but also incorporates things like sustainability features, ADA accessibility features. We have heard about the push for different unit size. It, for us, really is a question of trying to get a reasonable number of units, because we're in this housing crisis, but also sometimes the lot configuration or the building envelope zoning constraints, those can contribute to what kind of and how many units and how big those units are. So we do try to take every project in front of us and maximize it. We've heard about the number of larger apartments, but we also try to maximize unit size when we can, but there are other considerations that we have to take.
I don't have much time.
Yeah.
The Councilmember Darlene Neely did something very smart a few months ago. She was going to kill a project if they did not increase the size, the square footage of those units. And I wish I would have used that philosophy when I started here 9 years ago. But for my colleagues that are here, take that into consideration. HPD, you need us to approve these projects, and you need to work with us in terms of bigger unit sizes. And it's just unfair to the families that we're housing where we're putting them into these small units. Another issue that I'm having is the closing of projects. I don't understand why a project like La Central or Whitlock 2, you have to break it up into phases. Whitlock project, phase 1 is almost completed. Now they have to wait for the closing of Whitlock 2, which in return, construction is not nice in the community. It's ugly, right? There's traffic, there's debris, and it's uncomfortable. There could be noise. And what HPD has done by not closing on phase 2 much sooner or in one shot, you've inconvenienced the community when it comes to construction. And the AMIs that we're approving here in the council change when you finally close. So if I approve an AMI structure in 2021 and you close in 2026, the rent is much higher than what it was approved in 2021. And we as elected officials seem as if we're not being honest with our communities. What can you do to close on projects, these big scale projects, much quicker? And instead of splitting them up, just close them up all in one shot.
So I would say just the price tag of closing a project of that size. I mean, we are encouraged, we like seeing multi-phase projects, but individual projects, standalone buildings as their own, they can come at hundreds of millions of dollars. A multi-phase project with 3 or 4 buildings can easily, significantly swallow both the federal resource and the local subsidy. And we have made commitments throughout the city to build housing in every borough because we want accessibility and chance for housing to happen in every borough. We try to think equitable about it. We try to look at making sure we're making investments in every borough. That may prevent us from being able to take a full project that's multi-phase, that's multiple buildings, and go after that project in one shot. So we are trying to close as fast as we can. We talked about earlier about the resource constraints, and as we see more resources at the federal and local level, we'll move faster to get the projects done. But on the construction coordination, we try to work with DOB and developers. I was at DOB. I agree with you. It can be very inconvenient for communities, and we try to figure out mitigations.
Yeah, and then I want to close with this. I've been in communications with my colleague, Councilmember Mercedes Narcisse. I think what happened to her in this project at 2134 Coyle Avenue was irresponsible and wrong. Where we came here, we approved an affordable housing project where the community was not in favor of it. The councilwoman went out of her way to speak to community members to get them on board. She did that. We approved the land use, we rezoned it, and then the property owner and the developer did a switch and bait on her and gave that property to someone else, and now a shelter is being built there. This is how you lose trust in a community. And I hope that you find out who the lobbyist is, who the developer is, and who the general contractor was that signed in, because I'm pretty sure that you did all the numbers.
Oh, it's not an HPD project.
It was not an HPD project?
No, this is my
2134
understanding.
Coyle?
My understanding is that this was a mixed income project that didn't come through the HPD pipeline. There was a discretionary project, but they may be subject to either MIH or 421A, but it wasn't a subsidized HPD project.
Well, I hope that we take notice, HPD takes notice of who the developer was, the lobbyist was, and who the general contractor was, and that there's a red stain on their record for doing a bait and switch on Councilmember Narcisse and on this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salamanca, and I also want to thank you for the way that you work with each of us as land use chairs to advocate so we can get these all to the finish line. Thank you. I want to first I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Feliz and Councilmember Brewer. I'm going to ask another set of questions, and then I believe Councilmember Brewer has questions, so we'll turn to her. So I want to turn next to neighborhood pillars. Yaya is super into this, by the way. Neighborhood Pillars, as folks know, is the program that provides low-interest loans and tax exemptions to nonprofits and mission-driven organizations to acquire and rehabilitate buildings across the city using low-interest loans and tax exemptions. So in the administration's own housing plan from 2022, Housing Our Neighbors, there was a commitment to revamp this critical preservation program, but that plan has not reflected reality. After the administration refused to include any new funding for pillars in fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24, the council finally secured $30 million across fiscal years 25 and 26 in the last budget negotiation. It has been 9 months since adoption, and HPD has still not relaunched this program or updated the term sheet. Why is that? And can you commit to relaunch Neighborhood Pillars before the end of this fiscal year?
So I can say that relaunching Pillars has continued to be a priority for us. There are a number of things that we continue to have conversations on, both inside the agency and with stakeholders in our community. The nonprofits and basically the preservation partners we ultimately work with on this term sheet and effectuate in real life to make projects move. So the commitment to doing this is there, and in fact, we are at a point where we are very close, ready to go. We understand that Council of Finance had raised some questions, so we have a meeting with them next week to talk about it. We didn't want to take the next step without having that conversation first, and we are excited to be able to move on that and other term sheets as well.
So can you commit to relaunching by the end of the year?
The Chair, the most responsible thing I could do is commit to making sure that we talk to Council Finance, but our intention is to make this the year that the term sheet gets published. We want this term sheet out there. We want to start doing the work.
My understanding is, and not to, again, beat a dead horse, but that we've been reaching out and we've been asking and we haven't heard back. So when is your meeting with Council Finance?
My friendly amendment to that is, as the person who has been reached out to, always communicating back that we are working on this and that we are continuing to go through those questions. Again, there was actually some good feedback through City of Yes and the community conversations in City of Yes that has been part of our conversation internal. And the next step will be to meet with Council Finance to be able to talk through where we've landed and make sure we get this term sheet out as fast as possible.
Okay, thank you. So in addition to the term sheet itself, continuing the conversation, the thread on staffing, what is the total budget for neighborhood pillars in the preliminary plan on the capital side? And given the critical importance of this tool for preserving distressed buildings, what additional capital and staffing resources is HPD putting towards this program over the next 5 years?
I'm going to turn to our DC for budget on that.
Yeah. So in terms of neighborhood pillars, so first with the capital budget, with the funding, we do move funding around depending on where projects are. What was added for neighborhood pillars is about 42 million right now as it stands across the financial plan. And in terms of preservation, we like to look at it overall. Our overall preservation capital plan over the 10-year capital plan is about $5.8 billion right now.
And what is the budgeted headcount affiliated or associated with the Neighborhood Pillars program? What is the vacancy rate?
So we don't have as far as that particular program, but that's under our overall preservation finance team that I mentioned earlier that currently has an active headcount of about 54 people, and we continue to hire.
A little bit out of my own order here, but there is, let me just get it here. She's doing it with one hand, y'all. So the preliminary plan includes 17 new positions for state housing incentive staff. So how are the staff assigned? Are they assigned by incentives and programs, or is it caseload? Is it project load?
So they're assigned, and I'll let Kim pick up where I probably will leave off or not touch on, but they're assigned both in the program areas that both oversee, they take in the application, oversee process, and execute. At the end of the day, there are also investments in our legal team that support the transactions here. And additionally, as you know, in the new 45X, there is a commitment to MWBE's contract commitment, and we have additional resource in our Office of Equal Opportunity Inclusion Program to make sure that we're looking into those projects and they're making their MWBE commitment.
We also, there are two parts just to add to that. So that's specifically to help us implement the new state tax incentives. So 421A extension, 45X, 467M, and now J51, the reformed J51 program. So everything that the acting commissioner said, plus we also are increasing capacity on compliance and enforcement.
Got it. And before turning to Councilmember Brewer, I just want to do a little bit more follow-up on term sheets, right? So stepping back from neighborhood pillars, last year, Commissioner Carrion and OMB committed to updating term sheets for both new construction and preservation programs across the board. 1 year later, and HPD's website, as Councilmember Ressler highlighted earlier, shows that term sheets are outdated. Some go as far back as 2018 that haven't been updated. So can you talk to us about the status of the updating of the rest of these term sheets? Why haven't they been updated? Is it a staffing challenge? Is it insufficient capital to put into these programs? Why haven't you been able to get the administration to prioritize this for HPD?
I think three things. One, the funding and both the expense and the capital availability has changed a couple of times over the last 10 months in particular. So the money that we have to count on, the ability to make sure that we know which area to properly apply it to so that we can execute the most number of units we can most efficiently. There have been a number of changes just in construction and lending alone that we're trying to respond to in our term sheets. Again, our term sheet, HBD, is a gap filler. We're largely working in a pie where they're also leveraging either funding from CDFIs, general banking institutions, and we're trying to make sure that as those changes happen, as they're reacting to trends in the market, our term sheet is not only being comparable, but allows us to continue to advance new policy ideas. We've also updated the requirements. We've increased and boosted things like sustainability. And as we can identify outside sources like NYSERDA funds that helps us do those helps us pay for that, we're able to figure out whether we need a traditional source or we can count on state sources to do that. So that mix, those questions, plus we did spend considerable, I'm going to say Kim spent, and her team spent considerable time in roundtable discussions, meeting with the people who build these buildings, nonprofits, faith-based, the for-profit affordable housing sector, to figure out what we need in order to be successful. All of that work took more time. But we are in a position where we think in the next couple of weeks we'll be able to quickly make these available. And I will say this, in the interim time, while we've been working with our partners to make sure that we can get these projects financially feasible. We would never close something, even if the term sheet's from 2018. We work with them individually. We work with OMB to make sure they can go out the door and they can work. That being said, the term sheets create predictability, consistency, and they send a signal to invite more people to do work with us, which we recognize, and that's the reason why getting these out is so important.
Thank you. You know what's coming. You know what the next question is. Can you commit to releasing updated term sheets by the end of this fiscal year?
We've made a commitment to, before we release, to have, to make sure that we've checked all the boxes. So I think we are in a good place to say yes to that. I will say, we know that there may be questions from the council, and we'll probably have to field some. But yes, I think we feel good, in a good place, at least on a number of the major term sheets, to be able to do that this year. And we can provide updates. I think Richard has my cell phone number, and he is not afraid to use it. And
so do I.
I know. It's true. It's also true. Most people in the council. But yes.
We all do. Great. Thank you, Acting Commissioner. I now want to turn it over to Councilmember Gail Brewer.
Thank you very much. I second all of the accolades for Ahmed Tijani. I'll just leave it at that. So, HDFCs. Now, I was teaching this morning at Hunter, so I don't have the fact that you may have already been asked about this, but I wanted to know how many have still to be going from TIL to HDFC or whatever you call it now, ANCP. And what's the budget for conversion, how many units, et cetera?
All right, give me 1 second.
And I guess they're mostly Manhattan, I don't know.
It's page 30.
And then the time frame and how because there's a lot of discussion about, we need to have more affordable housing, but it's frustrating when it's sitting right in front of us.
No, I understand. And I'll say that, the one thing I want to highlight is that, especially through the conversations we had, I want to say it's 2 summers ago at this point, 2 summers ago, where we met with both you and other council members, and we toured buildings together. We have made several changes and just released a new ANCP term sheet that I think is responsive to what we've heard from members of the community and from council, including the question of private debt on those buildings. So thank you for that feedback. But to your question specifically, we have, as a result, we have financed 25 ANCP projects with 57 former TIL buildings or 795 units. There are 69 buildings remaining in TIL. With
69 left to go.
Yep, with 33%, 23 buildings in pre-development right now. So 69 buildings left in TIL and 23 buildings in pre-development left to go.
And is it your impression, except for maybe the one that I know on 150th Street, that most of them are willing to go into ANCP, or you're still working on it?
I think we've done a couple things. One, we've doubled down on our community engagement and hired a very experienced and incredibly talented deputy director who's doing community engagement in a way we didn't do before. So that will help. That has helped already in conversations of moving things forward. The updated term sheet is something we're socializing now, and will be reflective of things that we've heard in the community. And then the last thing is that we're in a position with, state support of the Affordable Housing Opportunity Program and our own home ownership investment. We're in ability, and then now we've actually been able to staff up in a way that we weren't before. The combination of these things allows us to hit the ground running with more people. So we believe that we're on track to be more successful. And
Okay, so you got the 69 buildings, and then I guess somebody's paying attention to the buildings that have already converted to make sure that they're following the rules. Those buildings on 88th Street, those 3 apartments, they're still not following the rules, just so you know, those ones
This
that I
is
brought to your
the-
attention a while ago.
we can come follow up.
Okay, they're putting people in who do not meet the criteria.
Okay.
Supportive housing, same problem. And maybe this is more of a not occupying the apartment quickly enough. I mentioned before, and I don't want to mention the nonprofit, and there may be others, that one nonprofit has 100 vacancies right now in supportive housing, 100. And I guess my question is, do you know if that's normal? I mean, do you keep track of how many vacancies? And then, of course, I know you're trying to speed up the occupying the units, but that's a lot.
Yes.
So how are we, I'm just saying there's so many, units out there that are available, and so I'm trying to, do you have any sense of how fast it takes to get into a supportive unit? How are you changing the way in which we're occupying them, if at all?
So
100 is available right now with one nonprofit.
So if knowing any specific information is good, just in general, we've heard a lot about the re-rental policies. And in the past, what we've done, we had 2 exceptions that we were using before. One was that if a building opted to commit 15% of the total units of the building to formerly homeless set aside, we would be able to find a way to use open market solutions as well, as long as the units were eligible. Part of it had to do with the system that we built. Housing Connect has gone through 2 iterations so far, 2016 and 2020. We're, having a centralized system where people have optics in and be able to see clearly what's available is great and is good. And this is more general, not the supportive. But sometimes the tech doesn't work the way we need it to work. We've got a contract in place now that we're updating that technology. But in the interim, we have units that are available and people who are not getting access to those units. So we had put in 2 solutions recently. We don't think that we're solving all the problems, so we're actually working in the next couple of weeks to roll out more short-term interim ideas while we work on a long-term solution on the tech.
Okay, I guess my question would also be to call the supportive housing from FIPS to Volunteers of America, blah, blah, blah. How many vacancies do you have?
So our partners at HRA are the ones who track that.
They're supposed to do that?
Well, the supportive housing is a multi-agency.
I understand that.
Right? So HRA tracks that. However, we are working on a new dashboard. We're using home ARP funds right now to build a dashboard so that instead of passing spreadsheets and going through sort of a really bad connectivity on information, we're building a single dashboard so that HPD, DSS, HRA will be able to see it in real time. Okay. It was one of the innovations we identified last year, and we should be in procurement fairly soon.
When do you think that dashboard might be completed?
So we're in procurement this year, and then we're going to figure out with the vendor how quickly we can develop a scope. We'll probably use
in the interim, I'm just suggesting an intern can call everybody and say, how many vacancies do you have?
We can get that information.
And then you can work together, maybe, with other agencies to put somebody in that unit. I mean, am I guessing, I hate to say this, but you're probably talking 600 or more vacant supportive housing units right here.
So, Councilmember, I don't know what the number is, but I know that
I know it's 100 at one.
So I know the HRA knows the number today. We can make sure we get
I
that
bugged
information.
Molly about it. She didn't want to hear about it.
We will follow up with you, but this
Okay.
is one of the things we're working on.
Okay. Just a number of vouchers. I have the unfortunate, have to deal with the ABC site. They left, Extel purchased it. I'm trying to get more affordable units into that location. So in Manhattan, I know you're loath sometimes to use vouchers. You want them to go to the Bronx or elsewhere. I want vouchers in Manhattan. So if you already have, say, 20-25% of a project that is affordable, can you add vouchers to it?
I mean, we actually routinely ask owners if they, well, there's two things. One, we'll routinely ask owners who are using our programs, 421A, 485X in the future, whether they want to volunteer units to our formerly homeless set-aside program, and many of those individuals do come with vouchers. Additionally, where vouchers are available, we may connect them with Veteran Affairs because we do a lot of work trying to connect our VASH vouchers. That being said, this is the moment where I will say that we are in a question about the federal funding situation with Section 8 vouchers, so we're monitoring that. Right now, people know about the emergency housing voucher program, and we're trying to make clear that this is one of the things where people have vouchers. They can go into buildings, but
These
yeah,
buildings
sorry,
aren't
at the end
built
of the
yet.
day, we need the funding available to do it, and so we're making sure the federal government gives us that funding. To
Okay,
answer
these
your
buildings
question-
aren't building yet. What I'm saying is, you got X number of affordable, I'm trying to get more, and you can do that with vouchers. You say to the owner, the HPD will supply, I'm making this up, another 50 vouchers if you build the apartments.
So I would say that what we would do is we would work with our colleagues at DSS.
Okay.
We would work to figure out a way to see if individuals with vouchers whose payment standard meets the rent for the apartment
Okay.
and connect them with those units.
Okay, next, Ward's Island, why are we not deciding, this is my thing, I've been talking about it for years, big open land, does have a, as you know, fire department is there, a couple of shelters, blah, 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 and of course the state has the hospital there, which is mostly vacant. So my question is, why are we not having a study group to discuss why it can't become another Roosevelt Island or something to that effect? Land, Manhattan, available for housing, make it a Mitchell-Lama. Is that something that you'd be interested in? I've been trying to get everybody to think about it.
So there's actually a citywide housing activation task force going on right now. It was a
Is Ward's Island on the list?
I'm not sure, but that's the recommendation we'll take back today.
Okay. Windermere's 57th and 9th Avenues, empty. Goddard would like to buy it. It would give you about 600 units, maybe more. Sits there, empty. Owner wants to sell. Owner wants 70 million. Goddard thinks it's worth 30, maybe 50 in the middle. I keep mentioning it. We're all looking for housing, but it sits in the middle of our eyes, all over the place. And then all the buildings that H&H is leaving, I'm trying to get them to go to nonprofits. I don't hear anybody discussing that. The minute H&H leaves, if it's a hotel, it may go back to a hotel. But there are SROs out there. So we should be jumping on them to purchase them by a nonprofit, helping them. Just a suggestion.
Yep. We'll follow up both on the Windermere, and again,
Okay.
we have projects that come to us. There are steps like making sure that there's a appraisal and acquisition price, but there are tools that we have to help nonprofits as well, so we can follow up on that, plus any other buildings. And we'll talk to H&H about the issue you just raised.
Okay, and then finally, 100 Gold, I know that it's going to be public, it's going to be private and nonprofit, I guess, but the community board won, since I'm still paying attention to the community boards all over the place, they wanted it to be a community land trust. Why couldn't it be, this is city-owned land, why couldn't it be a community land trust at 100% affordable?
I would say three things to that. One, there's an RFP now, so any respondent, there's nothing that precludes any particular coordination or organization of teams. So if there's a team that wanted to come in with that proposal, they could. But there is three things we're trying to solve here. One, Lower Manhattan has not built significant affordable housing in this way in a long time.
Well, 5 World Trade Center,
Yeah,
they
but
didn't want to do it. But.
When you look at the number of units created over the last 10 years, this project could deliver 10 times.
Yeah,
what
we
that
want it
number
all
is.
to be 100% affordable.
The other piece of it is that 100 Gold, which houses several city agencies, and these public
Including you.
servants, yep, work in the building that needs $230 million of capital repairs. This is also an opportunity to put those public servants in a place where they can work, but work in a modern office as well, including us here.
Okay.
And so weighing both the additional proceeds that needs to do that, delivering the housing, and again, if there's additional money that goes beyond that, affordability, increasing affordability would be one of the things we would try to do.
Okay, but community land trust might have been something to include as part of this discussion.
It's not precluded, and
Okay.
so teams
All
should.
right. You can see we go back and forth. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. I'm voting on land use. They all are overlapping, these hearings. I don't think you're on the committee, so Councilmember Ressler, I'm going to go to you as I can vote.
Thank you so much, Chair Sanchez. And this has really been quite a love fest, huh? It's like almost too much.
I'm not going to respond to that, Councilmember.
All
That
right,
was
fair.
not-
All right.
I don't think too much is a.
So I am going to bother you now about a site in my district that we've had some tense conversations before, which is Bedford Gardens. So this is a 600-plus unit Mitchell-Lama development that the owner proposed 80+% rent increases.
Okay.
HPD helped negotiate down to 8+% rent increase over a multi-year period. And now the owner is proceeding with 80 tenants that they're trying to evict. And I'm just devastated. We're trying to connect every last one of them to legal services. There's a variety of different reasons that they're pursuing eviction proceedings, but this kind of scale is just heartbreaking, and we really need help. So, firstly, I know we always get into cute conversations with NYCHA about what to do with overhoused tenants. But in a situation like this, where you have a 100-year-old woman who's in a 2-bedroom apartment and she's facing a rent increase that's so extreme she can't pay it, and is now at risk of eviction, what can HPD do to help?
So, two things. If, in addition to in addition to those negotiations, there were vouchers that were provided through the NYCHA project-based voucher RFP. So if that individual is connected to a voucher in that way, there's a different set of pre-termination and eviction prevention tools that is built within the Section 8 program. Again, if the overhoused status has to do with their voucher status versus the housing company rule status, those are two different strategies.
We have both challenges.
In the voucher situation, there are certain rules just having to do with the fact it's a federal voucher. There are payment and household standards that need to be evaluated. That's how you get your voucher standard and your payment standard. And violating those rules may be outside the Public Housing Authority, the PHA's hands.
But we find flexible ways around those rules as necessary.
On the federal side,
with Section 9 housing every day, right? Why is there such a radical difference here that people are going to be kicked out? A 100-year-old woman's going to get kicked out on the street in this situation, but in the Section 9 development across the street, we look the other way and allow that elderly lady to stay in her home because it's too challenging for her to move.
I can't speak for the Section 9. The other thing that usually comes up, and this is something going back to sequestration, when this was the right sizing piece was part of those budget cuts. There is sometimes a way to have it be limited to whether there are units of the appropriate size available in the unit before a transfer happens. Again, without knowing the specific situation, it's hard to figure out what the right remedy would be. But I would say, Section 9 and Section 8 are different programs. With the Section 8 piece, there are specific regulations around both what the voucher payment is related to the family composition behind the voucher that's issued. And so we're happy. I know that you've been in some conversation with the team. I don't have all the details, but I can go back and come back to have a more detailed conversation with you about it.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like you all put a healthy amount of energy and effort and time and resources into negotiations with Kraus to try to limit extreme rent increases to more to less extreme rent increases. And NYCHA leadership put a great deal of time and effort and energy to put Bedford Gardens at the top of the list in terms of allocating new Section 8 vouchers. And now we're about to see all of that hard work basically go up in smoke because we're going to see every sixth tenant in the development kicked out. And I don't think that's the outcome that you want. I don't think it's the outcome that NYCHA wants. It's certainly not the outcome that me and every elected official representing the South Williamsburg community wants or the residents want. And we just need some help in figuring out how to push back more effectively against Kraus to keep neighbors in their homes.
We can follow up with you on that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. I now want to turn it over to Councilmember Joseph, and then I'll come back for my questions.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to see you here with your little one, of course. Good afternoon. How are you? I'm Councilmember Joseph, representing the 40th Council District. I don't even know where to begin. We have quite a few AEP programs in our district, quite a few. I get them almost every week. So tenants are still reporting problems with the AEP programs. So how much staffing do you have for the program compared to what it's been in the past?
So I have with me the Deputy Commissioner for Enforcement right now. I will say that staffing has increased, and I'll let our DC for Budget talk through the numbers.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. For that program, with the November plan that just passed, prior to this plan, we added an additional 13 staff members and 1.1 million to support that program. That program is part of our Enforcement Neighborhood Services, of course, and our AEP program right now has an active, AEP and 7A program combined, we have an active headcount of about 50 staff, and so with the 13 additional, we're looking to continue just hiring and building out that team.
So how long does it take when a building gets into AEP program? How long does it take to get in? How long does it take to get out? Because I'm still getting phone calls on a daily basis about these buildings, and so the purpose of the AEP is to take over, enforce, make repairs. I'm still getting calls.
So the first step is that every January 30th, analysis is done where 250 buildings that meet certain conditions around the violations, the amount of emergency repair that we're doing, simply buildings and portfolios that are struggling the most are put into this enhanced program. A coordinator is assigned to that building. Both owners and tenants are notified of this work, and there's a 4-month period where there's an initial set of engagement, extra oversight. We are pushing to see them drill down and not only do the work, but also certify that the work is complete. They have to demonstrate to us that they've done it correctly. At the end of that period, if they have not done that, there's an order to correct that goes out where their failure to make those corrections does increase in both the monetary penalty that's assigned to it. And we have, so the targeted staff, the sort of work list and the workout plan that they have to address, plus at the end of that, if they can't, they have to get permission to leave the program. If they can't get permission to leave the program, there's an order to correct that comes with increased penalties and fines. And to your point, yes, there are buildings that continue to leave the program. And Deputy Commissioner, if there's additional findings, because we issue a report out to the council every year that talks about both what we're seeing and recommendations moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, so the AEP program, as the Commissioner said, chooses buildings in January. You have until the end of May, basically, to try and get out of the program before you get the order to correct and the fees that automatically come with being in the program. Our staff is out there. As buildings come into the program, they're out there frequently. If you have any specific buildings in your district, we're happy to meet with you on those buildings. I'm not aware of where the buildings are, but certainly we're interested in getting your feedback and dealing with the particular problems at the buildings that you'd like to talk about.
And I would just say that since as of January 31, 2024, HPD has imposed about $27.3 million in AEP fines. Examples of what they see once they past that 4-month period is a $500 per dwelling unit cost on building-wide inspections. For inspections having to do with C violations, it's $200 per complaint that comes in. So the complaint comes in, if they're the AEP program and it's beyond that point and the order is in place, that's where the extra penalties and fines go.
How many buildings do you have in the AEP program?
I think the number...
And I think the AEP program needs some more teeth, because there are some landlords who know how to know the loopholes, and they don't really follow you. They don't really care, because there's one particular building in my district, a couple of them, and I go to my buildings. My constituents will tell you I will show up in a space to go and visit. And I went to one particular building. I don't see anything happen. That tenant still has a hole in her apartment from the first floor, and that building was in the news, and that building is part of the program. So if we're gonna create these programs to make sure landlords are being held accountable, doing their repairs when they're supposed to, we need some teeth, because they're not listening to you, they're not following your instructions. Is there any way to meet with your AEP coordinators with tenants as well? Let them know that they're in the building, what they're doing, what's the expectation?
Yes.
Because we want to see that, right?
Yeah.
Housing is, I've seen some of the most dilapidated buildings, and of course, the landlords still don't care. So I would really love, Chair, can I? Chair, may I continue?
Please.
Oh, thank you,
You're
thank you, thank
laying
you.
me up right now, so thank you.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at. So I would love to set up a meeting with you and my team. And when you're coming to that meeting, I would love to see the list of buildings in my district. I represent the 40th Council District, to have all of these buildings that are in the AEP program, to see where they are, so we can do an assessment. There should be a needs assessment. Have they met the threshold? Have they not? And what do we do moving forward, right? We don't just throw money at programs and they don't work. And I think AEP is one of them. I'm sorry. But for me, from what I've seen since I've been a council member almost 4 years, buildings in AEP are not moving. The intention is there, the great idea is there, but I don't see it moving in the direction that it should be moving. So for DOB, right? DOB is here yet? They haven't arrived. Okay, so I'll be waiting for them. So in the level of fine adequates to get landlords of the building in the AEP program into compliance in a timely way, how does that work?
Yeah, so thank you, council member. So we've discharged thousands. The AEP has been around for 18 years, 20 years. We've discharged thousands of buildings from that program, but there are buildings that are recalcitrant and stay in the program. And so we do have some ideas, and as the commissioner referenced, we do a report every 2 years on AEP, and we do have some ideas to improve exactly what you're getting at. And the council has actually already reached out to us to start talking about changes to AEP. So we'd be happy, in addition to having specific building conversations with you, to hear your ideas about other improvements we can make to the program. But we do believe that overall, we've seen thousands of system replacements across buildings in New York City. We do millions of dollars in emergency repair through that program. You know, we are attempting to work with some of the worst buildings in the city, and it is a very tough nut to crack. But we're always trying to move that program forward.
There should be a program, if these buildings are the worst, the city should take them over and make them into HDFCs and let them, as Councilmember Brewer alluded, community land trusts. Give it back to the community if the landlords are not doing their part, right? So it's supposed to render a service, and they have not done that. Because I've visited, and I went to I'm such an educator. Tenant association meetings.
So, Councilmember Joseph, there's two things. One, there was a program, the TPT, the third-party transfer, but there was a lot of questions about how that program was organized, what the rules and regs are, and we're working right now with the council to see that come back in a way that really does the goals that you've talked about. Additionally, I'll say that even though we don't take over the buildings, as the Deputy Commissioner said, we spend a tremendous amount of money through our other program, the Emergency Repair Program, which we do in AEP buildings and the non-AEP buildings to make repairs on hazardous and life safety issues that owners can't or won't do. Here, we've spent over $62.2 million over the program cycle on repairs. We pay for utilities when utilities are shut off and system replacements. And to answer your first question, we have over 3,600 buildings as of January 2024 in the program, but we have seen 3,015 buildings exit the program of AEP. So that being said, every program, especially at a time where expenses and the situation is where it is now for both tenant owners, could use improvement. We'd love to talk to you about what your idea is.
Do you monitor the buildings once they exit to make sure they're following the course?
So, sorry, go for it.
No, that's okay.
Okay, so we have staff that are working throughout the AEP portfolio. Usually, our focus is on the new buildings that come in because they are the first ones that need to be adjusted to the program requirements and what needs to happen. Separately, though, as the complaints come in through the system, every 311 complaint where an AEP building is still in the program, has the order in place, is governed, and the violations go through that framework.
And I do just want to add also, going back to something that we started with at this hearing, right? New preservation dollars are available, new preservation programs are coming. One of the main things that we hope to do in the next few months, which J51 just announced, is really reach out to a lot of these AEP owners to see if they could benefit from the opportunities to get the financing to bring their buildings back, right? The goal is to really, a lot of these buildings are smaller buildings too, to try and get these buildings back to financial health and stability. That's where we all want, both the owners and the tenants. So we look forward to bringing that to the program.
On that note, what support do you have for small landlord owners? Is there any support?
There is. I mean, depending on the unit size, again, not to belabor or beat a horse or whatever analogy that we were using before. So the J51 program, which is something that I think a lot of buildings will be able to benefit from, will have to go back to the state legislature for renewal soon, and we hope to have support for that. Additionally, we have talked about our preservation term sheets, and depending on your situation, whether you have rent-stabilized units, not rent-stabilized units, that's something where we have different ways of helping them. There are term sheets for that. And if it's operating subsidy, some of the best ways we are able to help is connecting people with vouchers into available units, given the steady reliability of voucher payments for operating costs.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Joseph. I swear she's not a plant. You might have thought she was a plant. But just following up on her line of questions. No, don't wake up. Don't wake up. Okay. Following up on Councilmember Joseph's line of questioning, I appreciate hearing that AEP owners are going to receive special outreach regarding J51. We've had many conversations where the agency has brought Article 11 applications to me, and I'm like, why is this the building that's being considered for an Article 11 when there are buildings in much worse shape? So I hope that the agency can really take that approach of going after the worst buildings in worse conditions for any of the incentive programs we have, right? And no, Councilmember Joseph is not a plant, but she did ask some of the questions that I was going to ask, right? Because we do have buildings across the city of New York that have been through many enforcement programs, whether it's it's 7A or it's underlying conditions or it's alternative enforcement, where the alternative enforcement program is supposed to be one of the harshest programs that we have. You don't fix it within a couple weeks, then it's going to escalate. You're going to get more inspectors, you're going to get more fines, and still we have buildings that are falling apart. And so it's in that context that, and I'm a bit biased and been thinking about this policy for so many years, but it's in that context that I believe that one of the most important bills that the council can pass with the administration's support is Intro 1063, is the Housing Rescue and Resident Protection Act, which would revamp the third-party transfer program, right? Really challenging some of those really bad outcomes that we saw in the past, and making sure that the program can go after the worst owners. So on that front, I wanted to ask a couple of questions just as we continue negotiations around third-party transfer reform and Intro 1063. So first off, looking backward, what was the cost for HPD to administer the program on average in past years, or past rounds, rather? If you can break down the cost by category, so for instance, how much stabilization capital was HPD pouring into buildings that went through third-party transfer? How many staff were dedicated to making the program work internally within the agency? And if you can give us any sort of indication in terms of what were the volume of buildings that we're talking about with these cost estimates, or rather cost lookbacks, and if we have any information on the average, the average number of violations that these buildings had that went through third-party transfer in the past.
So, Chair, I think we're going to have to come back with certain data points on that. There are some that I can give you now, looking at Round 10 specifically. So, first, from the inception of the TPT program through the end of 2023, we've spent somewhere around $79 million on that program. The city does collect some municipal charges. The city collected $35 million over that time. And then specifically for Round 10 costs, it was about $164,000 per unit on capital on average, plus tax exemption on top of that.
Sorry, could you repeat that number?
$164,000 in capital per unit on average. You asked specifically for the tax exemption piece that I don't have. And then there's other assistance, like the staff support and other pieces that we'll try to get back to you on. Neighborhood Restore, which is our partner in this, spent about $24.4 million for Round 10. And then there's about $400K annually funded for emergency funding, so making sure the buildings are still habitable and moving forward. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm missing anything.
Yeah, I think so. There are four main costs if we look back in administering the program. There are staffing costs, and that's not just for HPD, it's Department of Finance, DEP, and the City Law Department. In addition to staffing costs, there are costs incurred by Neighborhood Restore once they take title to the property. That's ongoing administrative costs. There was a lot of seed capital initially in the early rounds. And now there's a small amount that we allocate for like utilities, fuel, but most of the cost comes from kind of ongoing fees that they generate when we finance projects. And so that is built in really largely to the capital budget at this point in time. And then the next major cost historically came from capital, which the commissioner just mentioned, was $164,000 per unit in Round 10 thus far. We do expect going forward that will increase, like costs have increased across the board, and we'd be probably closer to about $250,000 per unit now. We also believe that going forward, and this came up a lot in the discussions around Round 10, that we need to make sure we're building in more technical assistance and support for buildings that are at risk of TPT or that are in the in-rem action. And so there was a lot of discussions as part of the TPT working group about creating an owner resource center. And that is something that we are really committed to make sure happens going forward. There are some wild cards out there too. So as we talk about reform of the program, I think there are a lot of questions about how extensive we want the outreach to be. There are questions around how we look at value of property and what process we're using that could certainly add costs. And there are other legal questions we're still working through, and as we work through those questions with City Council and the City Law Department, there may be other costs that we have to be able to manage. And so, I think we have the basic understanding of the past, and I think there's still some questions about, as we, work with Council to finalize what the program looks like, what that will be going forward.
Thank you. And when you say, so again, focused on past administration of the program, $164,000 on average per unit. Is that the only capital expense that there was? Was the Neighborhood Restore funds, obviously staffing costs are expense, but Neighborhood Restore costs incurred, is that capital or expense? And Yeah, it's
So
anything else?
initially, there was seed capital that went to Neighborhood Restore. In more recent rounds, what we do is we add an acquisition fee to the budget, and that acquisition fee goes into a reserve held by Neighborhood Restore, and that then helps them manage ongoing administration. So if the building that is transferred as part of the program, let's say there's not sufficient revenue to cover kind of emergency repairs, there's a pot of resources. We also have supplemented that historically through a combination of CDBG and expense funding. More recently, it's expense funded. I'm looking at my colleagues from budget.
Yeah. Yeah, and then on the expense side, in our budget, we have $800,000 a year right now. It used to be a split of CDBG and tax levy dollars, but now it's all tax levy dollars. And $400,000 of that goes to Neighborhood Restore, as mentioned earlier, and it's another $400,000 that we spend on different utilities as needed.
Yeah. So at this point in time, Neighborhood Restores, the primary source for Neighborhood Restore's ongoing administration is through the capital budget.
Okay, thank you. And just to, we're continuing to have this conversation, but, I think Councilmember Joseph's frustration with buildings just taking advantage of Shalom in Councilmember De La Rosa's district, the owners of 2201 Davidson in my district, these folks cannot continue to own properties in the city of New York with us, not having the stick, right, the ultimate stick of taking the property away after a fair process. So I really look forward to getting this to the finish line. And just, I think you answered a couple of these, but just a couple of looking forward questions in terms of where the program could go. You mentioned some of these, but we have rising costs, we have proposed reforms that are focused on the most negligent landlords and the most distressed buildings, right? We're not gonna be capturing some of those, the kinds of properties that we captured in round 10, which weren't actually all that distressed. And we have a new legal landscape. So when you cite the when you predict forward cost of $250,000 per unit, are you taking this into account, these dynamics into account? And what increased funding would you need broken down by category, expense versus capital?
So I think one thing that is really tricky in predicting the future, well, not only are we still working through some of the big legal questions, but I think one of the biggest challenges is predicting the redemption rate for properties. So historically, the redemption rate was over 80% of properties from the commencement of an MREM action until transfer. We expect, as we reform the program and focus on the properties with the highest amount of financial and physical issues, that redemption rate could drop really significantly. So if we look at the last round of TPT, there were 420 units at 420 buildings at commencement, just over 60 transferred. So the costs that we were referencing are related to just over 60 buildings. That is aside from staffing costs, right? If we, let's say going forward, we end up with the opposite, where only 20-ish% of the buildings redeem, the cost is significantly higher. So I think as we reform the program, I think we want to be in a position where we have some ability to set the number of properties that make sense per round, because what we're going to want to do, at least in that first round after any legislative changes, is make sure that we're setting the program up to be successful. Right, so if we start with 400 and we end up transferring 350, the cost to the city would be much higher than if it's less than 60 buildings.
But hopefully we'll all work ourselves out of a job, right?
Yeah.
Very expensive up front. And then when owners realize that they will lose their properties,
yeah.
I just want to add, this is where, coming back to something that the Deputy Commissioner said about the Owner Resource Center, becomes really important. In the same way that the Homeowner Help Desk, now it's baseline citywide, is a tremendous assistance already to homeowners who have been going through the tax lien sale. We want something for owners who are, because there are a significant number of owners who are caught in the enforcement programs who want to do want to do good work. They want to repair the buildings. They want people to live habitable, especially the smaller buildings that CM Joseph spoke about. But either they lack technical expertise, they need assistance, they need a place to go, and so us putting that as part of this discussion and anchoring in it, I think is a good complement to what we've done for family owners, and also makes this a more equitable program when we move forward.
And I'll just add, this is a good example of a program that spans offices at HPD across enforcement, development, policy, legal, where resources are really spread around and need is spread around, and staffing capacity will need to be balanced across each office. It's not just going to be project managers on Kim's team or inspectors on Anne Marie's team. It's really something that we're thinking about holistically as an agency. And so just a reminder, I think with all of our discussions on staffing and capacity, that we balance needs across the entire agency to, limit bottlenecks and make sure that we're moving to advance all of our initiatives equally and equitably.
No, thank you. I appreciate that, and I think it's also worth noting that we're talking about a program that has will have a very high upfront cost as we relaunch, right? But then over time, we're talking about increased revenues for the city of New York. We're talking about adding properties back to the tax roll. So there's every single argument for this administration, the next administration, whoever it is, to really prioritize this, both to safeguard New Yorkers' health and safety, but also, the fiscal health of the city of New York. I get to ask all my questions now. Yes, okay. Unless my colleagues have other questions, but they'll let me know. Okay, so I have a couple of more topics I wanted to touch on. If we could just go rapid fire, because I know we have Department of Buildings and members of the public are also here waiting. But I want to touch on the discretionary funding from the council. I want to touch on the delays, right? The council has heard and continues to hear reports of significant backlogs with council discretionary awards contracted through HPD. So can you tell me about what is the status here? We saw that the city's chief contracting officer has stepped down, but we also saw that there is a creation of a new office, a new role with Michael Cedillo. So how are these different pieces working together, and is there any way that HPD can commit? I'm going to ask you this over and over again, all right? But commit to ensuring that you are able to get the funding out the door to support our nonprofits doing critical work.
Yeah, I think you've said everything I would say. We absolutely understand what this has meant in a negative way for our partners. These are many of the same people that we're working on Partners in Preservation or Homeowner Help Desk. Like, these are the same nonprofits we need to be solvent so that we can actually work with them on the ground to get this done. I mean, there's been, I think, a couple of drivers which has been talked about. Us moving as a city, this is a citywide problem. HPD and other agencies have been thinking and working with MOX, working with the Mayor's Office of Nonprofit Services to figure out how to do this and how to tackle this issue. For us as an agency, we've been part of the process in the transition from Accelerator to Passport, working through those technology issues as they've come up, and I think that MOX has worked to progress and make changes and try to improve that situation. For us, a lot of our resources also were pulled in many different ways when we were brought in to address the humanitarian crisis with the city. A lot of our role in particular involved handling contracting and transactional work from the fiscal side, which doubled up on the responsibilities. It's not, it's something that we were proud to do and something that we were called to do, but it did affect some of our capacity. And then staffing shortages in those roles definitely contributed. But we have since been able to get additional staff members. We worked with OMB to get exemptions specifically for those lines in this work around fiscal and contracting and processing so that we can do that work more quickly. We've been meeting more regularly with the groups, and we find that at least getting the communication about where we are is a step in the right direction, though there's many more steps that have to move forward. along with other agencies, we committed to shifting our contracts from 1 year to 3 years, so that at least moving forward, we can have some time to really focus on that backlog in the past years. And then, separate and apart from that, there's been both a catch-up on training and new measures that have to be instilled into our workforce and our outside partners, so that we're using these new tools, whether it be Passport or new local law standards, anything that's new, which there has been a number of things over the last couple of years, making sure everyone knows what it is, to not let that be a hang-up on time. Finally, there are other things that we're looking at this process. Again, either it's procurement or local laws that have built out the contracting, submission, and registration process to see if there are things that may be outdated, unnecessary, or duplicative that are outside what the tech is trying to do, but could be measures that we work with the council and try to streamline that as well.
And I'll just add, we've implemented quarterly calls with the council finance team to make sure that we're addressing questions proactively, answering any questions about the backlog. We understand a lot of these groups come directly to their representatives, and we hear about it through council. So we're making sure to have proactive outreach and engagement with our partners at council to keep y'all informed about any updates on our end, and just to keep those open lines of communication.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I look forward to continuing to have those conversations and getting rid of the complete backlog, right?
Yep.
On all these fronts. Housing Connect, you touched on this briefly with Councilmember Brewer, and you mentioned that there were some fixes that were being considered, but you didn't say what they were. So let me ask the question, but that's the prompt. Yeah. Housing Connect, the city's affordable housing lottery system. As Gothamist reported last month, hundreds or maybe even thousands of quality affordable apartments are sitting empty because of the city's burdensome marketing requirements for re-rentals. So somebody moves out from an affordable unit, now getting that home occupied again faces a huge time delay. Housing providers are eager to rent these apartments to New Yorkers in desperate need of a home, but HPD's marketing handbook effectively prevents them from doing so. What is HPD doing exactly to fix this problem? What is being proposed, and how many units are sitting vacant that you could see rented out more quickly?
So just to take a step back, the marketing guidebook does two things. It is focused on making sure people can get into units both on the initial lottery and the re-rental. And this is a conversation that we've been having with the council for years, ever since there was a local law passed by the council that sets the framework for how we make sure that we do this in a way that works. But additionally, the guidelines are here also to make sure that it's done in an equitable, fair, and transparent manner. I was not here not many months ago when we were discussing the broker fee hearing, and we were talking about what the market does generally and how renters interact with the market and feel confident or not confident that they're being considered for apartments. So the marketing guidelines are there, and they are designed to create that kind of consistency, predictability, and a level playing field between both the people who are looking for housing and, in this case, people who are working with our programs and delivering, and we're grateful for, delivering affordable housing. I had mentioned that earlier. We have, this has been an iterative process where we are trying to balance the two things, but it's very, it's definitely come very clearly to us that there's more that we need to do. There are technology solutions that we had hoped to be more effective more quickly. We have made waivers and exceptions in the past. We look at things on a case-by-case basis, but it is very evident that more wholesale improvements need to be made. So we are now working through a new set of marketing guideline updates, which actually incorporates streamlining that we fought for and won at the federal level, so that people who are eligible for housing do not have to prove as hard that they are eligible for that housing. Additionally, on the re-rental side, there's more technology improvements that we need to put in place, and so we are looking at very soon putting in some additional interim solutions beyond what we've already done to create waivers and exceptions that we believe will speed up that process. And then at the same time, we're going to look long-term at our technology and see what a more permanent solution is. Because at the end of the day, we want to get more heads on beds, but we also need to make sure that we do it in a way where people feel confident that when they apply, that their applications are being looked at, that they're being considered. That being said, we know from our nonprofit partners and our housing providers out there that they have smart systems, that they are doing good work in their communities, and we want to implement some of those solutions as well.
Thank you. Just to follow up on one specific example that I've heard over time, the marketing handbook sets additional onerous requirements for re-rentals. For example, providers are asked to do outreach to individuals who never express interest in living in a specific unit, a particular unit. And that outreach could result in hundreds of days of delays. So that's not a technological issue, that is a policy problem. Can the agency commit to a distinct policy for re-rentals that streamlines the rental process for these units and gets heads on beds more quickly?
Yeah. So that's a question we've been looking at. So just taking a step back, and what one of the systems there were two ways that you can be part of the re-rental process. Either you, through your application, given the fact that we have so many people who apply for a single unit, hundreds if not thousands of individuals who are applying for units, in your profile you can elect to say that I want to be considered for a re-rental that comes up. There are also other criteria we ask for to help to target that a little bit more directly to better matches. There is what we call a mini lottery that's run, and people are selected, and we ask the owners to go through and talk to those individuals. What we've heard from owners is that more often than not, they're hitting a wall with individuals who may not be interested or looking for a different kind of building, and it's preventing them from moving people in. That's why one of the waivers that we put in place last year was that if they went through a certain number, the number we had decided on was 250, then we can open up. Then if they still did not find anyone through the mini lottery, they can open up to the market. We're still hearing that process is taking too long with that waiver, which is why we're considering something new. Additionally, there was a way to, also the other option you can do is you can pull a waiting list, but we were hearing that there are questions about, I already have a waiting list, or, this waiting list also has people who may not be interested. We want to do something a little bit more targeted. So there are short-term, I think there's a more immediate short-term, quicker solution that we need to put in place so that when we put the technology group together, which we're doing now about the longer-term fixes, we can get it right, but without sacrificing opportunity at the moment.
Thank you. I look forward to talking about this more at length. We might have a future hearing specifically on this topic, just because we need to make sure that, to use your words, right, to get heads on beds as quickly as possible when we have the resources. So thank you for that. I think that the last round of questions that I want to ask, and putting my colleagues, just a heads up, if you have any other questions for HPD, let me know. But the last round of questions I want to ask is about the threats coming from the federal government. So most salient on my constituents' minds, when the emergency housing voucher lottery opened up last year, there was a lot of excitement. People felt hope for the first time in a long time that they might actually get a voucher. And of course, nearly 8,000, maybe 7,500 people did get a voucher. Families did get a voucher through the emergency housing voucher program. Of course, that, as of yesterday's news, is under threat. We're talking about a program that was supposed to be funded until fiscal year 30 is now scheduled to have funds dry up at the end of the year. So specifically on emergency housing vouchers, how much federal funding does HPD receive for emergency housing vouchers? Given the HUD letter from earlier this month on this program and yesterday's article in Gothamist, how will HPD ensure that nearly 8,000 New Yorkers who depend on these vouchers continue to stay housed?
So I'll let Gardier talk through the numbers, and I can answer in a second.
Yes. Thank you, council members. So for the emergency housing vouchers, we get about approximately $50 million a year to cover the over 2,000 vouchers that we have allocated to us.
I'm sorry, that was 15 million?
No, 50.
50.
And so, yes, we also saw the notice come out. So we do get annual letters of our allocation for each calendar year. The letter that you referenced came out in early March, stating that the 2025 allocation will be the last allocation, and that's what we were all pushing back against and continue to push back against, because as you mentioned, our understanding is that has been all along that we will stop reissuing vouchers, but for those that remain, it will phase out over time to 2030, and that's what we're expecting. And also that letter, one of the confusions there is that it also alluded to another allocation for calendar year 26. So we are seeking clarification on that as well. We are in touch with our colleagues at OMB, just monitoring the situation in terms of that funding to see what we can do as a city to push back. But the key here is to continue to push back, because that's a commitment the federal government made to the city of New York, to our residents, and we'll continue to fight to maintain that funding.
Yeah, and I'll just add a little bit more shape to it. So, we, as a city, 17 different agencies came together in order to make sure that we can execute this program and get every voucher vouchered by the due date, which was December 2023. And generally speaking, and this is not the only special purpose voucher the city of New York has, special purpose vouchers are something that the federal government has done for other groups for other reasons. When they have a timeline to it, you have an arc where through attrition, there are households most households leave the program for very benign reasons. They no longer need the voucher, they move to another state, etc. There was an arc where we would have already envisioned having to integrate households at the end of that period into our standard housing choice voucher program. We know how to do it, we've done it before. Obviously, I'm upset about the EHV too. But the acceleration puts us in a difficult place, because right now, as we're dealing with those questions, we're dealing with the question about our Section 8 funding overall, which would have been the backup source for this. So this is what we're doing. So right now, we have been actively talking to national organizations and working with public housing authorities across the country, not only to collect information, but also, as you know, there are different heads of different regions within HUD, and we're working to see if there is consistent information. We are collecting information about this nationally. 70,000 vouchers nationally were issued, 11% of those coming to New York. So baseline, the most immediate solution would be to integrate a household that has a special purpose voucher.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna request a 30-second break.
Yes.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Yes.
I'm here for a second.
Oh, this is
Good. Just a second, though.
And me too. So first, we are, as Gardia pointed out, there's information in the actual notice that was issued that we're collecting and collaborating with other cities across the country that were also recipients of this to make sure we understand the facts of what they're changing and what they're not changing. The second move is those individuals that have these vouchers, we would traditionally incorporate them into our standard allocation, but as I mentioned, we also have to monitor and watch that as well. What I think the baseline piece here is, similarly to what has recently happened with the cuts to community development funding institution, the CDFI funds, there's bipartisan support for Section 8. There's bipartisan support for vouchers. So we would look to activate that support while we work on the program to make sure we are consistent and talking to HUD about exactly what their plans are. And separately, we are doing a wholesale take of what the Section 8 program can do in order to help preserve options for these families if and when this funding goes away.
Thank you. And then my last question, and that makes sense, and we absolutely have to push back. My last question is more broadly, 70% of HPD's code enforcement budget comes from community development block grant funds. So how are we feeling about the security, the stability of these allocated funds, and what is HPD's plan if we're to face cuts on that front?
So I think the same question was posed to the OMB director. We have a number of individuals who are closely tracking and monitoring discussions in DC about CD writ large. We continue to just understand where those changes might happen. And until we know more, we're not sure what best way to plan. We have different funding sources. We count on the federal funding sources, and it would be a very difficult source to replace writ large. So it's a matter of understanding. We know where the continuing resolution has settled. We're waiting for the president's budget to come out soon for fiscal year 26, and then we'll have to understand basically what the uses are, what our federal funding sources are, and what kind of choices we have to make moving forward.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I didn't miss any of my key questions. I think that is all I wrote. Look at that. Or the team wrote. Well, thank you so much for your participation in this hearing. We're going to hear from Department of Buildings next after a short break. It's 1:05. We'll start back at 1:15. And thank you again, HPD, for all of your responses. I look forward to further negotiation through the executive budget.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee.
Can everybody settle down? We're getting ready to continue. Everybody settle down. We are getting ready to continue.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Big shout out to all the moms who've done this before I did. This is fun juggling. Good morning. Good afternoon, Commissioner. It's so good to hear you. To see you. So we're just gonna jump right into your testimony, and then we'll move to questions.
Sure. Thank you.
Do we need to? I'm so sorry. First, we're gonna have the committee counsel administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and to answer all council member questions honestly? Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. I'm Jimmy Otto, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Buildings. I'm joined today by several members of the department's leadership team. Gus Sarakis, the Deputy Commissioner for Development and Technical Affairs, Gina Ugarte, the Deputy Commissioner for Finance, Guillermo Patino, Deputy Commissioner for Policy and Legal Affairs, Laura Popa, Deputy Commissioner for Sustainability, Yigal Shamash, Deputy Commissioner for Enforcement, and Mark Sanabria, Deputy Commissioner for Administration. And Madam Chair, I'm happy that we're in the big room of the chambers so that the dais could be complete, because the wonderful public service at the dais are the reason why this agency has held it together during some difficult financial times. And the good things you're going to hear about in the testimony and in response to your questions, and there are good things, are the work of the folks at the dais, the men and women behind them. And I'm going to try to do a better job of incorporating their responses to your questions. Before I discuss fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget, I want to take a moment to thank you, Chair Sanchez, as well as the members of this committee and countless other council members who have worked closely with the department during my tenure as commissioner over the past 2 years. When I was appointed commissioner in 2023, I made it clear that keeping buildings and construction sites safe would be my top priority. Working together, we have made strides to make New York City's built environment safer and more livable. This includes partnering to advocate for additional resources for the department to take a proactive approach to building safety, additional resources to address quality of life issues facing New Yorkers, and working together to solve local issues raised by your offices, other elected officials' offices, and community boards. I look forward to continuing to work together on behalf of all New Yorkers. Turning now to the budget, the fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget allocates approximately $220 million in expense funds to the department. Of this funding, approximately $176 million is for personal services, which supports 1,805 budgeted positions, and $44 million is for other than personal services, which primarily supports contractual services, equipment, and supplies. This funding is critical to supporting the department's mandates and priorities. Of note, the department has received 60 additional positions to establish a proactive enforcement program, 25 additional positions to strengthen its enforcement of required periodic gas piping system inspections, 10 additional positions to enforce Local Law 97 of 2019, 38 positions to fulfill our mandates under the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, and 45 positions related to other housing initiatives, including the legalization of basement apartments. Before I discuss these initiatives further, I will discuss the department's performance over the past year. In fiscal year 2024, the last full fiscal year, approximately 280,000 construction jobs were filed with the department, and we issued 169,000 initial and renewal construction permits combined. This represents a slight decrease in construction job filings from the previous fiscal year. Despite the decrease in filings, the average time to review filings slightly increased across the board last fiscal year. However, the department continues to maintain strong service levels with customers waiting just over 3 days for their job filings to be reviewed for the first time. The slight uptick in the time it takes the department to review filings can be attributed to an increased number of resubmissions after the department conducts initial review of the filing and issues objections. Our goal is to continue to promptly complete our initial plan reviews and to improve the quality of such reviews by continuing to train our plan examiners to ensure that plan review is efficient and consistent to reduce resubmissions. The wait time between a construction inspection request and an inspection, which occurs after a construction project is completed by a contractor, continued to be short last fiscal year, with customers waiting about 4 days for a construction inspection, 5 days for an electrical inspection, and 3 days for a plumbing inspection. However, we are beginning to see increased wait times across the board this fiscal year. The biggest impact on development inspection service levels has been a reduced reliance on overtime due to overtime reduction efforts by the department. Last fiscal year, the department reduced its overtime spending by $4.7 million, which represents a 50% reduction from the previous fiscal year. In order to improve service levels, the department is being judicious about allowing for overtime where it is seeing heightened demand for inspections, is piloting the use of self-certification for certain low-risk inspections, and is prioritizing recruiting for inspectorial vacancies. We continue to respond to complaints from members of the public expeditiously. We are responding to the most serious complaints, priority A complaints, which are those complaints that relate to conditions that may present an immediate threat to the public within hours. We are responding to priority B complaints, which capture violating conditions that, if occurring, while serious, do not present an immediate threat to the public within 13 days. As a result of responding to these complaints and our proactive inspections concerning construction safety, we issued approximately 44,000 oath summonses last fiscal year. This is a slight decrease from the previous fiscal year and can be attributed to the education campaigns by the department intended to provide more transparency to the construction industry regarding conditions that will result in enforcement actions being taken, greater adherence to construction regulations by the industry, and the continued implementation of the homeowner relief program, which provides small property owners with the opportunity to address violating conditions before receiving a summons or monetary penalties. To ensure that safety regulations are being complied with, the department continues to conduct complaint-based inspections and proactive inspections of larger construction sites. Last fiscal year, the department conducted 204,000 enforcement inspections, which was 24,000 more inspections than the previous year. This includes inspections that were conducted because of the nearly 102,000 311 complaints the department received. Despite conducting more inspections, the department found fewer violating conditions during such inspections, which demonstrates that there is a greater adherence to construction regulations by the industry, including with site safety training requirements. To date, the department-approved course providers have issued approximately 456,000 site safety training cards, which includes supervisory site safety training cards. I'm pleased to report that the number of construction-related incidents that resulted in an injury or a fatality to a worker decreased last fiscal year, with an 8% reduction in the number of incidents that resulted in an injury, and that we continue to see a decrease this fiscal year. Turning now to the department's priority initiatives. First, of course, is establishing a proactive inspection program. Last year, the City Council passed your legislation, Chair, Local Law 79 of 2024, which we were extremely supportive of, which tasked the department with establishing a proactive enforcement program. Following the passage of the law, the department received an additional 60 positions, which includes inspectors, plan examiners, data analysts, and attorneys to stand up the program. To date, the department has primarily focused on hiring and filled 25 positions, with an additional 16 positions in the hiring pipeline. With these additional resources, the department will use its data to identify and hold bad actors accountable identify sensitive buildings that may be impacted by neighboring construction to get ahead of incidents, and perform re-inspections of immediately hazardous violating conditions until such conditions are corrected. We look forward to keeping the committee updated on this important work in the coming months as we work to implement this important program, which will fundamentally change how the department approaches building and construction safety. If I can, Madam Chair, just ad-lib a minute and vary from my prepared remarks, and that is to publicly thank you again. As you know, I was a member of this body for almost 15 years, and I was a damn good council member, and I've been around damn good council members. I have seen members on both sides of the aisle in this body on every level of government have an incident in their district, show up to the initial or maybe the first week's worth of press conferences, and then give it drive-by attention. The owner of that building at 1915 Billingsley didn't show up for 3 days. You were there that night, and you were there the rest of the way. And when we came to you with a concept, you listened, you collaborated, and you codified this program. And I'm telling you, Madam Chair, there will be another building in your district or a building in someone else's district that won't endure the fate of 1915 Billingsley because of this program. We are immensely proud, and you're going to hear from Deputy Commissioner Shamash. Even though we haven't staffed up fully, we're already out in the field with the staff that we have doing these inspections. And it's a legacy item for you, and you should be extremely proud on this side of the dais we are. Speaking of legacy, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, Laura Popa. In addition to enforcing the energy code and existing laws that require certain buildings to report their energy and water use and to perform a retro commissioning, the department continues to implement Local Law 97 of 2019, which requires the city's largest buildings to increase energy efficiency and reduce greenhouse gas emissions over several compliance periods, culminating in achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Implementation efforts have included promulgating rules and issuing guidance to inform property owners about how to comply with the law, and growing the sustainability team, which is tasked with enforcing the law and serving as a critical resource to building owners and the industry as they work to come into compliance. As I mentioned earlier in my testimony, we have recently added 10 additional attorneys to the sustainability team who will work on enforcing the law. These additional positions grow the sustainability team to 112 people, which means the team has grown by 60% since last year. Councilmember Ressler. Most recently, we achieved a major milestone as it relates to implementing the law with the reporting portal for compliance reports opening earlier this month. Building owners have until the end of June to submit their compliance reports, and they can also apply for an extension through August 29th. Leading up to the deadline, the department is offering a series of educational webinars for building owners and sustainability professionals to provide guidance on how to file compliance reports. Improving quality of life. We are taking significant steps to improve quality of life for New Yorkers and to improve building safety by taking a multifaceted approach to removing sidewalk sheds more quickly, while reimagining the sidewalk sheds that are needed to protect the public and in connection with construction work. This builds upon the work of the department to address longstanding sidewalk sheds, including performing regular inspections and taking legal action to hold building owners accountable for maintaining their buildings. The additional resources allocated to the department in the current fiscal year are supporting our efforts in this area. We are working closely with 3 architecture and engineering firms to deliver on 2 major initiatives, which includes redesigning sidewalk sheds to make them less obtrusive and more aesthetically pleasing, and to study Local Law 11, which requires buildings greater than 6 stories in height to have their facades inspected periodically to determine whether any changes to the program are needed. We expect to conclude our work with these firms this summer and look forward to updating the committee on this work. We have also released guidance to the construction industry regarding the use of netting in lieu of sidewalk sheds and rules regarding the installation of art on sidewalk sheds. We are also working closely with the council to give the department more enforcement tools, hopefully bills will be passed tomorrow, to hold building owners accountable when they put up sidewalk sheds and do not take action to repair their building facades in order to remove such sidewalk sheds. And lastly, increasing efficiency through the use of technology. Last year, the department and the Partnership Fund for the New York City launched the Buildings Tech Lab, a public-private initiative to find, evaluate, and test innovative technology solutions that will support the department's work, including to better manage internal processes to make plan reviews, permitting, and inspections more efficient, and to better utilize data in its work. 8 finalists were recently selected to enter a proof of concept phase, during which they will work with the department to further develop their, and test their proposals. Following this phase, certain companies will be selected for a year-long pilot, which will come at no cost to the department. The department is appreciative of the partnership's support. Thank you, Kathy Wild, with this effort, and looks forward to working with the companies that have been selected to incorporate innovative technologies into our work with the goal of working more efficiently. Last year, the department also launched a new innovation review board tasked with evaluating cutting-edge technologies that potentially can be used in the construction and development industry. The board consists of volunteers from the construction, real estate, labor, technology, architectural, and engineering communities. These volunteers will join department subject matter experts and other city agencies in regular meetings to discuss emerging technologies that could be implemented to improve efficiency, safety, sustainability, and resiliency. Ideas selected by the board will be supported by the department to promote wider adoption throughout the industry. Lastly, supporting residential development. Finally, the department serves a critical role in supporting residential development. The zoning text amendment, City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, which was adopted late last year, is expected to make it possible to build more housing in neighborhoods across New York City, with a projected 82,000 homes being created over the next 15 years. Additionally, at the end of last year, the City Council passed local laws which create a pathway for the creation of legal basement apartments and ancillary dwelling units. Given these recent developments, the department has been hard at work training its plan examiners on these regulatory changes so that they are prepared to handle related filings. The department is also hiring additional staff to handle the projected increase in filings, as well as to respond to complaints from members of the public as our housing landscape transforms. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. We welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. It's really been a pleasure to work with you and with the agency's leadership. I'm very, very proud of the local law that we have passed together. And we'll continue to fight for and argue and whatever we need to do just to make sure that all the positions that we need are filled at DOB. So thank you for your partnership. You may have heard that beautiful child with those amazing lungs. I made that, so I'm gonna go and get her real quick. But I'm gonna turn it over to Councilmember Ressler to ask his questions and help me chair real quick. And then we'll turn it over to Councilmember Brewer, and I should be back with her by the time they're done.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Sanchez. You remain totally amazing. I have to tell you, Commissioner, that after, usually these hearings are like such a Jimmy Otto love fest. And I just wondered how you felt if you were watching HPD earlier, tough to match the love that was given to Ahmed. So I don't want you to feel left out or anything. We love you too, but he set a high bar. I know you're a former colleague of Gail Brewer, but you didn't work for her like Ahmed did. It's good that we have leaders at both HPD and DOB that I think the council works so well with and who we have a lot of confidence in. And I'm grateful for how responsive you and your team are to issues that we raise. There are a few topics I wanted to dig in on today. The first is just a general frustration around after-hours variances. And, I appreciate that there are city projects that have a public purpose that we're trying to get done quickly. I appreciate that there are projects that even have some affordable housing, even if they're primarily market rate housing, that we're trying to get done quickly. But the scale of after-hours variances that we experience in District 33 is just profoundly disruptive to neighbors. And I want to highlight in particular the jail project. I'm a big supporter of the Borough-based jail project. I want us to close Rikers Island as soon as possible. But right now, constituents in my district deal with construction that starts at 7 a.m. in the morning and goes until 4 a.m. So there's a slight reprieve from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. where kids can sleep. But we've had jackhammering in the street going until 4 o'clock in the morning for the last 2 weeks. We have the regular work hours go till midnight, and the plan is for those work hours to stay until midnight for the next 4 years. This jail, as you probably know, in the heart of downtown Brooklyn, Boerum Hill, is a very densely populated area. I have many thousands of constituents who are woken up by the noise at this site every day and every night. And when we've reached out to the Department of Buildings to modify these AHVs, we sometimes get a receptive response, and then City Hall overrules us. And I'm really frustrated. I'm just deeply, deeply frustrated that the city isn't more concerned about being a better neighbor over a 5, 6, 7-year construction project than we've seen to date. So how can we work together for more reasonable HVs at the jail site in particular?
Yeah, so first, just in order, Ahmed deserves all the love that he got. We wish the acting commissioner well. Secondly, the love last year was felt, and I was very appreciative to you and to all the council members. The love was felt by the team, and the team at DOB is really who deserves it. Yeah, you touch on a very important issue, and you touch on maybe one of the thorniest examples of that important issue. And I think, you know, from our conversations, getting those jails complete is a priority of the administration, and the decision to continue construction on that timeline, which was actually a delayed timeline, was made, and that wasn't going to be changed. I think if you look at the raw numbers, just sort of from fiscal year 2021, handing out around 15,500 of the initial, let's go with the totals, like 49,000 in total, rising up to in fiscal year 2024 at 61,000. It's a large increase. We want to live up to our dual roles of being an economic development agency and a public safety agency. We don't want to be the hindrance. But we have to make sure that every after-hours variance is grounded in our standards of public safety or construction with minimal noise or undue hardship. And frankly, that valve on the spectrum, I think it may have gone back in the wrong direction of issuing too many. Put the jail site aside. We certainly will work with you on individual locations that you think are problematic. We've done that with a bunch of council members.
And your team is responsive to a degree. Your team is always responsive. Let me start with that, which I appreciate. The Brooklyn office, commissioner, deputy commissioner on down, your intergovernmental team, everybody's always responsive. I really do appreciate that. It's never a feeling like we're screaming into the void at DOB. So thank you, firstly. What I would say, though, is it always feels to me like what the message I get back from the DOB staff is they're concerned about the pressure they're getting on the developer side if they don't grant these AHVs, and I don't really understand it. I'll give an example. We have a horrible developer on the waterfront in Williamsburg, the Naftali Group. They're building a 1,000-unit development. This was a project that was rezoned back when you were in the council in 2010, 2011. There were lots of promises around affordable housing, unit size, different things that they were going to do. None of that has been followed through upon. They've made lots of different promises to my office and to DOB about how they were going to be good neighbors. They haven't been. They lie, and they lie, and they lie again. We yesterday got a commitment from the Brooklyn commissioner that weekend AHVs were finally going to be lifted. We still have extensive weekday AHVs for this developer who I just think has been a bad actor and doesn't deserve it. And when a developer is such a problematic neighbor and doesn't actually follow the rules and promises they're not going to be doing noisy work at certain times and then goes ahead and does exactly that, there should be accountability. And so I get we want to see projects get done on reasonable timeframes. Building in New York is hard. I'm not a crank. I'd like to think I'm not a crank. Maybe none of us think we are.
You're too young to be a crank.
I'm 41.
There's still time.
41. But in all seriousness, we've had more new housing starts in our district over the last 15 years than any other district in the city. We have a ton of development, and I'm proud of the development we have. But when we have developers that are bad actors, I want DOB to be my partner in saying, you don't get the benefits. You don't get to work outside of normal business hours. You don't get any extra leeway because you don't deserve it. And so they're an example of it. The jail, though, I have to say, right now I'm getting hate mail from constituents who are dealing with 21 to 22 hours a day of work on site. It's really gotten to a place where it's too much. And I'm giving Tom, I'm giving DDC an earful as well, but at the end of the day, you're the ones who issue the permits. You're the ones that say yes or no. I realize that it's a complicated dynamic with City Hall setting the policies and priorities here, but I hope you hear that me and my constituents feel like we have just gone
So,
too far.
Councilmember, let's do this. We will set up a meeting with you and our team, and let's go district-wide and look at those problematic sites, all right? We'll go site by site. The jail site, as you know, is sort of in a different orbit, but let's go district-wide.
I get that it's a different orbit, but I can't ignore it. And
Okay,
so I'd appreciate if we could talk about that too. If you want to
Okay.
have that conversation with Commissioner Foley, with Commissioner Rodriguez, some of these are DOT permits in the street. I'm happy for everyone to come together and have the conversation.
Let's have a conversation, and we'll include that.
Okay.
With respect to this notion of feeling pressure, I will say that one of the beautiful things about midlife is I don't feel any pressure anymore. I really don't. I certainly don't feel pressure from developers. So I don't know if there's anyone on our team. We have a mandate. Again, we are a unique agency of being a regulator and a public safety agency, but we're also an economic development. We want to carry out that mandate, but within carrying out that mandate, there's no pressure. Those days are over. So let's set up an appointment. Let's go down location by location.
I appreciate it.
And if you want to include some of our colleagues to talk about the bigger location, we can. Is there anybody on the team who wants to talk about AHVs in any?
I'll just add that we do have an inspectorial unit that works outside of normal business hours to make sure that these construction sites are following the specific requirements in the AHVs and to ensure that they're working on the specific items that we've allowed.
I appreciate that. And, you know, I was going to ask some local law 97 questions, but I'll just say in closing that, Commissioner, I appreciate that you've given the team the latitude and the leeway and empowered them to do a diligent job in crafting rules and regulations for this incredibly complex local law. And I think that, you know, your team, led by Deputy Commissioner Popa, has done a thoughtful job. And I had a lot of concerns and anxieties that the mayor would be interfering in nefarious ways, and I haven't seen it to date. And, you know, my goal here is that every building in New York City takes steps to decarbonize, and I hope and I think that you all are doing a thoughtful job in working with folks and trying to provide technical assistance and support so that it's not about fees and fines and penalties, but it's about helping buildings get the support they need to actually take the steps to reduce their carbon emissions and make our city more sustainable. So I'm grateful for that orientation and approach. There'll be a time for aggressive enforcement, and there's certainly bad actors who will need that to feel the pain. But, you know, my hope is that for the community churches and the co-ops and the middle and low-income co-ops and the folks in our community that are on a worse landlord list that, you know, are struggling, that we're not going to try to issue fines and fees because they didn't file the right paperwork now, that we're helping them and engaging them constructively to get them on a track so that by 2029, they're taking the necessary steps to start decarbonizing their buildings. So I think that you and the team have been oriented the right way on this, and I'm grateful for that.
Councilmember Rissler, I will share with you something I told to Deputy Commissioner Popa, and that was in one 24-hour period, or one day during my council tenure, I was called a right-wing reactionary and then a rhino. And I thought to myself, well, ain't that the damnedest thing? Deputy Commissioner Popa and her team take incoming from some folks in sort of the environmental community and then the real estate industry simultaneously. And I think it's an indication.
And everybody in between.
Yeah, and I think it's an indication that she and her team have attempted to be rational and reasonable, particularly most recently in the extensions, and she continues a common sense approach in carrying out this unique piece of legislation. So,
but it wouldn't work if you didn't also bring a reasonable and common sense approach from your seat as commissioner. So I want to say I'm grateful to her, but I'm also grateful to you. And you've just always been an exceptionally pragmatic, solution-oriented leader in government in all the years that I've worked with you. And that's the commitment that you bring to working with our offices and every day, and I'm grateful for that.
My job is to get the most out of the good folks I surround myself with, and I think their potential is being seen every day.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. I just want to acknowledge that we are joined by Councilmember Dinowitz and Joseph. Yeah. Okay, and I'm going to allow my colleagues to ask questions first. And first up is Councilmember Dinowitz.
Fine. Thank you, Chair. You're doing a lot this hearing. And you're doing it well.
This is Yaya. She has lots of opinions.
I'll go, yeah. Oh.
Just kidding. We're going to go with Councilmember Brewer.
Okay. The commissioner's a good guy, I agree. At some point, sir, you should tell the story of the Latin names that you gave to streets in Staten Island. That's quite a story.
Councilmember, feel free to use up some time and tell that story.
I'm glad to.
Councilmember, if you could repeat any of the three names that I gave, you
I know one was like you schmuck in Latin, another one was you F in Latin, and the third one was something worse in Latin. And those streets are still there.
It was greed, various versions of the word greed.
Yes.
Ardita Place, I think, was one of them, and
yeah.
Forbury Lane or something.
Something like that. I love that story. On landmarks buildings, I'm having a fight, as you might know, about a church that I landmarked with your assistance many years ago, and now the owner, meaning the presbytery, wants to tear it down. So we're trying to keep it. We're working with LPC, sort of. So how frequently do you meet with LPC to discuss at-risk landmark buildings? I didn't know if it was a regular meeting. And is it appropriate for buildings to approve building permit for necessary repairs of a landmark building without the cooperation of the building owner? We have a situation with lots of money from the cultural organization that has a lease, lots of cultural organization activity taking place, and scaffolding, I don't know, 25 years been up there, something like that. We fix the roof, we have the money, and the owner will not sign off to let us fix the roof.
I will handle the first part of your questions, and Deputy Commissioner Sirakis will handle the second part. In terms of our relationship with LPC, before getting to the agency, as you recall, I was former Deputy Mayor Josie's Chief of Staff.
Yes.
And we had an unfortunate incident between DOB and LPC where, there was an unfortunate incident, and the then Deputy Mayor brought the two agencies together, and the idea was to reboot the relationship. So it's an improved relationship from that point. We haven't met regularly, and there's no series of meetings, but when an issue arises, we certainly communicate.
Okay.
Yes?
Sure. Specifically to the coordination with LPC, we are working on a digital solution that allows more transparency between the two agencies as to where a project is in a given status, but that's more on the calendared versus landmarking time frame. As far as building ownership and whether or not they'll sign off on the work, if we know of a dispute with an owner from that standpoint, typically we do need the owner's authorization or typically a court order at that point to authorize the tenant who's not the owner to perform the work. From that standpoint, obviously the Manhattan Borough Office is always available to answer questions and coordinate there.
Well, this owner won't give permission because he wants to tear the building down. So I'm just saying, so we're going to have this scaffolding up for another 30 years.
You got maybe you want to.
Yeah, in terms of coordination between the two groups, the two agencies, we've instituted a few automatic data feeds between the two groups, two agencies. Anytime we issue violations or on-up DOB orders, emergency declarations, unsafe building notices, Landmarks LPC gets an instant feed on that information, and vice versa. When they see an application come in that might have underpinning or supportive excavation that internally they see might be an issue, they'll refer that application over to DOB, and our engineers will take a specific look at it. We do not have specific meetings, but the communication between the two agencies is constant. And if there is an incident on a building specifically that is landmarked, we will work very closely with LPC to make sure that they understand what the emergency orders are and what we're expecting from the owner to perform, and vice versa. They'll work with us and tell us, is there somebody else involved? Is there a new owner in the background that might be looking to purchase the building and can renovate the building rather than the demolition of the building?
Councilmember, can you give me the address?
165 West 86th Street, Amsterdam and 86th Street.
Okay.
West Park Presbyterian Church. I landmarked it, you landmarked it.
Okay.
And so now the Presbytery wants to tear it down and make condos. We're fighting like tooth and nail to keep it standing, have a cultural center. Every celebrity living in Manhattan supports it and has.
We want to take a look also on the longstanding shed.
Yes, well, we can't get it down. The roof is a mess, so we need to fix the roof.
Okay.
And we need to have the owner not sign off. We believe that the longstanding tenant could sign off. So everybody at City Hall is aware of this. Everybody in New York City is aware of this. It's a big issue, so thank you. And then with a toolkit, I think in your predecessor, the mayor and your predecessor talked about a toolkit regarding tools with which to solve landmarks and buildings, and it's never been released. So just something, if you have the opportunity to release it, that would be great. It's a toolkit that says these are ways in which we can work together. It was a previous to you. And then the other thing is, oh my God, tomorrow, of course, we're passing, I'm sure, good legislation on scaffolding, thanks to you in here. But I must have 30 emails from buildings who woke up, and they're going to be paying more in some cases. And I just didn't know if you're aware of this. It has to, I mean, I don't know all the details. I got all these emails coming in that, basically we understand the need for this legislation, but they're going to be paying more under certain circumstances. I don't know, it has to do with filing fees. Are you aware of this?
Yeah, so I just want to frame it a little bit, and then I want to have Deputy Commissioner Patino speak to the bill.
30 emails.
So the target audience for the Get Sheds Down program are sheds that are up without underlying work happening, right? We believe in the efficacy of sheds, the importance of sheds. Sheds are a tool to protect the public. It's when the shed is up, there's no underlying work being done for months and years, and then the shed leads to all kinds of quality of life issues. That's the genesis of what's driving both, the council members who've introduced bills, our president, and what our motivation is. Guillermo's going to discuss some of the bills to your point.
Hi, council member.
Hi.
There might be three pieces that you might be hearing about. So one is more frequent permit renewals. Our intention there is not to make the permit renewal process more onerous for building owners. We just want more regular feedback in terms of the work that's happening in that building in furtherance of removing the sidewalk shed. And the other two pieces you might be hearing about
The 90 days, what I'm hearing.
the 90 days, right? And the other two pieces might be the penalties. So some penalties will apply to all sheds, some penalties will only apply to local law 11 buildings. But most importantly, we won't be imposing any penalties if a building owner is taking steps in furtherance of removing the sidewalk shed. And we're looking to work with the building owners. There's things like extension requests that they can avail themselves of. We're going to be, taking a broad approach at what it means to be conducting work at the
But
building.
it's a 90-day refiling fee for, it's Intro 393A. It's going to be based on the current one-year fee and amortized for each 90-day period. So it's in the rules, but what's the intention? People feel they're going to be paying more money. And so I just think it's something to look at. I don't know if it was an unintended consequence of what we're passing or not, but Councilmember Dinowitz says, they're coming in right now, these folks. So somebody has either indicated that this is what's happening and is sending out emails to get others to send them.
So the current renewal fee is about $130, so that they'll have to pay quarterly rather than annually.
Okay, well, all right, we'll have to talk about it further. There's a lot of concern.
Happy to work with building owners in your
Okay.
district to address concerns, because we'll have
Well, if it
a lot of
passes tomorrow,
further internal conversations around implementation.
maybe we have to do a new LS on it, so.
Well, some of these will be able to address certain issues through rulemaking, and of course, the fee is something we can take a look at
Okay.
as well. Yeah, but we have time. We have
Rulemaking
time before the bills
might
take
be
effect.
helpful, okay.
Yeah.
Just quickly, Laura Pope, we love you also. The buildings are you finding, because obviously we send you buildings that are problematic, the buildings that have great leadership, they just feel they cannot under any circumstance comply. What happens to those buildings, even though they're trying every way possible? Do you feel that every single building can comply? I don't know, but I've sent them to you, but I don't think it's working.
Right, so in the first compliance period, the emissions levels are set quite high. So most buildings, with the exception of some super manufacturers, can comply, but they might not be able to comply at this point in time, right? Like last year.
Right.
And so building owners who are working with us, we will work with them through a mediated resolution to give them a little bit more time, as long as they show that they have the permits, they're doing the work.
Right.
So that's not a problem. We called, any building you sent to us, we called and we hooked them up with their case manager. And so we will see what they say in their compliance report, which we're receiving in the past 3 weeks. We opened up our portal, so building owners have started to comply. And over the next 6 months, they'll be able to report. And so as we get them in, we'll be able to gauge the compliance numbers better. But we will work with any building owner who is working with us.
Okay, but then what happens, I assume there are some buildings that can't comply. They're older, I don't know what the issues would be. But then come 35, they're going to be paying a lot of money.
Right, so we are taking it one kind of year at a time to see what does this first compliance period look like, where the emissions limits are set quite high, what have building owners done, and then we'll assess in order to determine rulemaking or changes to the law if needed going forward. So that's something we have to monitor.
Okay, all right, I hope that works. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. We will now turn to Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you. Commissioner, how are you? And team, like your entire department here. This is amazing. I also want to talk about the sheds, the scaffolding. I think most people agree they're not very nice to look at. And buildings also want them down as quickly as possible. I think the disagreement is how quickly they can get them down is not due to the buildings in my district, particularly the co-ops, but what they complain about is, to put it nicely, you guys. That they're doing local law 11 work in their building, and it takes a very long time for an inspector to come and inspect the building. An inspector comes and says, I've noticed a little crack. It's superficial, but you got to fix it. They fix it. They wait weeks again for an inspector to come, and they find a different problem. And they fix that. They wait weeks again for an inspector to come. They find a different superficial problem. All the while, we have to look at these ugly sheds, and it's costing the buildings thousands and thousands of dollars. And of course, this is every 5 years, this cycle. And so my question is, do your inspectors use a rubric, right, and sign off on saying, I have certified everything is good except this. I'm going to come back, and it's on the inspector to certify that everything's good. So because it feels like they're flying by the seat of their pants. That is the feeling of the buildings who are going through this process. And I'm sure your inspectors are very talented and qualified people, but what's happening on the ground is they're coming back repeatedly. They're waiting weeks between times inspectors are coming. And all the while, these sheds are staying up, costing the buildings thousands and thousands of dollars.
Councilman, I'm going to have Deputy Commissioner Shamash speak to our local law 11 process. If I could just say something to kind of frame this. I wish I had a nickel for every time DOB is blamed for the actions or inactions of other folks. It's very convenient, and it's a very believable excuse.
Give those nickels to my building so they could pay for the sheds.
Or we could hire more staff here at DOB with those nickels.
That'd be great.
And Deputy Commissioner Shamash will go through the process, but let's be clear, these building owners have hired a qualified engineer that will do the local law 11 inspection. And the Deputy Commissioner will walk through with you sort of the timeline. The notion that these sheds are up too long, costing folks money because there's a delay on the agency's part in inspecting or responding is just not accurate. Yigal?
I think maybe let's start with our Local Law 11 study. So we have hired Thornton Tomasetti to study everything Local Law 11 related, or what we refer to as FISP, Facade Inspection Safety Program. So Thornton Tomasetti, internationally renowned firm. We've been working with them for the past 6+ months on studying everything related to Local 11, from the inspections to the cycle duration, to the amount of hands-on and how the procedure and the process works. So we're very excited to continue working with them. We're hoping that this summer the results of the study will be published and we can make any changes that they recommend and work with them and the council to make any changes necessary. So I just wanted to mention that the study is ongoing, and all of us on this at the table is very excited about the study. In terms of the process, the commissioner is right on. In terms of the repairs on the building, if the building is safe for swamp, the department does not perform an independent inspection. They can do those repairs, they can do that maintenance work, and complete the repairs and take the shed down. It's only when the building is filed unsafe by the building owner's engineer after they do their inspection and they file unsafe with us that we do a corresponding inspection. And what we've outreached, and I've been at the department now 11 years, is to very clearly, the owner's engineer in the report that they submit to us have to outline the conditions on the building and very clearly outline those conditions on the building. It's very clearly articulated. They have to have a mapping of all the conditions on the building. So if our inspector goes to the building and they see a condition that is not on the mapping, then there's something wrong with the report that was submitted to us. And that's what we're flagging. And if they do identify the condition and they tell us it's safe or they tell us it's swamp, then we'll accept that. But the differential comes in on when there's a condition on the building that is not identified in the owner, engineer, architect's report, and that differential is what we're flagging.
So I just want to make sure I'm hearing a couple things right. DOB inspectors typically don't come to a building for Local 11 inspections. Is that right? Is that accurate? Is that what you're saying?
So the inspection occurs initially by the owner's, the building owner's engineer, architect.
But in the typical process, at no point typically will a DOB inspector come. That's what I'm hearing.
That's correct.
Okay, that is, so I'm not sure what it is in my district then, because I have building after building telling me that they are awaiting a DOB inspector to come. And building after building is telling me that a DOB inspector will come and notice one thing. The repairs will be done. And a DOB inspector will come back and notice a different thing where the work has to be done. So I'm not sure what the disconnect is, if someone's impersonating a DOB inspector, or the DOB inspectors are doing spot checks and just doing it in the Northwest Bronx. But there is a problem happening in the buildings in my district where they're not getting they are waiting for something to happen on the DOB end
Again,
before the sheds come
if
down.
the building owner does file it unsafe, and they submit what's called an amended report to us, which is they're changing the status of that they're changing the status of that building from unsafe to safe or swamp, then we will do an inspection. But because they filed the building unsafe, we'll follow up and make sure that the repairs were done and repairs were done correctly.
Councilmember, why don't you take a sampling, pick 5 or 6 locations. Let's set up a meeting. Let's look at those 5 or 6 locations. Let's see if there's some commonality, and we kind of get to the bottom of what's happening.
I really appreciate that, because the way you're describing it is not the experience that we have in the Northwest Bronx. It's just not how it is. And so when I'm looking at the legislation and the calls that we're getting, she's getting more emails as we're speaking. I've gotten the emails, I've gotten the calls, but we've been dealing with this problem for years, long before any legislation was proposed. And so I'd love to work with you on that, but it seems either the Northwest Bronx is ignored or targeted. And
we will set up a meeting. And again, it's a good time to remind folks, we have 1.1 million buildings in the city. We have 500 or so building inspectors, whether it's the local law 11 facade, buildings higher than 6 stories, whether it's parking garages. We rely on design professionals to a large degree, right? So as the Deputy Commissioner and I were saying, the folks actually doing these are these qualified exterior wall professionals.
Great.
Some are good. Some, as in the case at 1915 Billingsley, are not. But the building owner hires these external qualified inspectors to do this work. And as the Deputy Commissioner explained, when of the 3 categories, when they file an unsafe, their requirements to put up sidewalk sheds, et cetera, that's when, now, what you're describing is what I used to complain about health inspectors when I was a council member. They come for A, they then find B, C, and D.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that's the case with our inspectors. Perhaps these are unsafe buildings with an unsafe designation that we come back and we find the work to repair it unsatisfactory, and we've come back twice. But let's set up a call. We'll do a sampling of these buildings, and we'll figure out what's happening.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention one other thing. As part of the Thornton Tomasetti study, they are going to publish a guide for these inspectors, the qualified exterior wall inspectors that the owners are hiring. And the guide will help out not only with determining whether the conditions are safe or swamp or unsafe, but also how to deal with the administrative requirements and the requirements that go along with the filing the report. So this guide will hopefully help out with that as well.
Great. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to meeting with you and your team and some of the buildings, the board members of those buildings and managers in my district, because believe me, they don't want the sheds up either. It's costing them money and it doesn't look nice. So I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. We are all in agreement. We want those down, and we all agree we want people to be safe. We want to do all these things without being onerous. So I'm looking forward to that meeting. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Dinowitz, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Joseph, and then I'll turn to my questions.
Commissioner, one of my favorite people in the city. I have to say that on the record. Thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you.
So over the past year, right, I know I've called you lots of times, but I'm still looking for guidance on this, right? We have fielded numerous complaints about elevators outage in large apartment buildings, 6 floors. And a lot of these buildings have older adults in these buildings. So my seniors are like, I can't go to the doctor. I can't go to the grocery shop. And I had one older adult that she was discharged from the hospital, but we couldn't get her back into her apartment because there's no elevator. So how quickly does DOB usually able to inspect, put an elevator back in service from the time the tenant report the outage? What does your timeline look like?
Councilmember, I'm going to have Deputy Commissioner Shamash just explain the process, because we're not the ones that do the work to get it back in service.
Right.
And then I want to give you some some numbers because there is an issue in terms of our service level going in the wrong direction. But before I get to that,
Right.
to that candid conversation, I want to have the Deputy Commissioner sort of frame out the process for you a bit.
Thank you, Commissioner.
In terms of elevator inspections and compliance, we do have annual inspections that are required for elevators, both periodic and what we call a Category 1 test. And then every 5 years, we have a more intensive test, a Category 5 test for those specific elevators. If there are unsafe conditions found, those have to be repaired within a specific amount of time that's specified in the law and the rule. Depending on the level of the repairs, the majority of times they can perform those repairs without a follow-up inspection from us. However, if there is an upgrade or a new elevator being put into service, then we will have to perform an inspection. Recently, the department did launch a pilot program in terms of self-certification, in terms of the repairs, and in terms of the installation of the elevators, new elevators. For single elevator buildings and multiple dwellings, we are allowing the elevator companies to self-cert that final inspection, which means the department does not need to perform the inspections ourselves. They just have to notify when those inspections are, and we can just audit those as we see fit.
So that's where I was going to go to, Councilmember, and I alluded to in the testimony that we are embracing some sort of tailored, safe expansion of our professional certification process. And the decision was made by the team in looking at the data, the safest universe of elevators to try this pilot of professional certification, as Deputy Commissioner mentioned, were those self-certifying alterations and modernizations on an elevator in a multiple dwelling that has one elevator. We think that has a history of being the safest. To free up those inspectors to attack our service levels. And just to give you some context, you know, we had service levels in 2019, 1 to 3 days, in 2020, 4 days. Our service levels were along those lines up until around October of 2023, and then you see the spike. And it's a direct result of the reduction in overtime and the fact that we always have this constant battle of recruiting and retaining. If you look at a service level in this agency going in the wrong direction, there is a corollary major reduction in overtime and the staffing challenge. So the idea here is to allow professional certification for this universe, free up some staff time so that the time on our end of us getting to the work done in the private sector is as short as possible.
So when HPD refers a job to you, emergency repair, how quickly are the agencies able to put the elevator back in service when it becomes an emergency? Do you have a division when because I know I've called and there are times where you guys work on the weekend to make sure that elevator's up and running.
Just a function of overtime.
Everybody looks confused. That's not good.
DOB does not perform the emergency repairs. HPD performs the emergency
But is that in
repairs.
partnership with you? Once they do the emergency repairs, how long does it take for you to inspect that elevator and get it back up and running?
If HPD is performing the emergency repairs themselves, then they perform the inspections themselves.
It doesn't come from your office?
No.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Chair, I'm done.
And of course, council member, anytime you have an individual location, I think you may have my phone number.
I do.
Thank you.
I do, and you have mine.
I do.
And so we can always communicate because there's so much more to do, and I spoke to HPD about that. There's so much ways to improve the service that we deliver for our constituents and across the city, right? So it's not easy work, but it can be done.
You know I respect the work you do. It's always a good time when you call. You make work fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Joseph. I want to say Chair Joseph because I'm always at the education hearings. Thank you so much, and I'm glad. Yeah, let me know, Councilmember Brewer, if you have any other questions. But I want to jump into mine. I have many, as usual. But I first just want to start off with. I tried to say it earlier, but I'm not really sure what I said because I'm a little sleep deprived. But just want to reiterate the gratitude. We had a terrible fire just last week in my district on Burnside Avenue. We lost 8 businesses, just completely gone. Those structures are no longer safe. And it's a really big hit to the community on Burnside Avenue, and we have another dozen or so altogether that are impacted. And I just always have even in those hard circumstances, it's a breath of relief when I see the familiar faces or associate commissioners, assistant commissioners on site being responsive. And always thank you so much for the work that you do and for how responsive your staff is in every division in my community, and I know to my colleagues as well. And yeah, so proud of Local Law 79 and the proactive inspection program that we were able to stand up together. And I'm very happy to hear that there are these 25 positions that are that have been brought in, and that the work has already started, even with staffing still ongoing. So I'm gonna start with some of the commitments that we have been fighting, the word is not fight, like pushing really hard, that we as council members have prioritized with respect to DOB. In the City of Yes negotiations, we were able to secure additional lines for a Department of Buildings. So my first question there is, in the preliminary plan, additional resources were added for the Department of Buildings. Can you share how many lines the Department of Buildings received? And do you think that additional staff that was included in the preliminary plan is sufficient to address the growth in applications, permits, inspections, and technical assistance that over time we'll see as a result of City of Yes?
So I'm going to have Deputy Commissioner Ugarte break down specific, or Sanabria, or both, break down the specific numbers in some detail of the basement legalization and the City of Yes. The quickest, most direct, most candid, and the right answer to your question about is it enough is we shall see. I think the conversations between DOB and OMB have been frank, and we have to see what materializes and when. I don't know if anyone knows for sure the answers to those. So let's have the Deputy Commissioner explain the 36 that we got in this fiscal year of the basement legalization and the 30 of the City of Yes, and we could break it down into some detail. Gina?
For basement legalization, we received 36 positions in fiscal year 26. That is 36 of 45, which was total allocation. That was the request that DOB did submit, so we are thankful that we received all the funding as requested for basement legalization. That breakdown, as it pertains to the number of, or the categories of positions, are 30 inspectorial and 6 technical, 6 administrative, and 3 clerical. So of the 36 that we received this year, that's the breakdown of the 45 in total.
Sorry, can you just repeat those numbers again, the breakdown?
Sure. I apologize. Of the 45 positions received for basement legalization, we received 30 positions in inspectorial lines, 6 technical, 6 administrative, and 3 clerical.
Thank you. Was there anything that you requested that was not included?
For City of Yes, we received 38 positions, and that breakdown is 23 inspectorial, 8 technical, 4 administrative, and 3 clerical, for a total of 38. Now, we received 66 of the total 83 positions in fiscal year 26. We're receiving the additional 9 positions for basements, which include inspectors and another technical, by fiscal year 28. And for City of Yes, we're receiving the additional 7 positions inspectorial and an additional position on the technical side by fiscal year '28. I want to reiterate what the Commissioner stated with respect to funding. We believe we currently have the resources needed as it stands today. However, we're closely monitoring our construction permit filings to ensure that if those numbers go up, we work actively with OMB and City Hall to ensure that the agency has all the resources that we need. This is something that, to echo, we fought and agreed that we thought we needed more. We got what we received, but it's something that we will continue to actively monitor.
Chair, if I could just add that I think historically speaking, when it comes to new needs, this agency's been given inspectorial and enforcement staff, but have not received the sort of requisite support staff to carry out the additional work. So all, the inspectorial and the enforcement team does its work, but then downstream of that, there's a whole bunch of work that has to happen, payroll, et cetera, et cetera. I think we as an agency need to do a better job in ensuring when there's a new initiative that the staffing cuts across the agency, because that's where the work is. And also, I think it's critically important, and we've kind of learned this lesson the hard way in the last couple of years. Anything, whether it is an act of the City Council, whether it is a City Hall initiative, whether it's a DOB initiative, anything, a rule change, anything and everything has a DOB now implication. It has to be operationalized. And to date, all of these new initiatives have been passed with no additional funding for DOB now, and that puts us in a unique position. So I think moving forward, whenever we have a local law, we're going to experience this, I guess, tomorrow and in the coming weeks with the shed, a City Hall priority, a City Council priority. We have to always think of the staffing that comes with it. The staffing is not only the sort of front line and the field staff, but the support staff. And also there is, because we have to operationalize this on our platform, DOB now is a living, sort of breathing, expanding thing. We have to have funding, and we need to do a better job of articulating that to our partners in the council at City Hall and OMB.
Yeah, I mean, what's coming to mind for me is that through the City of Yes negotiations, there were to be 200 additional staff lines between HPD and DOB. Earlier today, we heard from HPD, they have added 94 positions, and then you have just mentioned 38. And so there's a need at DOB. There's a commitment that we have from the administration through negotiations around this other initiative. So were you aware that there are other lines that have not been committed to or that have not been accounted for?
So our number, let's just be, so we're on the same page, our total number is 83 lines.
From City of Yes
well,
for housing?
Well, from City of Yes from housing, 38 from the, if you want to divide it to the ADUs and basement legalization, 45. Yeah. And can I just say, maybe just to perhaps bolster your own point, but when I say we don't know what's going to materialize when, in terms of the staffing, Deputy Commissioner Sirakis did this flow chart for me, and I will get this to you.
I like flow charts.
This is basically our internal process that we think to date on what needs to happen on the basement legalization. Authorize the application review, maintenance, and it's a 10-year process. We have milestones on this. 3 months, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. So who navigates this and when? If they navigate this quickly, will the demand be such that we need more staff for this particular part of this whole? So, yeah, I mean, you will not. I think last year we established a precedent for me. I'm not going to be shy, and I'm not going to be a commissioner. I can't look these men and women in the eye and say we have enough. We are an economic development and a public safety agency. The more resourced we are, the better it is for economic development and public safety. Right. For now, these are the numbers. We're going to see what comes down the pike in terms of work and get on that red phone to OMB and City Hall if we see the volume manifesting as such.
Right. No, I appreciate that, and thank you for your advocacy of the team that you are leading. But I just want to state again, for the record, and I know I see City Hall liaisons here, there was a commitment, and it is not reflected in the budget. What are we doing if we are negotiating for the best interest of our city and we're not seeing those commitments? So where did he go? Yeah, there he goes. All right, you know who you are. Please bring that to OMB. Matt, please bring that to OMB. There is a commitment. We want to see these staff lines in these agencies. They're receiving additional responsibility, and we need to keep New Yorkers safe as we do these legalizations and we change these policies. So thank you, Commissioner. So I next, sort of on the same vein, but moving more specifically to proactive enforcement. So the November plan included 60 new positions for the department's proactive enforcement initiative in fiscal 2026 and 56 new positions in the current fiscal year. DOB plans to use these predictive analytics through this, coming from this great bill, to better target buildings with unsafe conditions, negligent owners, and bad actors. Can you update the committee on hiring? I think you said 25, but can you update the committee on hiring for these positions? How many have been filled? And have you seen any results so far in the current fiscal year?
So I'm going to frame this out, sort of overarching numbers in total, a breakdown of the 60 lines. We will let Deputy Commissioner Shamash talk about some of the immediate results we've seen from the piloting various initiatives. And if Deputy Commissioner Sanabria, you can give an update on the hiring. So on the inspectorial, of the 60, 48 inspectorial, 3 technical, 9 administrative. Yigal, you want to talk about some of the program in general?
Sure. And I think I heard you say that you love spreadsheets and you love flowcharts, so same here. I just want to also mention, before I just spew out a whole bunch of numbers for you, that we have internally officially renamed this. We are now calling this Project ESPO after Joseph Esposito, our former DC, my former boss. And we came up with a little catchy breakdown for that. It's Enforcement Bureau's Strategic and Proactive Operations. So apologies for renaming.
I love it. He deserves it. Thank you.
I'll break it down into the 3 different groups that we have it in. First and foremost, it was a Herculean effort to get these 3 initiatives going. We have 3 great assistant commissioners. Olga Shuta, who is leading up proactive inspections, Ronaldo Hilton, who is leading up staying vigilant, and then Sal Augustino, who's heading up heightened enforcement. I will start with proactive inspections. We have performed 60 inspections to date. In terms of heightened enforcement, we have inspected 467 locations that we believe bad actors are doing work at. And then staying vigilant, we have done 234 inspections for a total of 761 inspections. On those 761 inspections, we have issued 331 violations. As the commissioner said, we are not fully staffed. From supervisor up, we are pretty close to being fully staffed, but the inspectorial group is what we are currently actively recruiting for and bringing in. And what we're doing is we're taking mature senior inspectors from other units, not trying to strip those units dry entirely, but get a mix of new people and senior inspectors into the units to perform the work. So trying to blend in the experience within the units. In terms of proactive inspections, Olga's team has a group of inspectors, they have a group of plan examiners, and what they're charged with doing is taking a look at where folks are doing development, whether that's a new building or an alteration with an enlargement, and seeing if there's a sensitive building next door. If that sensitive building is landmarks or has numerous violations, or maybe it's the type of building or the age of the building. And what they're looking for, and we're using a GIS map to collate all of this information together, and our analytics team has put this map together, and it's really amazing. We'd love to show it to you if you want to come by and take a look at the maps. It's really amazing, so we can catalog what we think are sensitive buildings and then see what work is happening next door. Take a look at those plans on a proactive basis, and then also do inspections. So that's what Olga's team is heading up. The heightened enforcement against bad actors, and I think this is really the key to your local law, is, for example, we can take a look at 1950 Billingsley, right? We did a sweep of the other buildings that owner had. And normally that would be the extent of what we would do, right? We would take a look at the other buildings and we would stop there. So if you could imagine that to be a spider web with the owner of 1950 Billingsley in the center and all the addresses of other buildings, that's one spider web. But this unit takes it to the next level. We're not only looking at the other buildings he has, but who are the professionals that he's using? Who are the licensees that he's using? Who are the contractors, the permit holders that he's using? And then creating a spider web using those folks as the center of the spider web and not just the building owner, and taking a look at what those folks are doing. Now, if we take a look at 4 or 5 of those professionals, and maybe 1 or 2 of those have already been disciplined by us, so we focus on that group. And same with the licensees and same with the permit holders. So we're taking it to the next level with that group, and it's really focusing on those specific individuals, and we can take a look at a large number of lists, whether that's the bad owners list that gets published every year, whether that's a list of professionals that we have disciplined, whether that's a list of licensees that we're looking at that we've disciplined in the past, or maybe we find somebody new and we pass that along to our fabulous attorneys at the department. So part of the proactive enforcement was a whole bunch of lines for attorneys as well. So we pass along those cases, and that's what makes this unit different than just a regular inspectorial unit. They have investigators that go along with it to put the cases together for our attorneys, work with our attorneys, and really discipline these professionals. What we've learned from longstanding sheds is violations are not enough. You really need to wake up the owners, you need to wake up the professionals, and really take a hard look at them, and the best way by doing that is getting our attorneys after them. And last but not least, staying vigilant is two-pronged. We're looking at bringing back our Class 1 violation re-inspections, but being cognizant of the homeowner relief program and making sure that we are still abiding by that homeowner relief program. In that program, we issue requests for corrective actions, and homeowners in 1 and 2 family dwellings have 60 days to correct those violating conditions. As part of staying vigilant, we're also following up on those requests for corrective actions, so that two-pronged effort with regards to staying vigilant.
Madam Chair, if I could just add and start with the last point that Yigal just made. I think it's part of this Project ESPO that doesn't get as much shine as other parts, but it's critically important. Think about what he just said. The Class 1 hazardous violations are the most serious ones the department issues. And there was a period of time where we had a unit within the agency that would systematically, continuously go and re-inspect those most serious violations. That had to end because of budget cuts years ago. We are reinstituting that process. So now our team has a universe, we know where they are, and we will continue to go out, inspect those locations until we've exhausted that universe. Hopefully, we will find conditions repaired. Hopefully, we don't find serious conditions, but if we do, we now have found it before the corner of a building has come down. So that's a component of this initiative, again, that your fingerprints are on, that is outstanding. Second point I wanted to make is, once we've ID'd sort of the worst, we might need council help. We've had this conversation, as the Deputy Commissioner just alluded to. So you have licensees. Well, what can we do to those licensees to hold them accountable? You have contractors. What can we do to general contractors to hold them accountable? Owners, is there more that we can do? So we need to come back to you or work with you and partner with you again to figure out, once we've ID'd this universe, these are the worst of the worst, what else, what other tools can we have to hold them accountable? And lastly, the Deputy Commissioner Shamash's team, again, not fully staffed up yet, but out in the field, working off of DOB Now data. What we've learned through the Building Tech Lab process is there are entrepreneurs out there with some incredible products to take data and do their own proprietary formulations and spit out a list of what they deem locations to look at. And that's really exciting to us. We are using our own data, which is plentiful. As the Deputy Commissioner Sirakis once said, like we've barely scraped the pile of DOB Now data, but there are entrepreneurs out there who are sort of on the cutting edge, and maybe through this Building Tech Lab process, we can add that to our portfolio. Lastly, we promised you just a quick update from Deputy Commissioner Sanabria on the hiring efforts of the 60.
Good afternoon. So with regards to the proactive enforcement,
Make sure that speak gets on.
Hello? Yeah.
Bring it to you. Bring the mic to you.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. With regards to the ESPO project, we have 56 lines funded for this fiscal year, 4 for next year. Of the current lines, we have 25 active members in those positions, another 16 pending candidates, which would staff us up to 41 within a short relative time period. And we're still recruiting for the remaining 15 vacancies.
How long is it taking from candidate identification, DOB knows you want to hire a person, to when you're able to bring them on board?
Depends on the titles. So our inspector titles are exempt from the hiring for the 1 for 2 with OMB. So when we're hiring for inspectors, and I'll give you a snapshot on the level of effort that it takes for recruiting, but they tend to go faster than the non-inspectorial positions. Those non-inspectorial positions can take anywhere from a month to 2 months, depending on the timing with OMB submissions, depending on the background process. So we scrutinize all our applicants very closely to verify the work experience to bring on board. With regards to that, the HR team at DOB has been doing a tremendous job. In this fiscal year alone, we've made over 4,000 outreach efforts to get people in the door. Excuse me 1 second. So we've had over 4,000 phone calls, over 375 people interviewed. We've offered jobs, and we've onboarded 100 new candidates since the beginning of the fiscal year, with another 75 people in the pipeline, basically preparing, their background application, but people that we're ready to onboard. And with regards to new need programs that were funded in this fiscal year, we had 98 positions, inclusive of this ESPO proactive project. And of those 98 positions, we've identified and started 34 of them, with another 26 pending candidates, bringing that total to 60. So we're still recruiting for 39 positions, but we're making tremendous efforts in terms of taking those lines and putting people in the seats and trying to fill them as quickly as possible.
Chair, if I could just add one other, I have to say it publicly, but Deputy Commissioner Sanabria and Deputy Commissioner Ugarte deserve tremendous credit for changing our internal PAR process. Forget about the OMB process. Internally, we had our own issues. It was like the place where information and hope went to die. the PAR process. You talk to any of the assistant commissioners or deputy commissioners, they will tell you it is completely different. Also want to give a shout out to our Chief of Staff, Jason Rozewski, for calling BS on the process. But Mark and Gina have changed it so that internally, deputy commissioners and assistant commissioners know where their hirings are at, and they've turned it around. And I'm also really proud of the fact that in the 2 years that we've been a team, we have 120 internal promotions. And that's, we're giving folks a pathway. Folks who have demonstrated that they're doing an excellent job, we're trying to move them up, and they're the next generation of leadership. And again, that process has been expedited by the two deputy commissioners to my right.
Amazing.
If I could just add, so to the commissioner's point about internal hiring and promotional opportunities, we look to grow to our staff in terms of retention, right? Everybody wants to stick around and grow with the agency, and we try to build a sense of community and family at the agency. I'm a product of that. I was an unpaid intern 30 years ago, and I'm here today. We have a very robust youth program, over 15 different programs with 174 kids that have gone through that program. We continue to take employee engagement opportunities to keep the staff, but there are challenges for us in doing so. So we're working very hard to bring in as many candidates as we can.
Yeah. I really love to hear that. Thank you for sharing. An unpaid intern 30 years ago. Wow, that's incredible. And that's what we should be doing, right, across our agencies. I'm glad.
Only to be outdone, excuse me, because this will be fun when we get back to 280, only to be outdone by 38 years ago, a high school, what was the co-op program, right?
Wow.
Sierra Leone. Now, they commute together, so they'll be talking about this later tonight. So we'll have a little fun.
That's incredible. That's incredible. And that's what we want to hear. Thank you so much for that. So continuing on development and enforcement staffing, according to the PMMR, the agency's average inspection time, you talked a little bit about this in your testimony, Commissioner, the average inspection time in all categories was impacted by ongoing budgetary constraints and reduced staff capacity. At last year's prelim budget hearing, we spoke at length about the cut to DOB's staffing that removed 134 positions in fiscal 24 and 90 positions in fiscal 25 and the out years. That reduction capped a pattern that saw over 500 positions removed from DOB's budget since fiscal year 22. This preliminary plan, we're happy to see and hear about the successful efforts, but we're happy to see the department has added headcount. Are these new positions, or are they a restoration of previous cuts? One, what specific needs will the additional development and enforcement staff address is the second question. And third, as a result of City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, does the department anticipate any increase, we talked about this a little bit too, but anticipate any increase in filings, applications, and complaints? What are you expecting?
Right. So we in terms of the additional lines from the November and January plans, we referenced already, right, the 60 positions on proactive enforcement, 25 to carry out Local Law 152, the 10 additional attorneys for Local Law 97, and of the basement legalization and the City of Yes. Those are the new lines that we received. In terms of just overall service levels and the service levels you alluded to, Chair, again, show me a service level going in the wrong direction, you will see steep overtime reductions and staffing challenges that come in the form of hiring and come in the form of retention. And I just want to remind everyone, the two pegs that we took, the 18 million and change, the 210 lines, those lines were overwhelmingly, if not exclusively, vacant. Those vacancies, though, created accruals that allowed our agency to escalate our overtime way above the budgeted amount. We had to take overtime that was over $9 million when it was budgeted at 3 and change $3 million, and turn that off, and then figure out how to turn it on and off as we saw levels spike. But there is no doubt that downstream from that, you're seeing, an impact on service levels. I'll just give you a quick snapshot. We had done a snapshot back in October of certain service levels that were going in the wrong direction. I don't need to tell you the specifics, but I just want to share with you, if you look at the service level and go, why is that going up? Head count down 10%, OT down 78%. Another service level, head count down 8%, OT down 93%. Head count down 10%, OT down 78%, OT down 82%, OT down 84%, 78%. You get my point. And okay, we licked our wounds, we kept it together, the service levels didn't explode, but there's a certain period of time where you could point to that, and then that answer doesn't cut it. And I think that's the point that we're at. And I think that's reflected in a few things. That's reflected in us strategically, in a very narrowly tailored way, adding back some professional certification. Mentioned it on elevators. We're considering it on a certain universe of electrical inspections. By the way, just so you know, what we giveth, we also taketh away. There's a bulletin going out in July that we will no longer allow professional certification on underpinnings because Gus and the team did a really good job of doing audits, and we were not happy what we've seen. So I don't want anyone in the council to think that we're just going to blindly do professional certification. I was so concerned about that I went back and I found quotes from me as a council member from 2007 assailing widespread professional certification. But we think we can narrowly, in a narrowly tailored way, add that back on, create some bandwidth. The other issue to the staffing challenge, and I want Commissioner Sanabria to spend a few minutes, if we can, is that we have a retention issue. And writ large, globally, it's probably a good thing because DOB is a pipeline. We get folks in. The team does a hell of a job training them up. And when the private sector is doing well, the private sector takes these folks. But also our sister agencies, Deputy Commissioner Sanabria can give you names of sister agencies that love to kind of take our staffers. We can give you rationale. We can give you sort of experience levels when they're leaving. So we have this, and we will always have this continuous turnover. We have to bring people in, train them, they go about into the bigger ecosystem. Again, it's a good thing for New York City. It's a challenge for us. So even though we've had the additional lines that we've alluded to, our head count is sort of flat because as we bring them in and we train them, we're losing them out the side door. Mark, do you want to get into some of the numbers?
So we did a very deep dive into attrition at the agency, both on the technical level, meaning people that perform architectural engineering type position work, and both the inspection side. And one of our findings was in January of 25, we had a 16% attrition rate in our inspectorial workforce. And when we looked into that dive, we noticed that folks were leaving either into the private sector or to other city agencies. And we try to find out why they're leaving, and for the most part, it's because of salary. In some cases, when they're going to the other agencies, they're actually going back into the trade. The council member raised elevators, and some of our folks are going back to NYCHA to actually do elevator repairs. Some cases, they're going to PD to do plumbing repairs and DCAS and some of the other agencies. So attrition is and we looked at the ages of how long they were with the agency, on average with the agency 5 years. And so when we bring in new inspectors, they go in through a very robust training academy. It's 14 weeks, 9 weeks in the office, 5 weeks out in the field learning with their superiors. So we put a lot of time and effort into training up our guys. They are the best inspectors in the city, without a doubt, which is why other agencies are coming to get them. But we have challenges with salary. We have challenges with the industry. When the industry is doing well, they come back to us to take our guys because they know the rules, they know the codes. And just at a very high level, this year we had 113 people attrit out of the agency, and we're onboarding up 175. So the net gain is really only 62 new people, which makes the struggle that HR is having in terms of the recruiting effort somewhat, like quicksand, right? My team is working super hard to get them in the door, and we're trying to keep them in the door. And that's a challenge that the commissioner and I discussed the other day. And, we have some ideas about trying to attack this from different fronts.
Madam Chair, if I could just add three quick things. One is a shout out to DCAS Commissioner Lou Molina, because one of the challenges that we have is that our assistant plan examiners, assistant engineers, assistant architects, the non-licensed folks, our work does not qualify as design experience, which the state ed says they need to get licensed. So we will train them up, then they will leave us to go to an agency whose work does provide that. They want to progress in their career. So what Commissioner Molina is going to do on a small sample pilot is take some of our folks at DOB, loan them to DCAS, let them do work at DCAS that qualifies as design experience, get that for their qualification so that they can get licensed to come back. Deputy Commissioner Sanabria will tell you a bunch of the people who left, there's a 10 or 13 or 15 came back because it's a pretty good place to work, but they can't progress in their career. So hopefully this is a start of a good program. The second thing I just wanted to mention is on the plan exam front and the inspectorial routing, we think there's technology out there that could help us, and hopefully that expands sort of our staffing capabilities.
About that.
No, and the last thing is, hopefully in May when we come back, we're working on an idea on the front end of this, the pipeline, to draw more people in. Hopefully our idea will be a little bit more baked and we can present it with you where we think we can draw in more folks to DOB.
Sorry, mommy duties at the same time. No, thank you. That's helpful context. I wanna touch on. We talked a little bit about basement legalization staffing. Can you tell us what the 36 new positions are for? Yeah, what will they be doing, and do you think that they will be adequate? You answered some of this already, but.
So of the 45 positions, we received 22 inspectors, 2 assistant chief inspectors, a chief inspector, 5 supervising inspectors, 3 plan examiners, an administrative staff and administrative staffer, administrative staff supervisor, analysts, senior analysts, attorneys, senior clericals, and code and zoning specialists. We did receive, and a lot of those administrative positions, if I might add, were advocacy on our part as Deputy Commissioner Sanabria and Commissioner said. We do receive a lot of inspectorial and technical positions, but it does cause an adverse effect on administrative positions that aren't typically restored. So we did receive some of those lines, and those administrative lines are reflected here. And that would total the 45. And of the inspectorial positions, I can break down for basement legalization of the 30 inspector positions, 11 of them were for development and 19 were for enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, and the commissioner also said TBD. There's a long flow chart. Understood. It's a developing program. Question that I've received from colleagues at the, in other parts of the city regarding basements. There are plenty, of course, of illegal conversions that exist today throughout the city. What is going to be the policy for folks that come to the administration wanting to legalize their basements? Is there going to be any sort of amnesty, or how are you going to encourage folks that have not that are not in compliance today, who are afraid of penalties, to enter the pilot?
Thanks. So the pilot program itself is, while it's limited to certain geographic areas, it does have provision in the legislation, I believe, both from the state level and down to the legislation that was passed along with the City of Yes component, that merely applying for a temporary authorization for residency, that in itself is an amnesty request to not have a basement apartment that is fully compliant with what you will need at the 10-year mark, and it gives the property owner 10 years to get into full compliance. There are a number of milestones along the way that the property owner would need to meet, and some minimum criteria. Obviously, immediate life safety issues need to be accounted for before we can authorize this. But the idea is that this is actually giving you, as a property owner, the ability to stretch out the time frame for when you can get into full compliance for 10 years. The legislation itself sets out specific milestones. We're currently working with our partner agencies on both the enforcement process for what to do when you find an apartment that's outside of compliance right now, that has not yet been authorized for any temporary residency or permanent residency, but they might be eligible, as well as the program itself, as well as any of the full safety measures that would need to be in place to authorize one of these units along the way.
Is there forgiveness for existing penalties if you come to the agency and you're in one of these geographies?
I don't believe there's anything specific for forgiveness, but there is deferral of penalties that's permissible, and this is important necessarily in some instances, to be able to get a certificate of occupancy issued because of the fact that you might have penalties that would otherwise be required to be paid. The program, I believe, does authorize the deferral of those penalties. So we're not letting, and we're obviously not closing out the violation if the condition hasn't been corrected. But if the penalties are deferred till after the building exits the program.
Okay. Thank you for that, and I'd love to talk about that further. I've just gotten some incoming from Assemblymember Natalia Fernandez, for instance, with constituents who are in the catchment area, but they owe these exorbitant amounts for having, these basements over time that were used as dwellings.
Madam Chair, can I just say one thing about just referencing the flow chart, because I could just imagine someone at home or someone somewhere saying, yeah, well, this is what's wrong with government, that all of these steps on this flow chart. This is designed so that folks in basements are safe. And just a couple of months ago, while this was being voted on, there was a fire in my home borough in a basement where, thanks to the heroic action of 2 firefighters, they crashed the windows and I think handed out a small child through a window. So this is designed at every step along the way for us to get eyes on and make sure things are safe. So it's not bureaucracy and it's not us being obstructionists, but grand announcements or not, my responsibility is your responsibility as that child. I think my responsibility is safety, and that's what we're going to carry out.
Yes. Commissioner, if you would grant me just a 5-minute recess so I can calm down this little critter, and I will be right back.
Can everybody settle down? We're getting ready to continue. Can everybody settle down? We are getting ready to continue.
I just want to take a moment to shout her out. It's been 5 hours. She's been at hearings for 5 hours. No, thank you. Okay. Did I already ask my DOB now question? I didn't, right? All right, that's where I was. Okay, so I'm just gonna boil this down to the essentials. The preliminary plan delays the contract on DOB now. So what does this mean for some of the higher level goals that we all had, right? The sidewalk bills passing tomorrow. What are these contract delays gonna be?
Talk about the contracts and then We'll let Deputy Commissioner Ugarte talk about the contract specifically, then I'll just talk about DOB now more generally after.
So we're currently in the process of entering into a renewal contract with Spruce for the remainder of the funded scope. So what that means in terms of timeline is delay, right? If a contract is registered later on than originally intended, and that's the reasons for the roles that you saw in the preliminary plan.
So do you have a sense of when it will be fully registered and up and running?
We're continuing to work with the controller and MOX to get this completed, and I don't have a specific timeline now, but we certainly are working as quickly as possible to get this completed.
So Chair, if I can just sort of frame out the DOB now. As I said earlier, everything goes through DOB now. Every local law, every City Hall priority, every DOB priority, every rule change. That created a tremendous amount of work, and when everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. So we've gone through this internal process. We actually got some really good help from our friends at OMB to realize you can't do 50 priorities at once. So we have, our first mission is to retire BIZ and the Acela program, to migrate it to DOB now. And then we have to pick priorities amongst priorities of local laws and various initiatives. And so now the team has transparency on their individual priority, where it is in the queue. And there is, at least right now, an order to this process. And I think there's much more transparency internally within the agency. And we just work every day to complete the original mission, which was to retire BIZ, retire Acela, and then we will get to the pile now of other priorities that we have to build out.
And those conversations are going well with OMB?
Well, the OMB process was, and I think rightfully so from their perspective, it was like, you have a lot of work to do. What's the plan? So we met, we huddled, we spoke with an outside entity, and we created a new game plan. I give a lot of credit internally to our chief of staff, who kind of ran point for us. And again, I bristled initially at OMB's intervention, but it was a net plus, and we continued to do the work. But I think the frustrating thing for me initially was for the whole world, council, City Hall, everyone to realize there is no finishing DOB now, because DOB now gets built and updated as we operationalize your priorities and our priorities. And I will add, and I think this predates you, this institution, the council from 2018 to 2021 was particularly robust in its legislative activities pertaining to the agency. Yeah. So you have all of this coming in. How do we put it in an order? What is the priority amongst priorities? And let's show our colleagues at OMB, like, this is the plan. So I think we're on the right path now. I think we today benefit from hindsight, and I think going back to the Bloomberg administration and the de Blasio administration, choices made, decisions made then, they probably would not make the same decisions today, knowing what we know and knowing how things turned out. But we're committed to getting it built out. There are pluses to DOB now. And it gives us and it gives our customers things that BIZ and the paper system, the convenience to be able to do. It is a net plus, but it's a tremendous amount of work. And now we have a game plan and an order to do that work. Some of the folks behind me aren't happy because they know where they are now in that order, and they're not at the front of the line.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I just have two more questions, and my colleagues have gone, so that's it. Just two more questions, or sets of questions. Appreciating that. So on Local Law 97, hello, Laura. We are approaching, of course, a major milestone for buildings that need to comply with Local Law 97, which imposes the local law, which imposes strict emission limits for buildings over 25,000 gross square feet, and fines for those who are out of compliance. On May 1st, just over a month away, the first annual emissions report is due for these buildings. You talked a little bit about it in your opening remarks, but can you expound upon how DOB is ensuring it's prepared for this major milestone? How are you working with low and middle income co-ops and condos in particular, many of which are in older buildings that require significant rehabilitation work but face financial constraints? And specifically, is the Department of Buildings doing specific or special outreach about the passage of the J51 abatement last December?
Good afternoon, Council Member. So yes, we have been working on the rollout for Local Law 97 for several years, and we are completely ready. Our reporting portal opened almost 3 weeks ago, and so we worked with an entity that was funded by DOE, the federal DOE, to create the portal, and we are receiving reports. You were right that the deadline is May 1st, but there's a built-in 60-day grace period, so that takes us through June 30th. And on top of that, building owners can apply for an extension, which takes them through August 29th. And actually, it's important that there is a several-month period to submit the reports because everything's new for everyone. And we've been working with service providers to educate them about how to submit reports. Today, we did our 8th training with service providers, and those webinars are online, and we have 2 more to go. And each training is, it has some familiar items, and then it's specific for a particular topic. So today, we talked about how to apply for an adjustment if you have external or financial constraints. And our next topic is complex reports. So we have a lot of people who come to those, and we have a team of staff who answer questions in real time while they're happening. So we're definitely working to educate on that. We staffed up. We have 112 positions in the Bureau, which is just very exciting, and 69 of those are really fully focused on Local Law 97. The rest of the team works on the Energy Code. And then we have 3 different additional positions that are funded by NYSERDA to help with that. So that's a total of 72 staff that are really primarily focused on 97 and other laws that support that, like benchmarking and audits and retro-commissioning and the energy grades. So, of course, we onboarded all those staff with the incredible assistance of our HR and budget teams, and we're ready to, review the reports, basically. On the outreach, so we have an outreach team. It's a small but mighty outreach team. And they, along with really a ton of the other Local Law 97 staff, do these webinars, work with Accelerator, right? And we know that that's the program funded by the city to help building owners. They provide free assistance for building owners. We send out notices, we send out email blasts, we go to events, we have in your district events. We're constantly, hosting webinars and just trying to do outreach to these groups. The primary way that there is outreach done for things like J51 and for LMI housing is through Accelerator. And we, we've called building owners to get them a case manager focused on buildings that are, we're concerned are over their limits. We work very closely with HPD. They have the 321 Go program. They work with Accelerator. And the whole goal is to make sure that affordable housing owners and LMI co-op and condos can comply with 97. And as I mentioned to Councilmember Brewer earlier, we will work with any building that works with us. So we have our mediated resolutions, and if there's a building owner, as you know, the 321 buildings are one and done, right? They either follow the 2030 compliance path now, or they do their prescriptive energy conservation measures. And so if they need a little bit more time, but they've put in the work already, we will work with them to get them more time. And, we're not interested in being punitive for people who are working with us. So I hope that answered all of your question.
It did, thank you. Just two quick clarifying questions. When you say service providers, what kind of entities are you referring to?
Right, so the entities that the building owners hire to do the work, the RDPs, and to file the reports, they may be, there are several different people who work together in that. The reports need to be signed off by an RDP, at least the 320 reports do, a registered design professional. The 321 reports can be a retro commissioning agent or an RDP. And then these service providers that we've been working with have thousands of clients in the city. So we are comfortable that we're working with the people who have the most clients and getting them comfortable with how to file the report, educating them on that. Also, though we beta tested the reporting portal with them so we could get feedback and make it better. And we continue to do that. So recently, there had been a requirement that in order to get an extension, you had to have hired someone by a certain date. And we saw that that wasn't working because some building owners hadn't hired someone by that date, but we still wanted them to get the extension if they needed it. So we issued a service notice that changed that because of all the feedback we were receiving from both the service providers and the building owners. So we're trying to be nimble.
Excellent. And I said I had two. Oh, the second clarifying question was 112 positions. So those are all filled?
No, we have 15 vacancies, but 3 of those are for the energy code, so 12 vacancies related to local law 97 work, almost all of them.
I have to say, I'm very impressed. I felt like when we talked about this last year, I felt a little hopeless because there was such a long way to go, so kudos.
Right, there was 20, I think I said 27 positions. It might have been 29, but that's how many we had last year.
Wow.
Yeah, just for clarification, there were 112 positions, 78 of them are filled and active.
Great. And then you have a lot of folks in the pipeline?
Yeah, so we have 8 in progress in the pipeline.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Sorry, note taking with one hand. Last but not least, a question on construction safety. You mentioned that that the numbers have improved, but just harkening back to 2022, the New York State Controller issued an audit that found that Department of Buildings' oversight of building construction sites and enforcement activity needed improvement, noting specifically that DOB inspections were performed reactively rather than proactively, even though its prior enforcement actions and contractor safety history are data sets that could be, I have a feeling that our bill does something, but want to hear it from you. Contractor safety history are data sets that could be used to help identify high-risk construction sites as well. Department of Buildings had inadequate procedures to identify incidents and report injuries and fatalities at building construction sites, and that while DOB followed up and issued summonses at sites that were found to have safety issues, it did not effectively prioritize which sites were inspected. So can you just bring us up to date on what steps have been taken since that audit to address the concerns outlined by the State Controller? Are there any measures that would require legislative action to facilitate?
Deputy Commissioner Shamash will talk specifically about the audit, and then if we have time and the need, I can talk to you about some more in depth on the numbers because it's a good story to tell.
I was going to start with the numbers.
I'm fatigued. You're younger than me, so by all means, have at it.
So I know the numbers in the MMR are for fiscal year, but we track these a little bit more in depth in terms of calendar year. So I just wanted to relay some numbers in terms of number of incidents and injuries year over year, calendar year over year from 2023 to 2024. Number of incidents in calendar year 2023 was 649. In 2024, it was 466, or a 28% reduction. In terms of injuries, that number went from 692 down to 482, or a 30% reduction. That is 2023 over 2024 calendar year. If we look at the first 2 months of 2025 over 2024, we have, again, 2024 was almost a record low in terms of incidents and injuries. This year, we are 40% reduction over that. Our construction safety team has, it's a two-pronged effort. The compliance unit strictly does proactive inspections of all construction sites. That is their one mission, and our construction safety enforcement team responds to incidents, complaints, and complaints with regards to 311 and public complaints. Our assistant commissioner, the infamous Juan Aries, leads that group. We have done numerous outreach to industry associations, large general contractors, large construction management, permit holders, to get the message out that construction safety is not just about a checklist where you go around checking boxes, but it's really a culture. And changing that culture is what we have done over the last 5+ years, starting with our SST training, going through and doing audits on all the providers of that SST training, and we've rolled out the Worker Wallet, which is a compilation of all the construction certifications that the industry acquires from us. So between the SST card and the Worker Wallet, folks can carry 2 cards now that'll identify all the training that they have, all the requirements that are there. And just to go through some of the stats associated with that group, we have done training for SST. Amazingly, 381,000 folks have gone through the program and have been trained as workers. Over 60,000 have been trained as supervisors. When we started the program, OSHA thought we would have about 150, maybe 200,000. We are at, combine those together, you're almost at 470,000 workers and supervisors that have been trained. The Worker Wallet, which is not required till July 1st to have on site, almost 26,000 folks have gotten the Worker Wallet card. And between those 2 cards, almost 28 million taps.
Madam Chair, we issued our safety report. We will get you and the team a copy if you don't have it. We just issued it a couple of weeks ago, but as I said, it tells a really impressive story. So the statistics that the Deputy Commissioner alluded to, a 25% year-over-year decrease in incidents, a 30% decrease in injuries, all while construction activities in terms of initial permits and new construction square feet were at a five-year high. And I just want to underscore the last part of the Deputy Commissioner's response about the training. The New York City Bill Connect, Ray Cabrera, Assistant Commissioner, fantastic job in, 27 million taps. That means workers with those cards 27 million times went onto a work site. People who were trained went onto a work site. So, it's our North Star. It continues to be a focus, and the numbers are going in the right direction.
And let me just add,
And we'll
in
get better,
terms
we're
of
proactive.
change of culture, it's not just our inspections, it's the trainers, it's the providers, it's the permit holders, it's everyone working together to make sure folks go home and go home safely. It's not just DOB, but it really, in terms of construction safety, it takes a village.
Thank you so much for that response. And just to make sure I understand, so when you say 381,000 trained, 60,000 supervisors, 470,000 altogether, these are 500,000 unique individuals in the city of New York trained.
Correct.
I was a young staffer when this was a bill that was being negotiated, and that was the dream, right? To have people really trained up, and well, I think you aged the bill, right, Guillermo? it was Nick Smith and Guillermo who were on the phone aging this legislation, and it's really good to hear. This is, I think, one of the examples of why we do this work. We can really save people's lives, quite literally. So I commend you all and really hope that we can continue on this way. One death is too many, one injury is too many. So there's more work to do, but this is really impressive in terms of the direction. So congratulations. I'm very happy to end on such a positive note. Thank you for that. Thank you to the commissioner. I think you weren't here yet, but I was saying that I'm playing nursing bingo because I've now nursed at a fundraiser while door knocking, and now here on the floor. So we're all in this together. Thank you for letting me be a good mama to Yaya, and thank you for your participation and honest answers at this hearing.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Hi, everybody. We're back. We never left. Okay, so I am now going to be opening the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recordings or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic of the preliminary budget for the Department of Housing Preservation and Development and the Department of Buildings. And just to put a finer point on that, we have 30 registrants to testify, so we're gonna have to enforce. I usually am like, yeah, keep going, but I'm not gonna be able to do that today. I'm sorry, so we're gonna have to enforce the 2-minute time limit. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms, and I look forward to seeing that. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. And thank you all for still being here. Thank you for your patience. Yaya, thank you for your patience too. Okay, the first panel is going to consist of Kenny Alvarez from Shinny, Doreen Burton, Victor Walker, the 3 from Shinny, Joelle Balam Schwan, Judith Goldner from Legal Aid, Damon Gilbert, and Michelle De La Uz from Fifth Avenue Committee. Come on up. Okay, you may begin when ready. So, ballet.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the committee. My name is Kenny Margarito Alvarez. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran, and I served during the global war on terrorism from 2003 to 2008. I'm also a supportive housing advocate in partnership with the Supportive Housing Network of New York. We're asking New York City to keep its commitment to building 15,000 units in 15 years. I entered supportive housing in 2013 after moving back to New York and finding myself in crisis after crisis, entering the HASA program and acquiring emergency housing assistance. I was chronically homeless for 16 months in New York City and longer in the months prior in other states, faced with steep odds and unimaginable challenges like abusive relationships, chronic health conditions, and a lifestyle involving heavy self-medication. Along the way, a better place run by the Doe Fund quite literally became available to me. It was the first step in anything resembling recovery. Yolanda Jones was a program director there. At the financially strapped facility, she and the ever-changing team became the linchpin of my survival during my time in supportive housing. Before that, my experience in the series of New York City single-room occupancy hotels was a horrifying mix of squalor, merciless staff, and drug-related murder. Supportive housing saved my life and slowly showed me that there was a life worth saving in the first place. Thanks to the amazing social workers at ACQC at Jamaica YMCA, it was the last place I stayed before entering the supportive housing system. Once in, I went back to school, completed my master's, and the level of spiritual encouragement and clarity I needed to get out of that abusive relationship towards salvation can't be overstated. Supportive housing got me the redemption that many others seek. Now supportive housing needs people to
Thank
make
you.
it
Time
work.
to expired.
Thank you.
Hi, Judith Goldner from the Legal Aid Society, and I wanted to thank Chair Sanchez for her leadership on the housing issues. It's always a pleasure to work with her. I wanted to first start talking about city FEPS. And this is really the broader conversation is really that HPD did not talk about preservation hardly at all, and the real need to preserve the units we have now, in fact, is way more important than building new units. We have no issue with building units, but we really need to keep people in the housing that they have now and make sure that it's safe for them. So the council negotiated as part of City of Yes $215 million over 2 years to expand city FEPS to people in the community. Unfortunately, that commitment has not been achieved, and it's really critically important that as part of this budget process, we make sure that that money is allocated to families at risk of eviction in housing court right now. We are also concerned that we are seeing such a large increase in code violations. 25% more of B and C violations, which are the most serious violations, and what our clients experience is that those just linger on and are not addressed. And part of that is the lack of enough attorneys in HPD's litigation bureau. I know there was testimony that there are 30 plus attorneys in that bureau, but that is simply not enough for New York City and for the kind of problems in the housing conditions that we're seeing across the city. We also are seeing a big problem with heat and hot water complaints. This is a new issue that we are seeing people complain about heat and hot water, and that those complaints get administratively closed with no inspection.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
So we hope that the council will address these issues through this budget process, and we appreciate the opportunity to testify today.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, committee members, and Yaya for the chance to testify. My name is Damon Gilbert. I'm an Equal Justice Fellow with New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. I'm here to testify today about some of our programs in the environmental justice and disability justice programs that we have. First, one major area of concern for our community clients is the issue of sewer backups and flooding suffered by many low-income homeowners in Queens. My colleagues spoke about this at the DEP budget hearing last week, and I asked that you can potentially affirm and amplify our call for additional funding to DEP to ensure that it addresses the intolerable flooding caused by increasing extreme weather issues, and that DEP prioritize communities like South Jamaica that have been unjustly left out of the city investments. Furthermore, we've been working to ensure the implementation of the landmark local law 97, and we think it's especially important that frontline communities can make sure that city funding goes towards agencies that are actually enforcing the law, and specifically ask that 3 to 5 staff positions at the Department of Housing Preservation and Development be allocated to increase capacity dedicated to affordable housing's local law 97 compliance. And finally, our work in the disability justice sphere has despite the Federal Fair Housing Act and our longstanding city and state human rights laws, still allowed a number of communities to face discrimination when it comes to their housing needs. New York City is one that prides itself on the diversity of its people, and we support all efforts to ensure that housing is accessible and otherwise free of discrimination. So we hope that enforcement of building code accessibility requirements should be prioritized for the city funding. Funding to support an aggressive enforcement mandate by the Department of Buildings and the Department of Housing and Preservation and Development will ensure accessible spaces for New York City's senior citizens and residents with disabilities to continue to be a part of their communities and live independently. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the chair and the members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity, and Yaya. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on an issue that frankly saved my life, supportive housing. I'm Victor Lee Walker, and I'm a resident of Jericho Project since 2017. I was born in Detroit, where I lived for 40 years. As a 10-year-old child, I had dreams of moving to New York and performing on Broadway. I'm proud to say the film Muppets Take Manhattan was my introduction to this great city. However, I don't have to tell you how tough living in New York is. Everything is expensive: food, transportation, housing. Were it not for the lifeline of supportive housing, I would not be able to thrive the way I have. Supportive housing provided me with more than a stable place to live. It gave me the confidence and the freedom to change the trajectory of my life. I struggle with multiple disabilities. Without having to worry about my living situation, I was able to focus on my mental health and physical health. I was diagnosed bipolar 2 disorder 2 years ago. I'm a stroke survivor, and I have end-stage kidney disease for which I am currently in dialysis. Stable housing has allowed me to keep up with all of my doctor appointments and improve my quality of life. Supportive housing literally saved my life every day. But don't pity me. With all the health challenges that I have, there are amazing things that are happening in my life, despite the issues. I'm happy to say that my mental health is stable, and I am also a student at Lehman College. I'm here today to make a path for thousands of New Yorkers who want the opportunity to improve their lives by encouraging you to protect and expand funding for supportive housing. Reallocating and fully funding NYC 1515 Supportive Housing Initiative would allow for more mental health services, employment services, and case managers who are directly responsible.
Thank you. Time's expired.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, committee and councilwoman. My name is Doreen Burton, and I am happy to speak about supportive housing. I was homeless, and in 2015, I was in a shelter, became acquainted with supportive housing. They helped me to get into a studio apartment. Till this day right now, they are still helping me. I'm here advocating because I believe in supportive housing. It has truly helped me in my life. I was out there on the streets. I was doing bad. Wasn't very much with family members. But once I became with supportive housing, that has changed my life completely. I am now involved with family members. I am now living a free life. I'm no longer scared to be walking anywhere. Supportive housing has helped me tremendously. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Joelle Balam-Schwan. I'm with the Supportive Housing Network of New York, and just want to thank our incredible tenant advocates who really underscored the critical nature of our funding asks, so thank you. We want to thank the council for support of our NYC 1515 reallocation proposal, and we ask that you work with us to codify and fund it in FY26 and beyond. The city has exceeded its 7,500 unit target for congregate housing, but Scattered Site has fewer than 1,500 units unawarded, leaving over 6,000 units left untapped. So our proposal calls for reallocating a majority of these units to develop and preserve congregate supportive housing, and we are seeking $307 million in capital to develop and preserve congregate units and $72.6 million for the service and operating for both new and existing units. We also ask the council to hold the administration accountable for late contract payments, especially as federal funding remains uncertain and paused for many providers. The urgency cannot be overstated. Right now, 5 of our largest supportive housing providers are owed over $318 million in late payments. The funding gap puts providers at risk of closure, jeopardizing housing stability for folks who formerly experienced homelessness. Additionally, the network joins housing advocates in voicing our concern about a significant decrease in housing capital funding post-2026 proposed in the preliminary budget, and recommend continuing a baseline funding level of $4 billion in housing capital. And finally, we ask the council to continue supporting $4.8 million in additional funding for the Justice-Involved Supportive Housing Program, JISH, $4.5 million in baseline funding for peer responders on Be Heard teams to ensure compassionate, community-driven support for individuals in crisis, and $22 million for intensive mobile treatment, IMT teams, to provide care for the wait list of people seeking vital mental health support. Thank you so much.
Wow, y'all really set the record. Really good example for everyone else. Kenny, you made me cry. Thank you for sharing your beautiful story.
Thank
and
you so
also-
much.
No, thank you, and Victor and Doreen. It's really powerful. Of course, it's really powerful for you to be here in person, for you to share for yourself what supportive housing has meant to you. You have a champion in me. I hope that you know that. And many of us are going to continue this fight. So we hear you, we see you. You didn't say it, but you're a great student. You're an excellent student at Lehman College. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing with us so I could read along, even though you didn't get to say it. I'm proud of you too. It says he's proud of himself in the testimony. I'm also proud of you. So thank you all for your advocacy. And yeah, let's just make sure to keep the conversation going. Prelim is first, and then we have the executive budget hearings. So before we get to exec, the mayor is going to release the follow-up after everybody's feedback. So we have to make sure that that's at that stage we're getting these investments, these commitments that were already made, some of them, and we need to make sure they're there, like City FEPS and these additional investments. So thank you so much. I will now call the next panel. So we have, and excuse me if I say your name incorrectly, please correct me when you come to the dais, Tanya Oris, Angela Cummings, Gladstone Johnson, Anthony Feliciano, Christy Peel, Barika Williams, and Emily Goldstein. Y'all are troopers spending the day with us. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Excellent. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, esteemed Council Sanchez and other council members. My name is Gladstone Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of the Bronx Neighborhood Housing Services. For over 30 years, we've been dedicated to serving the housing needs of low to moderate income residents in the Bronx, helping them to achieve their dream of first-time home ownership. We also focus on preservation because the bulk of the houses in the Bronx were built between 1924 and 1945. Many of these homes require urgent repairs. We currently have a waiting list of over 200, mostly seniors who need emergency repairs. We're asking you to support our efforts to offer $20,000 grant to at least 50 seniors on our waiting list. Currently, the funding we get, we can only serve 8 annually. I'm here with my colleagues from NHS of New York City and NHS of Brooklyn, and I wholeheartedly support funding from the City Council in the amount of $3 million to launch the NHS of New York City Home Repair Gap program. NHS of New York City is a long-standing partner of Bronx NHS, and we work together to make sure all our resources are delivered to high-need homeowners in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee and Ms. Sanchez. My name is Angela Cummins, and I'm the Executive Director of Neighborhood Housing Services of Brooklyn, CDC. NHS Brooklyn is a HUD-certified nonprofit housing counseling agency. For over 40 years, we have helped residents obtain and maintain affordable housing and assisted in building healthy, safe, sustainable communities across Brooklyn. The service we'd like to focus on today is our home repair program, which helps keep our most vulnerable residents safe and in their homes. For many years, NHS Brooklyn has worked on behalf of homeowners to fix on fixed incomes struggling to live in and maintain their homes. As time has passed, however, the need has increased because Brooklyn's housing stock is aging. Of the borough's 300,000 plus 1 to 4 family buildings, almost 2/3 were built more than 50 years ago. These older homes are deteriorating due to low maintenance and are inefficient by 21st century standards. At this time, many are owned by older residents who must age in place because they cannot relocate and they cannot afford the renovations necessary to allow frail adults to remain in the home. We have tried to address this need of this vulnerable population through our home repair program, which has received government funding. This funding has been critical in helping our seniors homeowners each year to make emergency home repairs. I should say for seniors. Recently, for example, we were able to assist a visually disabled senior who needed to insulate his home and renovate his bedroom, but who had been unable to do so due to his low income. We provided a $20,000 grant for the repairs, and now he lives in a comfortable, healthy home. I therefore respectfully request funding for the City Council in the amount of $3 million.
Thank you. Time's expired.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Orris. I'm the new CEO for Neighborhood Housing Services of New York City. I'm here on behalf of NHS of New York City, which is a nonprofit citywide organization, but we're also here on behalf of all of the NHSs, the NHS Brooklyn, NHS Queens, NHS in the Bronx, and we're serving the Staten Island area. NHS New York City has 43 years of experience promoting and preserving affordable homeownership and financial stability to low and moderate income New Yorkers. We reach more than 50,000 clients each year across the 5 boroughs. We provide homeownership education, foreclosure prevention, affordable financing, and repair loans and grants. I would like to take the opportunity to highlight the need for an additional $3 million from the City Council to launch NHS NYC Home Repair Gap Program. The existing home repair program don't fully meet the need of low and moderate income homeowners. When we have had repair funding in the past from the City Council, we have been lucky if we're able to help 1 of 10 homeowners who are on our waiting list. We need flexible, supportive resources that fill gaps that other repair programs don't meet. Certain homeowners need or don't have sufficient funding. This new program will provide forgivable loans up to $30,000 for homeowners who earn up to 120% of area median income. NHS NYC will deliver this program in collaboration with its nonprofit partners at NHS Brooklyn, NHS Queens, NHS the Bronx, and NHS Jamaica, all of which have long-standing experience helping homeowners with their needs alongside other complementary housing and community service. We thank you for your support, and hopefully we'll be able to receive this funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Christy Peel, and I serve as the CEO and Executive Director of the Center for New York City Neighborhoods. Our mission is to promote and protect affordable homeownership so that New York families and neighborhoods thrive. We're focusing on the fiscal year 26 budget proposals that impact affordable homeownership, but I wanted to compliment the chair and the Housing Committee for a holistic approach, not just to everything, but also to the housing crisis. We know that we need rental vouchers, we need supportive housing, we need open door investments. We need it all because we're one city and it's a big crisis. So we are urging the council today to codify the over $110 million in commitments to supporting affordable homeownership that was negotiated as part of the City for All, City of Yes negotiation. The council should establish an oversight committee inspired by the Gowanus rezoning to ensure that these historic, once-in-a-lifetime, hopefully not once-in-a-lifetime, but these historic commitments are realized over the next administrations. This is perhaps the city's largest investment in affordable homeownership, perhaps since maybe the Mitchell-Lama program, certainly in decades, and we must ensure that homeowners and communities have the resources to navigate a more daunting and aggressive competitive market that consists of foreclosures, 22,000 homeowners on the tax lien sale, tens of thousands of families facing mortgage foreclosure, and many families targeted by scams. And as we've understood through our community-based research, as you've heard from my colleagues, over 60% of homeowners identify that home repairs are their biggest challenge. So we need many resources. We appreciate the partnership and support of the council. And we're advocating for $7.5 million in resources to support new and existing homeowners, 2.8 million of which represent existing City for All commitments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for all of the work you do to help support affordable housing in New York City. My name is Emily Goldstein. I'm the Director of Organizing and Advocacy at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, or ANHD. To hit on a few points, we'll submit a much longer testimony. First, I'd like to ask for the Council's support for the Community Housing Preservation Strategies Initiative. This initiative provides over 45 community-based organizations with funding for their tireless work to protect low-income homeowners and tenants from displacement. We urge the Council to take action by addressing contracting backlog crisis, in this as in so many other places, and to increase funding to $4.95 million for the coming fiscal year. The funding for this program has been static since 2016, and significantly, increase is needed to maintain staff and maintain programming. Second, we ask your support to maintain ANHD's own work, particularly for the Displacement Alert Project and our capacity building training and technical assistance related to the previous program. These are tools we provide for the broader affordable housing community to help to ensure that data and resources are accessible. Third, quickly want to emphasize, as others have mentioned, the importance of focusing resources on preservation. Our nonprofit affordable housing providers are in crisis with escalating operation costs and mounting rent arrears. We need to be putting more of our capital dollars into preserving our existing affordable housing. Fourth, also want to really encourage that the council work with the city to increase the percentage of capital housing dollars going to the ELI, extremely low income level. In 2024, only 16% of housing completions and 21% of housing starts were at this level, even though 35% of renter households and 58% of rent burdened households.
Thank you.
Are
Time's
at that
expired.
level. Thank you.
Whoa, aggressive, okay. Did I break it? I think I broke it. Oh no, I didn't break it, okay. Thank you for that. I wanted to share with NHS, the NHS family, my husband and I did homeowner education at NHS Bronx 2016. So thank you. I know the great work that you do, so I appreciate your very specific advocacy today. We'll see what we can do. Emily, I have a clarifying question for you. So earlier today, when HPD was testifying, they said that the biggest area or the term sheet that they do the most work on is the ELI, the ELI band or the ELA term sheet. So is that not true or not? What's the discrepancy there?
So, far be it for me to say that's not true, and I don't have that term sheet in front of me, but ELA does not solely target the ELI band. It's VLI and ELI.
Yes.
And so, the numbers that I am drawing from are from the council's report on last year's starts. So I think it would be worth a conversation with HPD about was there something particular for last year, but also, understanding they're using the best deep affordability term sheet they have. But if that term sheet is still not really getting at the ELI level, there's a population being missed.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I was thinking conflating ELA term sheet with the ELI income band, so thank you. No, thank you. It's something that, we have to continue to push them on, and we got all this capital through City for All. So let's try to make those investments come through. Okay. Well, thank you so much for sticking around and for sharing your testimony today. I will now call the next panel. Jackie Del Valle, Gladys Cruz, Eulalio Ares, Pilar de Jesus, Paula Siegel, Allison Wilkie, and James Coger? Coger. I'm like, am I speaking Spanish? Am I speaking English? I'm not sure. Thank you so much, and you can begin when ready.
Hi, my name is Allison Wilkie. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Strategic Campaigns with Coalition for the Homeless. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for doing 2 full-time jobs simultaneously today and doing it ably. So we have a homelessness crisis that is just beyond all thinking. You know, we have 350,000 homeless households. That includes 120,000 people living in shelter at this moment, thousands who are unsheltered, and over 200,000 households who are doubled and tripled up in homes. In 2024 alone, the number of longer-term New Yorkers, so not counting asylum seekers, in shelter increased by 12%. So we're seeing a significant increase, and it's directly because of the lack of affordable housing. There are 820,000 ELI households in New York City, but there's a serious mismatch of the available housing. So, you know, for an ELI household, a family of 3, you would need rent that's about $1,050 to not be rent burdened, but only 7% of vacant units rent for less than $1,100 a month, while 65% of rent burdened New Yorkers need housing at that price. So we have to focus on building housing for homeless and ELI households, and we're really urging the council to stand firm on the commitment in the City for All and City of Yes plan. There's $2 billion allocated there. We're asking for $1.25 billion to go specifically towards homeless and ELI families, in improving that ELA term sheet, so we're really reaching the deepest affordability. In addition to that, you know, we are also asking that the council fulfill the commitment and City for Yes for the $215 million for expansion of city FEPs in the community. And we do have a citywide rent arrears program that's substantially funded by the council, but we turn people away, at least 25% of people who come to us, because they can't afford the rent moving forward. Having a city FEPs in the community program would allow us to keep those folks in their homes.
Council member, these are our clients. They're going to testify in Spanish. Is that okay? We have someone to translate for them if need, but I know you also got a lot going on today, so.
No worries. Do we have simultaneous translation on the live stream today? We do not. Okay, so then the way that we'll do it is 2 minutes for them to speak, and then 2 minutes for the translation. Is that going to be okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So 2 minutos para ustedes y 2 minutos para la traducción. Okay. Gracias.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Eulalio Mares y agradezco la oportunidad de testificar. Yo soy parte de la Asociación de Inquilinos en East Harlem y durante más de 20 años pasamos muchas injusticias por parte del casero, ignorándonos con las reparaciones en nuestros apartamentos y áreas comunes del edificio. Y ahora que tenemos la representación de Tech Rock Justice, han comenzado las reparaciones en nuestros apartamentos. Tech Rock Justice es la organización que necesitamos los inquilinos de bajos recursos y la organización Tech Rock Justice nos ayuda al apoyo legal totalmente gratis y pedimos a los concejales el apoyo económico para que Tech Rock Justice siga apoyando a la comunidad de bajos recursos. Gracias a la organización Tech Rock Justice y gracias a los concejales por su apoyo.
Good afternoon, Council Member De Sanchez, and appreciate your listening. My name is Eulalio Mares. I am part of a habitation of tenants in East Harlem. During more than 20 years, we have been going through many injustices by the part of the landlord. We were being ignored about repairs in our homes, in areas common in the building. And now that we have representation of this organization, Take Root Justice, they have commenced the repairing in our apartments. Take Root Justice is the organization that we need more of the residents to have and to take recourse. The organization Take Root Justice has supported us legal, total free, and we are asking our council members the support economically for Take Root Justice to keep on supporting the community in the boroughs. I'm sorry. Thank you for this organization, Take Root Justice. Thank you for our council members for your support as well. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Gladys Cruz. Quiero compartir cómo mi abogado me ayudó con problemas graves en mi apartamento. Vivo en un edificio donde la gerencia no ha respondido a numerosos problemas. Hay grietas significativas en las paredes afuera del edificio y dentro de mi apartamento el techo había liqueo. Lo más preocupante es que no hay calefacción durante los meses de frío, lo que hace que la vida aquí sea insoportable. Además, había plomo en todo mi apartamento. También he tenido problemas continuos con las ratas debido a que la basura no se maneja adecuadamente. Mi abogado intervino cuando la gerencia se negó a tomar medidas. Me ayudaron a entender mis derechos como inquilino, me guiaron a través del proceso de presentación de quejas. Con su apoyo pudimos presionar a la gerencia para que abordara estas reparaciones urgentes. Gracias a la experiencia de mi abogado, ahora tengo un entorno más seguro y habitable. Realmente aprecio su ayuda para defender mis derechos. Gracias a Take Root Justice.
Gracias.
Council member, good day. My name is Gladys Cruz. I would like to share how my lawyer helped me with the grave problems in my apartment. I live in a building where the housing had not responded to various problems. We have had significant issues outside the building, also inside the apartment, and the leaks in the roofs. And the most things that preoccupied us and concerned us was that there was no heat during the months of much cold weather, and made our lives barely impossible. On top of that, the plumbing in all the building was terrible. Also, we have had problems continuously with rats and garbage in front of the building and not being maintained accurately. My lawyer intervened when everything looked dark and we needed remedies. They have helped me to get our rights as a tenant, and they showed us what to do and the process of representation that we needed by complaining. With your support, we ask that this company will help us have more attorneys. We thank our lawyers, and now we need more security about our habitability. Really, we appreciate your help and to defend our rights as tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to my clients. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, can I just say that's really impressive translating?
It's my mom. Anyway, so there's a lot of mother-daughters here, and shout out to Yaya. And just want to say muchas gracias. Thank you to the clients. My name is, thank you, council, and everyone here being patient. My name is Pilar de Jesus. I'm a senior advocacy coordinator in the housing unit at Take Root Justice. These are longtime clients of ours. I'm here today to urge you to continue funding the programs that make our work possible, like I hate this acronym, HTP, RTC, Stabilizing NYC, and CHPI. My colleague Paula Siegel is going to be speaking. Paula is going to be speaking about Community Land Trust Initiative, which is a key to making sure our neighborhoods stay affordable and aren't taken over by spectators. And I'm going to be submitting a more specific testimony, but I'm going to use my time now to talk about this East Harlem building that the tenants here are representing. So we've been working with the tenants since 2021. This is a 30-unit building with more than 200 code violations. HPD has spent more than $33,000 in emergency repairs to make up for the landlord's neglect. The building is home to families who have lived for decades, families who have helped sustain the city. Our involvement began when our community partners reached out alerting us that the tenants in this building were dealing with severe neglect from their landlord, who had failed to maintain the property for over 20 years. These tenants endured inadequate heat, no hot water, rat and roach infestations, lead, mold, and crumbling facade, and even landlord violence. At the time we were contacted, some of the tenants had suffered from carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty boiler. After the Department of Buildings shut down the boiler and ordered repairs, the landlord simply turned its back, releasing more, turning it back on, releasing more carbon monoxide and sickening the tenants a second time. The tenants sought to understand their rights, and with our support, they fought back. Through organizing, legal action, and unwavering determination, they held their landlord accountable, and now, after 4 years of struggle, they're on the verge of securing legal, enforceable agreement with their landlord. And again, I can go on and on, but just to really encourage the real need for legal service providers to really support what's happening to tenants.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jackie Del Valle, and I'm coordinator of Stabilizing NYC at Take Root Justice. I work with Pilar and Paula, and thank you, Council, for your leadership, and it's really great to meet the baby. So we are requesting $5 million for Stabilizing NYC, $3 million for the Community Land Trust, and $4.95 million for the Community Housing Preservation Strategies Initiative. I think Pilar illustrated really well about how Take Root is the money, and we're going to hear from Paula soon. So let me just tell you a little bit about Stabilizing NYC. We're 20 organizations that combine tenant organizing with legal representation to combat tenant harassment and preserve affordable housing. We work across landlord portfolios whose landlords have often made highly speculative investments with the plan to push out tenants and flip the units out of rent stabilization. Through our coalitions, we have run rent strikes, prevented eviction, corrected hazardous conditions, passed legislation with the council, and empowered hundreds of tenants to lead the rent fight in Albany for the past 11 years. Yet despite all these tremendous impacts, tenants' homes are more under threat than ever. We have a federal government hostile to nonprofits and tenants. You opened this panel with the call to have this be the most pro-tenant budget ever, and I think funding, organizing, and these programs is very critical to that. And also, it's been talked about before, but the need for the contract registration and the backlog. We are going on almost 2 years of no money, and it's actually, despite all the progress, we are in worse shape than ever. I submitted and gave you a copy of my testimony to contracts last year, and I work with Ben in your office, and everyone is trying, but we need the money advanced going forward. It's magical thinking to think that suddenly procurement is going to get better.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Thank you to my colleagues and our clients and everybody else for being so organized. I have maybe a little bit more of a kitchen sink approach here today. Sorry. So I've just got a couple of different things. So first of all, thank you so much for this council's partnership on shrinking the city's lien sale on bringing back a foreclosure program that'll protect tenants and buildings in distress. I hope that we will all work to keep our eyes on what happens to the outreach money that's supposed to be distributed in next year's budget. I can't tell if it's in there or not. I think it is. So thank you for that. We heard a lot this morning about HPD staffing, and I want to underline a couple of things that were discussed this morning, but they have huge impacts on my community land trust clients who are mid-transaction, who are mid-renovations, who are trying to hire and keep their staff, and it's very hard to do that where there are such huge delays. We heard a little bit about how OMB delays are going to be addressed. Those are really important priorities because even where funding has been allocated theoretically without explicit OMB approval, no money is going to the contractors that are fixing the buildings. We need to close that gap. We also it would be a really powerful tool for community land trust and a really powerful way of really underlining support is to have an earmarked capital fund that's just for community land trust, both for preservation and for development. We don't have that right now, although there is an HPD CLT team. That team is great, but they're only half the puzzle. We are missing dedicated lawyers for that program. So we have projects that are waiting for nothing. They're waiting for an attorney to be assigned. There's nothing actually happening on the project. Can I ask your indulgence? I know, it's long. We heard a little bit this morning that HPD is filling some gaps with MWBE legal contractors. If we could have some of those folks just earmarked for the HPD projects, just one person would make a huge difference. Streamlining compliance, same issue. It's an HPD staffing issue. Jackie promised I would mention the CLT initiative, so here goes. We're asking for $3 million. We were actually promised $3 million last year.
Thank you. Time's expired.
Okay, great. And then my final thing is about really hidden secret that has made converting storefronts to offices and offices to storefronts really expensive for the agency and for my clients, and I would love a question about that. And you want to sit here?
Oh, thank you. This on? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Yaya, and the members of the committee. My name is James Koger, Manager of Community Justice Connect of the Center for Justice Innovation. Our mission is to build community safety by addressing root causes of crime. And central to that is housing stability. Safe, affordable housing underpins health, employment, education, and family stability. Yet far too many New Yorkers, especially those in Black and brown neighborhoods, face unsafe conditions, evictions, and displacement. These harm fall hardest to women of color and their children. At the center, we work in both courts and community to help tenants stay housed and resolve housing issues before they escalate. In Harlem and Red Hook, our housing resource centers provided over 2,600 residents with court navigation, repair support, and legal connections last year. Our virtual court access networks help tenants respond to court notices and fight for repairs, while our housing navigators now support NYCHA residents citywide in tackling arrears, eviction risk, and habitability issues. Through Community Justice Connect, our local volunteers provide free legal information at neighborhood storefronts, empowering over 1,300 residents last year, with housing being the top concern. Our Pro Se Support Project helps self-represented litigants in civil court access services to address deeper issues beyond the court cases. Finally, our neighborhood safety initiatives engaged over 50,000 NYCHA residents last year, investing in youth, transforming public spaces, and strengthening safety through community-led action. We ask that the council's continued support to expand this vital work and break the cycle of housing instability and system involvement. Together, we can advance housing justice and safety for all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. So a couple of follow-ups. Pilar, on your point about $33,000 spent in emergency repairs for this building, it is infuriating. These landlords that use the city as a piggy bank and have the taxpayer conduct their repairs. When that funding, when the city does it, it's so much more expensive than when an owner does it. And so that's why I'm so thankful for your partnership, Paula. Thank you for your participation. We have to get Intro 1063 through the finish line. That is the revamp or the reform of the third-party transfer so that we can talk about taking these buildings away from those bad actors and giving opportunities for tenant ownership and nonprofit mission-driven ownership. So just reacting to that, thank you. For
And also, it's also like this building, and I shared it with the Department of Buildings, we're really concerned that it might be like a Bronx #2.5. Like, it's really bad. And so, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your work on that and keep coming. Sigan viniendo cada vez que haya una oportunidad de hablar sobre lo que ustedes están enfrentando. Eso nos ayuda a nosotros poder promulgar estos cambios que dejan que ustedes salgan de esas condiciones y también tengan nuevas oportunidades como adueñarse de su propio edificio. So, gracias por estar aquí. Okay. Just said that in Spanish, but directly to them. I think it was you, Jackie. Your thoughts. I don't know if you heard HPD when they were responding to my questions around the contracting delays. What's your perspective on how they answer that question?
I think they said we've made great progress and they're working on it. Is what? Okay. No, I mean, there have not been a single multi-year registered from HPD. Not one. I mean, I know that they also manage, people spoke here that had shelters and scattered sites, so that's not necessarily all, that's a little different funding. But in terms of, the money for the CLT program, the stabilizing program, the CHIPSI, not a single contract has been registered. And I meet with them, the staff is working really hard, and I'm not sure what is still the bottlenecks, but they're there, and they're not registering, and I see it to be months, if not years, to actually be caught up still ahead.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful to hear your perspective on it too. And then a question for James, or not really a question, but an invitation. I have co-founded a group called the West Bronx Community Safety Partnership, and just want to invite the Center for Justice Innovation to join us, help us advocate for, like you said, right, everything from housing, economic opportunities to keep people out of the, hi, she just woke up. It's like, to keep people out of the justice system. Would really appreciate your participation.
I would love to be a part of that. I'm actually one of your constituents and Bronx Community Board 5 member.
Should have led with that.
Yeah, but I would love to be a part of that. As an active community member and engaged and passionate about helping folks, I would love to partake.
Awesome, thank you. Great. Paula, just an opportunity to wrap your thoughts.
All right, so this might feel a little bit out of left field, but DOB was here, and I want to just put this on the record and draw your attention. This is super technical, but it's having very real-world impact. As part of City of Yes, this council approved a change that renumbered everything in the zoning resolution. Mm-hmm. And I want everybody to feel the chill in that, because it seemed like, oh, we're going to make the numbers all nice. Nobody checked the building code to see what impacts that was going to have.
Nice.
Yeah, good job, somebody. So the building code explicitly says that if you want to make a conversion of a space that was formerly retail or mercantile into an office, or an office into a retail store. So imagine all those dentist offices in your neighborhood, the one where I go to clean my teeth. Imagine all of our storefront, constituent services provision offices, maybe your office. That's what we're talking about. Building code says, the code shall not be interpreted to require an issuance of a new or amended certificate of occupancy for a change from mercantile establishment to a business establishment, or from a business establishment to a mercantile establishment, provided that the change is within the same zoning use group. From 1961 to 2024, the zoning resolution called retail uses 6A and office uses 6B, same zoning use group. City of Yes says, oh, retail is Roman numeral 6 and office is Roman numeral 7. And a client of mine has been denied a letter of no objection from DOB because they went and read the zoning resolution and they were like, sorry guys, it's not the same use group. And I am sure my client is not alone. And forcing your office, the dentist, my client, and their constituent services office to go get an amended certificate of incorporation so they can use a little store as their office, that's going to be expensive for the agency, that's going to be expensive for all of us. Please make them stop.
Got it. Thank you. And sorry, I didn't get a chance to ask them that question earlier, but it was on my list of 60 million questions. So we will follow up with them just to make sure we get a response to that. But thank you to this panel. Gracias por su participación. And yeah, we'll be following up.
Thank you. And shout out to all the women and moms. And it's a rough job. Childcare is expensive.
Great. The next panel is Cameron Molino. Sorry if I said that wrong. Oksana Miranova, Gabriela Sandoval Requena, Sharon Brown. You may be, sorry, she's like staring up at me. I'm like, don't cry, please. Oh no. But you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Yaya, and Council Central staff. Thank you for holding this important budget hearing and for the opportunity to testify on behalf of New Destiny Housing. My name is Gabriela Sandoval Requena, and I'm the Director of Policy and Communications at New Destiny. New Destiny is the only organization in New York City that is focused 100% on housing domestic violence survivors. We do permanent housing, not shelters. We are the largest provider of supportive housing in New York State, including 3 buildings in Council District 14. We do this work because domestic violence is the #1 cause of family homelessness in our city. In fact, domestic violence pushes more families into shelter than evictions. And supportive housing is one of the safest and most cost-effective housing solutions for those who've endured domestic and gender-based violence. It provides them with a home they can afford and the support they need to heal and thrive. As the federal government continues to threaten vital housing programs for survivors, this year more than ever, we need our city to step up and protect New Yorkers impacted by domestic violence. We're submitting extended written testimony, so I'll just underscore 2 priorities here. First, we ask the city to invest in the NYC 1515 reallocation, as the Supportive Housing Network of New York proposes, by reallocating SCARTED units into the congregate side. Many organizations like New Destiny will be able to build more affordable supportive housing. And second, we are deeply concerned by the federal government's decision to stop funding the emergency housing vouchers, or EHVs, as of the end of this year. More than 7,000 New Yorkers depend on this vital housing resource, including hundreds of domestic violence survivors. We are pushing Congress to allocate funding to sustain the EHV program, but we really need HPD and NYCHA to start planning for contingencies. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, for sticking around until the bitter end, and I will be quick because I'm sure you want to be done with this. My name is Oksana Mironova, and I am a housing policy analyst with the Community Service Society of New York, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We commend the City Council for securing a $5 billion commitment in funding for housing during the City of Yes negotiations. But I have to say that we're disappointed that the full Right to Counsel ask did not make it into the final package. We just published a new eviction analysis that found that Right to Counsel, in tandem with stronger rent laws, have helped reduce eviction filings by 49%. Even though the program's impact is really clear, gaps in implementation are growing. We are seeing more and more qualified tenants not being offered legal counsel in housing court, and are seeing a troubling rise in evictions among moderate income tenants as well. So we're calling on the city to honor its commitment to full implementation of right to counsel. Thank you so much. I've been watching the testimony the whole day today, and your commitment to neighborhood pillars, open door, and capacity building within HPD and DOB are hugely a huge deal, and thank you for that. I want to echo what the previous panel has discussed in regards to the Community Land Trust Initiative. We would love to see its budget double to $3 million. And we're also happy to see the focus in HPD and with the City Council on our legacy social housing. So that's public housing, Mitchell-Lama, HDFCs. I know that they have been mentioned multiple times throughout the day today. Just to add that they house over 275,000 families, so huge portion of our housing stock. The one thing that we want to contribute to this conversation is that during the stabilization efforts, we'd love to see permanent and deep affordability as well.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. My name is Cameron Molyneux, and I'm the elected president/chapter chair of A Better NILAG, a chapter of the Association of Legal Advocates and Attorneys, which is UAW Local 2325. In my position, I sit on the executive board of Local 2325. 2325 represents over 3,400 active and retired legal service workers at over 30 nonprofit organizations in the New York City area, including the majority of providers participating in the RTC program. 2325 members are attorneys, paralegals, social workers, investigators, interpreters, and more. We are the workers who keep people in their homes, fight for tenants' rights to safe and habitable housing, and keep landlords accountable to the law. Our members are an essential labor force, but like with HPD and DOB, underfunding has led to untenable conditions. We are facing an attrition and workload crisis. We're facing a student debt crisis. Our salaries and retirement benefits have failed to keep pace with our counterparts in city and state governments. When our wages stagnate, the services poor and working class New Yorkers receive are degraded. It takes years as a practitioner to fully understand the power of the law, like the rent regulation system in New York City, and how to use DOB and HPD to assist our clients in fighting for their rights. Our members use these systems and agencies as tools to keep people in their homes and to make sure those homes are safe and habitable. It takes a depth of knowledge with rent regulations like HPD Section 8, HPD Mitchell-Lama, rent stabilization, to navigate the world of landlord-tenant law. It takes experience to know how to best advocate with these city agencies about making sure our clients' homes are free of maintenance issues. We've tried to fill senior positions in our organizations, but that has failed because senior attorneys and paralegals are leaving our organizations every day. Our salaries are too low and the cost of living is too high. This year, Local 2325 has aligned the contracts of over 2,100 of our union members across 12 chapters to expire on June 30th for a potential sector-wide strike in July that could shut down the courts across the city. We are committed to bargaining in good faith with our employers, and we don't want to strike, but we are prepared to withhold our labor to win a future.
Thank you. Time's expired.
Hello, my name is Sharon Brown, Rose of Sharon Enterprises. Before I begin, remember the hostages, release the hostages, let Yahweh's people go, defend Israel. Okay, the Department of Buildings was here. I believe that funding for the Department of Buildings, not just Section 8, and all of these different things should come with them having to submit periodical reports of when they are making the repairs and doing the things that the tenants are complaining about. So there needs to be some accountability. So the list of things that the tenants have been complaining about, they should have to submit a report to the city council and the things that are not getting done by their own submissions and the tenants saying that they did it or they did not do it, they can correspond as well, the tenants. If they do not do the repairs, their funding should be withheld, held up, or there should be some kind of punishment, or it should be pulled. Maybe people should be replaced. There should be something within their funding that if they are not getting the job done, these people will be replaced periodically. You should look into what they're doing. It would be accountable for them to have to submit something, and if they are not coming up to standard, as they have not been for many years, that they would be replaced immediately, and so, or the tenants could get the monies and contract someone out instead of having to pay rent. The tenants can pool the monies instead of owing them and actually get some of the repairs done themselves if need be, or some kind of organization can help them get the funding, because fire escapes are dangerous, balconies, etc. These things need to be taken care of. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. She just bumped her head. This is I just wanted to state for the record and publicly, I am with you. Whatever I can do as an individual member and bringing other council members to support the union's efforts.
Yeah,
for,
and I didn't get to
pay.
finish. Our main asks are that the city council fully fund right to counsel, and also to support our union in our fight for fair contracts, because if we get better benefits, it benefits all tenants across New York City, because if we are experienced and have good pay and we can stay in these jobs that we care about, then that benefits tenants. And then also we would ask the council to fully fund and staff DOB and HPD, because these agencies are crucial to holding landlords accountable for harassment, safety of buildings, and health and well-being of tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cameron. Oksana, you mentioned 275,000 families served by which program? I just missed that.
So that's all of the legacy social housing programs. So that's public housing, Mitchell-Lama co-ops, and HDFC co-ops.
Yeah. And to your point about, or maybe it was the earlier panel's point about accountability, there were funds that were committed to through the City for All negotiations for Mitchell-Lama, supporting Mitchell-Lamas, existing Mitchell-Lamas. So just welcome partnership in ensuring that those funds make it into the actual budget. Okay, thank you so much for sticking around. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I believe we're moving to our final panel. Okay, we will now turn to remote testimony. Once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony.
You may begin.
Well, I have to call him. Okay, so first I'm gonna call Pamela Herrera from the Western Queens CLT.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Sanchez, Yaya, and members of the Housing Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Pamela Herrera, and I am the Land Justice Coordinator at the Western Queens Community Land Trust. The Western Queens CLT is a nonprofit organization made up of activists, small business owners, professors, artists, students, and community members who fight for democratic and equitable land use in Western Queens. We ask the City Council to ensure enhanced funding of $3 million for the CLT initiative in this year's FY26 expense budget, as Speaker Adams committed last year. This urgently needed funding will support the growth of our CLT among many others in the other boroughs. We are so thankful for the funding we have received in prior years. With this funding, we have been able to hire a full-time staffer, host town halls, workshops, and events for the community. We hope to be able to add to our staff and continue the growth of our organization to promote deep affordability and preservation of public land. The CLTs funded our organizing across the city to address our worsening affordability crisis. The city is facing a housing crisis that has engulfed thousands of people in unstable conditions in their survival. Our CLT has expanded our work and is addressing this concern in Elmhurst by potentially providing over 50 units of deep affordability. Thanks to the City Council's funding, we have been able to pave the way to find properties, partners, and community members that believe in the CLT as a measure to address the housing crisis. In short, funding is not just about buying land, it's about investing in the health, well-being, and future of our entire neighborhoods. It's an investment in the more equitable, just, and resilient way of living that puts people before profit, ensuring that the benefits of land ownership are shared by the community rather than concentrated in the hands of a few. By bringing land and housing into community ownership, CLTs serve the neighborhood and protect it against real estate speculation and displacement. Since 1994, the Cooper Square CLT on Manhattan's Lower East Side has preserved more than 320 deeply affordable apartments and 24 affordable storefronts in 21 buildings, and is now expanding.
Thank you. Time's expired.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd next like to call Helen Taylor from Shinny.
You may begin.
Thank you. I'd now like to, oh, she is, okay. Helen Taylor, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so grateful to be here. I'm here in my wonderful supportive housing apartment and want to share why this apartment is so very important to me. Having my apartment, the very first apartment I have ever had in my life, has made a difference in my life today because it is a step closer to fulfilling my mission to live a better life. It's not just a place to live. I have tremendous amount of support in my existence. My humility is a knowledge. I am part of a community. There are people that checks on me. My birthdays are celebrated. When I had COVID, people went out and bought me groceries, plus so much more. Getting my apartment and working with such wonderful people at Fortune Society allowed me to go from hanging out and sleeping in the park to performing Shakespeare in the park. Yes, that's right. The Creative Art Department at Fortune Society connected me with the wonderful people of the Public Theater. And the next thing I know, I'm acting on stage at the Decor Theater in Central Park with thousands of people watching me every night. When not too long before that, I had to sleep in seat groceries and a public park. My apartment allows me now to only be in the park when I want to be, to perform, to practice, and to sit on the bench and listen to the birds. I'm very grateful for this apartment and the people at Fortune Society. You really saved my life, and I'm grateful that I'm able to reach out and give back to those who are in the situation that I was in.
Thank you. Time's expired.
By activating for more resources for the supportive housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Helen. I'd now like to call on Jonathan Cohen.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Sanchez, Yaya, and the members of the Housing Committee, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm still sorry. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jonathan Cohen. I'm the Housing Managing Attorney at Catholic Migration Services. I want to talk about critical funding for programs, Stabilizing New York City and Community Housing Preservation Strategies Initiative, which supports low-income tenants and the preservation of affordable housing in New York City. Our lawyers provide representation for housing for tenants in housing eviction cases, and we also file affirmative cases against landlords when there are unsafe conditions. Our tenant organizers help tenants form tenants associations, build community leadership, provide education on tenants' rights, and organized rallies and actions in support of tenants fighting evictions. Catholic Migration Services and CHAYA have organized tenants associations in buildings owned by some of the most notorious landlords throughout Queens. Stabilizing New York City has enabled us to form tenants associations in buildings and to fight landlords and lead grassroots efforts through tenants education, leadership development, and legal defense and support. Over the past 11 years, our organizations throughout Stabilizing have had many, many successes, and again, against some of the really worst bad actors. As Jackie Del Valle mentioned, we are asking for an increase of $1.3 million in Stabilizing, or $65,000 per organization, and $4.95 million for CHPI. This funding has not changed since 2016, and this is critical work. And what's important also is we're not only preserving housing, but we're preserving it. Once the housing's lost, it's gone, and it's gone permanently. And what we're trying to do is to preserve affordable housing in the long term and to empower tenants to be able to stand up and—
Your time's expired.
Okay, there'll be more detailed written testimony as well, and thanks very much again.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to call on Todd Baker.
You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Excellent. Well, thank you to Chair Member Sanchez and to the rest of the council as well. My name is Todd Baker. I'm a project manager at the Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition. We have a 50-year history of organizing tenants in the Bronx to demand accountability from their landlords, from city agencies. But in the last 5 to 10 years, we're increasingly focused on our community land trust work and promoting ownership among residents. So today I'm here, we actually incorporated the Bronx Community Land Trust 5 years ago and are now, along with community land trusts across the city, modeling a version of homeownership and of resident-controlled housing that can be deeply and permanently affordable and sustainable. So today we're asking the City Council to ensure the enhanced level of funding that was committed to of $3 million for the city's Community Land Trust Initiative in the FY26 budget. I'm also here to just speak about the need for preservation projects that create homeownership opportunities, like the project that we're working on right now with the council member at Davidson Avenue. These projects demonstrate that HPD needs to be funding, not just the rehabilitation and preservation, but the organizing work and the other work that's necessary to convert to cooperative ownership and to create real and lasting homeownership opportunities available for residents at extremely low and very low income levels, like those here in our neighborhoods in the Northwest Bronx. We're also engaged in new construction, so we understand the importance of demonstrating an updated term sheet for programs like Open Door that are able to commit a level of capital that's actually necessary to deliver, again, housing to folks at the extremely low and very low income levels we find in our district. Those are some of our biggest priorities for the day. We thank you so much for giving us the time to speak.
Thank you so much, Todd, and thank you for your partnership. I'm really excited about what we're going to accomplish at 2201-05 Davidson. And I believe, last but not least, Christopher Leon Johnson. Thank you, Christopher.
You may begin.
Yeah, hello, Chair Sanchez. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm in the car right now. This came from an event in the Bronx. I think it's your neighborhood at 950 Union Avenue for a women's empowerment event. I just left. So I'm calling on the investigation for East New York Community Land Trust. I am calling on the investigation to Albert Scott. I'm calling on the investigation to Councilmember Sandy Nurse. I'm calling on the Act Sandy Nurse and Mr. Albert Scott on why that they sold out their own people with 248 Arlington Avenue. Tell them that it was a great deal with 248 Arlington Avenue, and it wasn't. They got completely screwed over. Yeah, the last owner of 248 Arlington was a bad landlord, but 248 Arlington, the people that run it right now, East New York Community Land Trust, is a way worse landlord. I'm calling on the investigation to Haley Kim, shout out to Julie Wan for beating her in 2023 in the city council race. So you have a call until the investigation into Haley Kim of the Cypress Hills organization, because she's part of that deal with 248 Arlington. This is a warning to anybody out there that has a bad landlord in their impoverished communities. The people of 248 Arlington and East New York, which is sitting in our district, and Julie South, our district, they going through a lot of stuff: prostitution, vagrants, homeless people that like they'll bet over the last worst landlord. But this landlord they have right now, the East New York Community Land Trust, is way worse. So this community land trust stuff need to stop. The city council need to end all community land trust contracts. Need to stop having them as main advocates for housing, because we just with this 248 Arlington situation, we just found that this does not work. I'm supporting the people of 248 Arlington. I hope they get out the community land trust situation. This need to be sold to a private developer, or give it to a public developer.
Your time's expired.
Give it to HUD. So thank you, Sanchez. Investigate Nurse, investigate Haley Kim, and investigate Albert Scott. Shout out to 248 Arlington, all the tenants and the people that trying to get back their property back away from East New York Community Land Trust. So thank you, and enjoy your day, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Christopher. I just have one question. Who is that cutie behind you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Who's that cutie behind you?
Oh, that's Angela Kino's son. His name is Daniel.
Oh, hello. Be civically active, okay?
advocate.
Be like Christopher. Go to hearings and speak your mind, all right? Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna call a few names. I think these folks may have hopped off, but William Spizak, New Economy. Alex Stein. Gwendolyn Primus. Hannah Anouche. Okay, with that, if we have inadvertently missed anyone that has registered to testify today and has yet to be called, please use the Zoom raise hand function if you are testifying remotely, and you will be called in the order that your hand has been raised. If you are testifying in person, please come to the dais. Seeing none, I will now close the hearing. Thank you to members of the administration, to the members of the public, to Yaya, to our staff who have joined us today. This hearing is now adjourned. She's gonna do it. Oh, Will is here. Oh, yeah, saved by Yaya. Go ahead, Will. You are on mute. He's on mute. I think someone has to unmute him. She's like, fake out.
Jack, did Nicole hop off? I don't have privileges.
Great. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
All right. That's wonderful. I can't let the final testimony say bad things about community land trusts when they're doing amazing work. So I need to highlight the amazing work COTs are actually doing in New York City. So thank you, Chair Sanchez and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Will Spizak. I'm a senior policy strategist for New Economy Project. We're a 30-year-old organization that's been fighting for a new economy, a just economy based on principles of cooperation, racial and ecological justice. And we are the coordinators of the Citywide Community Land Trust Initiative, or the CLT Initiative. And we are the coordinators of the New York City Community Land Initiative, or NYCELI, a coalition of 20 community land trusts around the 5 boroughs. The COTs are doing tremendous work to bring community control to land and housing around New York City in a way that hasn't been done broadly in a very long time. And we're really excited to see the growth of COTs expand across the city and bring true community control, true tenant power directly to New York City neighborhoods. We're asking the City Council to ensure enhanced funding of $3 million for the COT initiative in the fiscal year 26 expense budget, as Speaker Adams has committed to in last year's City for All package. This urgently needed funding will support the growth of 17 COTs and 3 citywide technical assistance organizations working to expand the COT model and bring more land and housing under community control. We also urge the City Council to address the city agencies' chronic harmful delays in registering discretionary funding contracts. Has been painfully slow, and it's really putting a lot of the COTs and organizations like ours at risk by delaying payment for the work that we're doing. And lastly,
Your time's expired.
All right, thank you so much. Please fund neighborhood pillars and get that term sheet out. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I don't have to read it again, right? Okay. Just a special highlight to this baby. I call her the professional baby because she kind of lets me do my work. This is my first time back at City Hall for a hearing, but we've been running the district office together since she was basically a couple weeks old. So thank you, little baby. And with that, this hearing is officially, hold on, you're gonna do it, adjourned.